Adet describes Nixie as a porn star. No, she's quite far off. She's quite far off, bro. She's quite far off.
Is entitled to their own opinions, but with me, bro.
Dude, I mean, I respect someone. I'm moving on and doing the right thing or the right for your career, whatever the fuck. But guys, maybe I'm just short-sighted. I just don't understand it. I just don't understand how the fuck do I even say this without sounding like I'm a degen? I'm just trying to ask. Okay.
Act?
What does mentioning what? I don't understand it. Well, because Nick in the org is also black and was at the beginning. I just don't understand the correlation of being carried to getting carried to the triumph, right? And the race in this context. I just don't understand it. Maybe I should.
Dude, everything I've seen from Bruce Dropomoff makes me kind of like him. I don't know. He uses that race shit a lot. I saw like a clip of him. So you guys are working for the white man or something like that, and it's like, bro. Here we go again with the racist shit. Yeah. Disappointing. Disappointing to still see people who are racist. But, you know.
Special Agent Hank for a cameo? No, they did not. What the fuck is this?
Hello, Special Agent Hank for a cameo.
This is Adapt's lawyer. Sending this message to you to remind you that the McLaren isn't yours, bucko.
Okay. Adept describes Nixie as a porn star. Huh? Give me this fucking clip. What? He insisted. The very next day, he invited a porn star over and began hugging her and kissing her while on his stream. Bro. Oh my god.
All right, just like the stream, guys.
Look at this shit.
The very next day, he invited a prawn star over and kissing her while on stream. Like, who cares about all this? This is all circumstantial.
Female, it feels like your female compassion. Man, what is the? Oh, okay. This woman, bro. He requested that from the public. They need to pay something or something. Damn, she is crazy. I can't believe she actually wrote all of this. Eesh. Eesh. Oh, bro, this is fucked. She's 1000% going for the fucking money. Oof. You didn't earn it though, motherfucker. Like, Pepe laugh? What? Wait, that's Sasko. Listen, Sasko may have been toxic, but I have. When I heard this, another girl just living her best life. City girl's up 1,000, thriving in fact. Yeah, okay, she's a fucking joke. Bro, Adept is weird. Okay, Adept is weird, bro. You know what? Good riddance. Go to XQC if you're getting rid of that. Whatever that is, okay? Because she's just weird. She's a weird person. She's a weird fucking person, man. That's the truth. That's the fucking truth. not blah. Oh, mixed race shit. Mixed race shit. Oof. Ironic because being promoted probably makes more from her OnlyFans than Adept entire streaming career. And you know, I respect her actually way more than this gold digger. Yeah, where's the ironic part? Adrian can work if she doesn't. Well, I'm not trying to solid job because she's too gifted for high school. Actually, true. Like this. I don't want to talk about this. Unrelated. Oh, people close to Nixie were DMing him some stuff about her. He investigated these claims, found they were true, and ended the relationship with her. Look, Nixie, like I met Nixie, alright? I met Nixie. She's one of those fun girls, alright? But she's not, you know, she isn't, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? She's fun. We'll leave it at that. She's a fun girl, okay? But, you know, I don't know if she's the best. She's not straight? Oh, no, I'm pretty sure she's bisexual. But no, she's a fun girl, but she's not for a relationship. You know what I mean? Like, pretty sure she said she's like an infomaniac and stuff. And I think, like, she'd try to keep the thing open, bro. I think she'd try to keep the relationship open. But hey, I don't know, man. Maybe she'd settle for XQC. Nobody knows. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't fucking know. Almost dies during Mount Ashikari climb? Well, watch her.
Oh shit! It's deep.
It's like barely working.
Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Joe!
Oh my god!
Are you okay?
Oh, yo, this is not a joke, bro.
Joe!
Oh my god!
Are you okay?
Yo, Joe!
Oh my god, he just... Oh,
yo, this is... Oh shit!
bro, look, it ends here. It ends here, dude, because of the fog. There's no ground.
Shit! Oh, holy shit!
Dude,
We
walk
can't
in.
die. I can't help you anymore, man.
Dude, we have no visibility. The blizzard's here. No, this is bad. Get up, get up, get
No,
up.
no, stop joking, stop joking. You gotta
This
go
is
over
really
there.
bad. My phone is frozen. And the blizzard is caught. We have.
Yo,
Bro,
you lost your fucking foot
I
thing.
know, I lost it, man. Fuck it, dude.
Bro, these guys should not be there. Those guys are gonna fucking die. Eden Ross is listed in XQC's divorce. Yeah, this woman, bro. This fucking woman, bro.
Always felt like a family until it didn't, you know, and that's not their fault. But the reason I left is because I didn't want to be seen as the black person that was going to carry them to the triumph and hold the sword and take all the heat looking
What?
bad. I wear my heart on my sleeve a lot, y'all. And you
The black person? What? Oh, he weird, bro. Oh, he's just weird, bro. He's just weird. The Black Shield that gets all the hate. When did he get any hate? Bro, he's just weird, dude. Dude, he's just weird. Nick's gonna be like, I woke up and look at the computer. Oh, yeah, I remember this.
You say,
Look at this.
fuck T.I., fuck
Look at this,
Nelly,
look at
fuck
this,
me.
look
I'm like, what do you say fuck me for? They fucked your first baby mama, Melissa, then took your fucking fiance. Say fuck that nigga. Special AS.
Good one, 50 Cent. Good one, 50 Cent. Jesus Christ. Poor Jason. I think he's a link to the big black streamers in the W community and me saying racist shit. He doesn't want to miss, isn't. Bro, but come on. Yeah, he doesn't want the miss ain't racist because he's friend with Bruce guy. It's not like Dink doesn't exist. Bro, I'm pretty sure Miz isn't fucking racist. He's just a cringe lord. That's what he is. He's just a fucking cringe lord, man. Like, fuck. You know who's more racist than Miskiff? Bruce, bro. Bruce, from what he says, dude, about white people and how he acts, I think he's racist. I think he's racist, bro. I legitimately think he's actually racist. Like, he doesn't like Nick, because Nick is half black. He's got like a black parent and a white parent. So he doesn't like Nick. And then Aiden can't hang out with them, can't hang out with Kai and like the boys' night because he's not black. Like, bro, what the fuck? Banana Monkey, no. No, you mind reacting to this video? No. Last time I did that, dude, it was a bunch of cocks, okay? Last time I fucking did that from a fucking weird that I've never seen with a weird ass fucking name. It was a cock, bro, and I have learned my fucking lesson. Alright? We are going to be reacting to something less bannable than that. Which is serial killers. How about that? I promise it isn't bad. Bro. Oh my god. I want to say no, but... Let me see, bro. Let me see. Send it. It's literally about murders too. It's a YouTube short. Bro, I swear to God. Fucking private message me it. Private message me it right now. Private message me it right now. No, private message. No, don't post it on chat. Private message me. Yeah. Private message me, bro. Whisper me. Dude. Bro, you're not even following me, you fuck. Let's see, is this motherfucker even following me? He's not even following me. 19th of May. 2022. I don't know. Oh my god. Okay, wait, hold on. I gotta see. See, now you did. See, I gotta see this on the other monitor. Why is it YouTube.be? Nah, bruh. Hell nah. Why isn't it YouTube, bro? Just, alright, you know what? Nah. Fucking send me the title of the fucking video, bro. I'm getting scammers right now. I'm scared, dude. It says YouTube.be. What the fuck is that? What the fuck? It's YouTube. Title of the video, bro. Give me title of the video. I'll look it up on YouTube right now. Or forever hold your peace. Dude, you have to understand. Dude, that's how the dang link is. Yeah, well, I'm looking at another YouTube link and it's not like that, you know? It's youtube.com. Hell no, bro. Hell no, bro. I listen, either you give me the title of the video, alright, and I look it up on YouTube, I'm gonna have to ban you, bro. Because, like, look, last time somebody did this, Dreamer the Fast 360. Search up Dreamer the Fast 360. Bro, that's not about serial killers, you fucker. Let's see. Actually, let's close this. Boom, closed. Bro. Alright, let's see. Dude, I swear to God, I will ban your ass. Dreamer the Fast 360. 112 subs. Oh, okay. It is. Murderers then. Okay, verse today. Oh my god. Alright, that's you. Bro, I'm sorry, but I gotta watch it, bro, because I've been getting scammed, you know what I mean? I've been getting scammed, bro. I'm sorry for not trusting you, but... Okay. Alright, okay. Bro, he was a 13-year-old kid. 1993? as Jeffrey Dahmer, right? 18. Last interview in mid-90s. This? Because, like, his videos, bro, I'm just scared, okay? I'm scared, bro. I'm scared, bro. I'm scared, okay? I'm afraid. I am afraid, bro. I'm afraid, dude. I'm afraid because last time I clicked on a link, dude. Actually, the last 2 times I clicked on a link from somebody that I didn't know, it was just a bunch of black cocks, dude. And I had to end stream and I had to delete the phone. Oh my god, bro. Every fucking time they get me, man. And now I'm just a paranoid schizophrenic, bro. Now I'm just a paranoid schizo, man, okay? I'm sorry, you're cool, bro. You're cool. You're welcome here, bro. You can stay.
I'm not demanding, I'm asking nice.
But look, bro, these are the fucking people that come into my Twitch channel, bro. They say, hey, I'm not demanding, I'm asking nicely. And then I'm a good guy, and then they just reveal cock.
As a kind civilian.
Look, that's what they say, bro.
How to manipulate.
See, but they don't reveal this part to me, bro.
Cops.
They don't reveal this part to me.
22-year-old Russell Jones. Just hours prior to the filming of this interrogation footage, he was arrested for helping a 15-year-old girl execute the brutal murder of her father.
Oh
Let's set our clock, shall we?
In approximately 3 seconds, you will witness an extreme shift in his demeanor.
It's bad. Bro, they come into my fucking stream like this, okay? I've got like 20 people, bro. We're having a good time. We're all laughing. Somebody says like, hey man, I like you. Can you react to this video? And it's a video of Valorant and it's like 250p. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck is this like pixel shit, bro? Who are you? Which one are you? And then it's like, and I'm like, ah! That's how it goes, dude. It's a problem. It's a problem, bro. And they act like this. It's a fucking issue. No, bro. And they got me twice, man.
And my conversations, aren't you?
They got me twice, man. And very fucking.
So we can do this the nice way, or we can do it the hard way, and I can release my bipolar. Let's make a deal. Do-do-do-do.
Let's make a deal. Do-do-do. 1.
2, I see.
1, you motherfucker start subscribing. 2. What is schizo?
Ellie and Gavin.
Yeah, he is guilty of cringe. Yes.
3. Before
that's
you
a Twitch
release
chatter, bro.
Ellie to her parents or
parent, because he killed the dad.
Check as well as a DNA test, as well as not DNA, a drug test. And if you find out that her parent, her mom, is in fact doing drugs, you are to release her to me. Tell him to
release her to me, bro. I ain't releasing anybody to you.
Gavin.
What the fuck?
And Ellie, thank you. And I know I'm being recorded. You can keep that on there. Unless you're a nice cop, then I take it back. But if you're one of those two-timing donut-eating crap that don't like rules, a high school bully with a badge, I'm sorry, buddy, but I eat high school bullies for breakfast. So, you want the whole story? Make a deal, or I let out my bipolar. Your choice.
Ooh. This guy's extremely cringe.
The following footage contains never-before-seen personal accounts of the suspects involved in this crime. Through in-depth interviews, we've obtained rare insight into the minds of 3 criminals.
Yeah, dude, he's gonna start going woo 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 woo. Cat police, woo 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 woo. I'm sorry, ma'am, you can't. You can't leave your cat here. Woo woo woo. Jesus fucking Christ.
The most disturbing we have seen yet.
I can still twist your little mind.
Aaron Fryer's murder was reportedly one of the most gruesome homicides Medford police had seen. The investigative team assigned to the case knew there was significant cause for concern just from viewing the crime scene alone. Aaron's two
Bro, why
youngest
is he so
daughters, Sierra and
cringe?
Olivia, walked out of their bedroom the morning of October 2nd, 2017, to find the
He's got that
horrifying
serial
evidence of the
killer
crime,
is, dude.
but their father
Release her.
was nowhere to be
To
found.
me.
The two, who were not yet in high school,
Okay, buddy.
called their father's girlfriend for help, and it was not long before the police were involved. Only a few hours later, investigators...
Why would a girl talk to him, bro? What the fuck? Is she just as retarded as him? You know what I mean? Like, bro. Back in my day, bro, if somebody was talking like that, the girls didn't talk to him. The guys didn't talk to him. They got bullied. That's what happened. Back in the day when somebody was like that, bro, they got bullied. Okay, we need to bring bullying back. This is what happens when you don't bully people. Okay, this is what happens when you become too accepting. All right, that behavior becomes way too like normalized, you know. And then the girls are like, well, he is weird, but like, look, he's alone. He's lonely, bro. He's weird because he wants to fucking kill people. Like, he's a weirdo. He's a serial
up and
killer.
detained 3 young individuals walking roadside a short distance from Aaron's abandoned
We need to
silver
bring
Mercury
bullying back,
Marquis.
bro. It would fix a lot of
His eldest
problems.
daughter, 15-year-old Ellen Rose Fryer, was part of the
Oh,
trio.
she looks like she
Her
does.
19-year-old boyfriend,
Bro, she looks like she does meth.
15-year-old
Yeah, she does meth. 100%. Like, no, I'm not even trolling, bro. She does meth.
Ellen Rose Fryer was part of the trio.
That's why she
Her
talks to him.
19-year-old boyfriend, Gavin Curtis McFarlane,
He sells
and
meth.
his longtime friend, 22-year-old Russell Pierce Jones, accompanied her.
Oh, he's lost.
Mike. Okay. Mike what? Smith. Mike Smith?
Mike Wazowski.
Mike Smith does sound like a very common...
Sure it's not Russell? Well, that is one of the names I know.
Okay. I haven't patted him down or anything. Go ahead.
I don't really have any weapons or anything.
Okay, well, that makes me feel a whole lot easier, all right?
Yeah.
Just go ahead and stand here, spread your feet real quick.
Officer, I am a weapon.
Are you really stupid saying this?
Uh-huh.
But did you happen to notice my wrist at all?
Your wrist?
What?
What about him?
Well,
stick one.
the
Well,
thing
good.
is that I can dislocate my wrist.
Okay, don't do that though, please.
Okay. You seem like a nice one. So
I appreciate
I
it.
won't make it hard on you.
All right.
I only
Bro.
make it hard on the bad ones.
He's so cringe.
Did you? Yeah. What kind of...
Dude, he's such a fucking neckbeard. Well, do you know I can dislocate my wrists? Huh? No? Well, that's because you're a stupid cop, but at least you're not a bad cop. I'll stay in. You know what, buddy? I'd like to see you try. Dislocate your wrists. Let me see, pussy. Let me see. In like 5 minutes, the kid will be screaming, ah! See, he works with people.
Okay, so you're going to protect like runaways? Yeah. So you provide protection
home
for
for
runaways and give them
runaways.
like a place to live?
Oh my god, he's a trafficker.
Ellen was
Bro,
a sophomore student at South.
He just admitted to trafficking people. What the fuck? Yeah, he's a great manipulator. Bro, he's a retard. He's actually fucking dumb as fuck.
Medford High School. Medford,
Yeah, he knows
Oregon.
how kiddo, bro.
Gavin was a previous student who had dropped out a
Jesus
quarter
Christ.
before his graduation.
What's up, Nana?
Ellen would tell police that she met Gavin walking through South's hallways. According to Ellen, she reached out via Facebook Messenger and started a conversation that would evolve into a forbidden romance. She, only 15, was underage, and Gavin, 19, was her lover. Friends and family were appalled.
Let's do the math. We gotta do the math, right? She does the math, we do the math. 20 plus 7. Oh, no, bro. No, bro. That ain't good, bro. He needs a 17-year-old at least. The least age, 17. She's 15, bro. That's,
Appalled, but no one as much as Ellen's
2 years
father.
younger.
Aaron, in addition
2
to
years
Ellen's
younger
mother,
than the
Maggie,
math.
immediately set clear boundaries. She was no longer allowed to see Gavin. Characteristic to many teenagers who do not get their way, Ellen rebelled. She snuck out and lied to see him, secretly maintaining their bond.
Bro, he looks like Jeffrey Dahmer. Are you kidding me? Is this Jeffrey Dahmer's son?
It was not long before Ellen's lies caught up to her, and Erin discovered that, instead of staying the night at a friend's as she'd been claiming, she was sleeping over at Gavin's. Erin, furious, stormed over to Gavin's house, pounded on his door.
How does he have a girlfriend, bro? How does this fucking cringe have a girlfriend and I don't have anybody? Am I that much of a fucking loser? Am I... Do I give worse vibes than a fucking killer? What the fuck? Bro, I give worse vibes than a bipolar killer. Jesus Christ, man, it's over.
Telling him not to come near his daughter again.
It's over, bro. It's over for me.
It was following this incident that the couple, in addition to Russell, who claimed to own a protection business, developed an insidious plan that reached far beyond sneaking out or running away, as is typical of many teenagers. They began to conspire to murder Ellen's father, who Ellen alleged had abused her. Although they initially intended to execute their plan after the
Why do they
when
write
Ellen
it down?
returned 16, Ellen began to claim the abuse was growing worse.
Bro, why does he write like a fucking 3-year-old? A 3-year-old that writes like this. Jesus Christ. And she, oh my God, bro, these people, I can't.
Happy with the text.
And that's the one that talked about the abuse?
Yeah.
Okay.
And further, that she was pregnant with Gavin's child. This spurred a sense of urgency that drove them to act sooner rather than later. On the Saturday preceding the crime, when Ellen was absent attending a high school band
Jesus
event,
Christ.
Gavin and Russell attempted to break into her house through her bedroom window with murder in mind, messaging Ellen all the while. They quickly found that Erin's girlfriend was asleep in the room and ran off. Although the attempt drew attention and concern, the police were not involved at that point. Erin would pick his daughter up from the band event, take her and her siblings Halloween shopping, and treat them to Burger King the next day, and return to their home to watch a Sunday night movie. The events that followed the next morning were a tragic contrast to this seemingly wholesome day of family events.
Bro, go fuck yourself. I fuck you in my fucking free time.
Arrived outside of Ellen's bedroom window in the early hours of that Monday morning. Ellen prompted Gavin to enter, and he obliged, while Russell remained outside in her yard. Over a period of an hour or so, Gavin and Ellen whimsically discussed their future, full of marriage and lifelong love. But this was only...
Yeah, he actually looks like Jeffrey Dahmer.
They were waiting for Erin, who rested on the living room couch to fall asleep. Eventually, they heard snoring, and Gavin began to make his way to the living room. His first attempt failed when he accidentally kicked a trash can. It was still dark.
You fucking
Erin
idiot.
woke up. Gavin retreated to the bedroom, and Ellen pretended that she had to use the restroom. Oblivious to his impending fate, Erin purportedly said to Ellen, "Stop scaring me with all these people breaking in lately." When the two heard his snoring once more, Ellen handed Gavin an aluminum baseball bat, something Erin had kept close by for protection, and told Gavin, "Take him out." After Gavin was finished, he sent Ellen a message informing her that it was done. Russell, who had stood outside with a machete...
Wait a minute. Is it possible that the white snowbody demon manipulated a low intelligence individual? You know what I mean? Or was she also low intelligence? Because I don't know who was the ringleader here. I know who was the ringleader, bro.
That he was shocked and that he
I know that he's older, but he acts very fucking cringe.
Erin's face, as shared by Russell, was scary. Due to the nature of Erin's fatal injuries, Gavin wrapped a towel around Erin's head and a blanket around his body. Russell, holding the blanket at Erin's feet, and Gavin, holding it at his head, carried his body out to Erin's own car and hoisted him into its trunk. Ellen was
with all
last
the
to
blood.
re-enter her home. She stole money out of her recently murdered father's wallet, said goodbye to her sisters, who later told police they heard their father say a bad word when they were just waking up for school, and retrieved her dog before leaving. The trio proceeded to drive to Walmart while Erin's body remained in the trunk. Ellen used the money she had stolen to buy junk food and hair dye. Before leaving, they walked into an SSI building so that Russell, who was on disability for reasons we'll learn later, could retrieve money with Gavin serving as his rep payee. The following eerie footage captures these moments.
Bro, they're so nonchalant. They're so calm, bro. She got her parent killed. Oh, look at the beta. Look at the beta. Look at the beta. Oh, please don't go. Oh, I just killed your dad. Why are you angry with me? You fucking retard. You got played, bro. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Oh, this is the face I make when my mom says, hey, kid, we gotta go this way. Oh, hey, we're gonna go visit your grandma. Mom. Is that same face,
body
bro?
off an embankment along the side of a road. Also off the embankment alongside the road, they threw various incriminating pieces of trash and clothing articles.
How did they find that?
They ditched Aaron's car and walked away with plans of hiding low in an abandoned house and eventually retreating to California.
Only honk.
He dropped his body off on the side of like a pretty well-known road, man. Like some lady was like walking her dog and then found his body.
We
he's a
interviewed dozens
fucking
of friends
retard.
and family who knew these suspects, and we
Actual
found that almost
retard.
all of them shared the same sentiment.
I spent like the whole year with her and Dan doing competitions and whatever. Someone pulled me aside, was like, "Did you hear what happened with Ellie Fryer?" And I was like, "No, I haven't heard anything." And literally a week or two previously, I had spoken to her and been around her.
It shocked me. It was a shock.
It was a little bit shattering. It was a murder and a really kind of mysterious and gruesome one, and I don't think anybody was expecting that.
All signs aside, no one expected that this would happen.
Think about this. Your daughter's 15, 16, and she's with a grown-ass man doing drugs. I would tell him never talk
Doing
about
drugs,
that.
of
And it's
course.
Like some Romeo and Juliet type. You know what I
Of
mean? They're not supposed to be
course.
together, but they want to be together.
Romeo and Juliet laws could be applied there because of the 3-year age difference.
What is the Romeo and Juliet law?
It's a
It'd be
4
something
year.
drastic, you know. And
Yeah, it was
unfortunately,
obvious she
taking
was
Aaron's
doing.
life in such a messed up way.
They found like actual evidence of them planning to kill both Ellie's father and the other guy whose name I can't remember, his dad as well.
Who's your father?
Russell Jones Sr.
Oh. What's so bad about him?
His past, as well as my past,
Well,
growing up with him over 22 years.
I know at the very least, Gavin and Ellie were present when one or both of them beat Ellie's
Aaron,
father to death with a baseball bat. They, then took.
No, we
his,
fixed it today, Skull.
With his body.
There's short
and
stream. We fixed it
not
today.
Even that far away, I don't think.
We watched this video 3 hour,
Like not
4
that
hour.
long after in the car, I think, which is crazy. It meant for
So get
producers
cozy,
to say
pussy.
It's one of the goriest scenes they've ever seen.
All factors involving these specific 3 individuals culminated with a deadly
Bro.
storm that ultimately led to Aaron's.
Dude, she looks like a 30-year-old crack whore. Am I wrong? She looks aged. They look way younger than her. She looks aged. Like,
Traumatic murder. This is the beginning of an end for Ellen Fryer. She sits stiffly in an uncushioned chair.
Yeah,
The walls are bare and
I'm
narrowly
streaming.
enclosing.
Tomorrow we stream
Experts
early.
designed this room
I
to
go to
spur
the gym
feelings
when we
of
stream early.
discomfort,
I'm
isolation,
not
and
accountable.
unfamiliarity. The
Hi,
interrogation
everybody.
has already
We stream
begun.
early and we go late tomorrow.
Throughout
We
the
fix the stream
following
schedule
interrogations,
tomorrow.
We will analyze all forms of communication.
Why is my mom
forensic
typing, "Hey,
linguistics,
yo"?
and the complex relationship between suspects' criminal behavior and unique underlying psychology. Only hours previously, Ellen stood outside her home while Gavin murdered her father. After she wrings
She's
her hands
15,
and cracks
bro.
her fingers
She's
one
15.
by one,
She
stares
looks
stoically
30.
at the camera.
Bro, she looks way older than she is. She's 15.
Her behavior is markedly inconsistent with the nature of her recent experiences. An important aspect of reading body
She's like,
language is
yeah,
observing
yeah, you see what I mean?
baseline nonverbal cues, followed by clusters of nonverbal
Bro.
cues, which can occur consecutively or simultaneously.
That's
Comparing
me at the
these
bank.
In the framework of individual circumstances, including
Yeah, she's
environment,
15, the
is
guy's
an
19.
additional critical consideration.
Wait, is that a crack in the
Upon
mouth?
contemplating Ellen's nonverbal language, also
Hey,
note her
W
paralanguage,
Kraken, W
or the
Kraken.
language that she conveys through vocal tone, pitch, prosody, volume, etc.
Bro,
They may assist law enforcement in building
she's
criminal
me
profiles,
waiting at the bank
determining suspects' motivations
for my
or even
100
detecting
bucks.
deception. Ellen shows little to no arousal physiologically, behaviorally, or emotionally. Mark this as our first significant behavioral observation.
Yeah, she's a fucking
so
drug
that's
addict.
the interesting thing is that if you met Ellie, she doesn't seem like the type of person that would hurt somebody. She really was a sweet and
I'm 30, but I look 19. I'm 28, but I look 17, bro.
It didn't
So
really make sense to me that someone like Ellie
you know,
would do that.
and I act 12.
She like a really great person, so I was like, okay, I can be friends with this person.
Good one.
Normal 15-year-old girl.
Many classmates knew Ellen as the girl who always raised her hand in class.
Oh,
was
she's a
accounted
fucking
as
nerd.
intelligent, polite, and kind. But something that few could later explain lied dormant in Ellen, hiding amidst high school band trips, homecoming dances, and AP classes. Here, that something
Drug
sits
addiction.
patiently and composed, waiting for an investigator in an empty interrogation room. The following interrogations have been analyzed by a qualified team, including 2 licensed attorneys.
I don't know why
one
he says
being a
this.
former criminal prosecutor and a psychologist trainee.
Okay. So, analyzed for what? Does he mean the investigators are that? Like, the investigators have those things? Or that somebody analyzed the video and said, yeah, we can release this? Like, what does he mean by that? You know what I mean? Because I don't think all of the investigators would be, like, the same, you know?
Hi. Hello. Are you Ellie? No. What's your name?
No, that for the video someone fact-checked.
Okay, you do have the right to remain silent.
The investigative team on this case
But
may
he
have
always,
selected
but
this
he always
specific
gets like completely different people that analyzes the videos. If it was people that analyzed his videos, or like fact checked his videos, it would be the same people. No, it's always like two therapists, one this, one that. It's always different people, bro.
investigator, Detective Stephanie Smith, to conduct Ellen's
No, I think it
interrogation
would
for
be
tactical
people.
reasons. Police psychology expert.
I think it would be people that would watch the video and say, yeah, you can release this, or maybe you shouldn't release that, right? But we've seen some really shocking ones, bro, that I have no idea how they've released them. Like that fucking 14-year-old kid who killed his best friend, right? Who just stabbed his best friend on the neck at school. And when they asked him, who did you meet? He was like, yeah, I met my best friend who I killed right after. I don't who let you post that, bro? You know, because they might not post certain ones to not turn people into serial killers, right? Kind of like when people go in a school shooting, they don't want to glorify the name. You know? But I don't know.
Outline that investigators with traits similar to suspects
I wonder.
are more likely to succeed in building rapport and facilitating open, honest communication. This concept applies to the broader field of psychology as well. It may be used as a vehicle of manipulation to appear more likable, otherwise termed the liking similarity effect. Ellen is more likely to respond positively to a female who speaks softly than a male who speaks gruffly.
I don't think
Ellen immediately displays a high level of resistance. As the interrogation unfolds, Detective Smith will navigate each obstacle to open communication that Ellen throws her way.
Is that what you're choosing to do?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I at least need to know your name now. You don't want to tell me your name?
Rain.
Rain?
Mark lying is our second notable behavior observation and display of resistance.
Rain.
Ellen's first word is a lie, and she lies about her name. Lying is a common exploitive tool. Compulsive lying or pathological lying is characterized by lying about subjects' surrounding identity as a means of...
do you have a problem with serial killers being glorified, like TV shows, movies, documentaries made about them? Just curious. No. Well, glorified, yes, they should be glorified. But, like, for example, whenever there's a school shooting in the US, it's very rarely one school shooting because they inspire other school shootings. At least they seem to inspire other school shootings. And the people who do the school shootings even say they were inspired by a certain person, right? Or like serial killers are inspired by other serial killers. So whenever you have a school shooting and all of the news are about the school shooting and they give you the person's name and they give you like the final moments, and they give you the YouTube video that the guy created, and they give you the sirens. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Other fucking people who could become who could become school shooters, are emboldened by it. It's like, oh look, finally the world will see me, right? And that's kind of what they want usually. They want attention. Because they're usually people who aren't likable, they're antisocial, they're this, that, the other. And they want like the spot in the light, you know? So yeah, they want the spotlight. And so whenever there's one school shooting, there's like 3 or 4 in the US. And many psychologists have already said like, no, you guys gotta stop with the fucking sirens, you gotta stop with the incessant coverage of it, you gotta stop with just releasing the names, you gotta stop with releasing like all the kill count, all of that shit. Like, it's okay to report it, but don't make it a show, bro. Don't make it a show. Because then the fucking people that want to do school shootings see that and they want their own show. Right? And like, they even write it, dude. They write it down. They say, yeah, like, I saw what happened with those people and I want to be that. Or I want it to be that. So yeah. So that's my problem. That's my problem, right?
Control.
Okay, Rain, well, if you choose that you want to talk, I'm around, okay?
I would like to know why I'm in
The thing is, okay, but the other side of the coin is it's something that's kind of necessary without all the bells and whistles, right? You don't add the bells and whistles. Yeah, my mom just posts weird fucking things. She doesn't know what she's posting. So, for example, interviewing serial killers, interviewing people like this, right? It lets you learn a lot of things, and if you interview them about their life, maybe you can find out how to stop them from becoming serial killers. Maybe you can see patterns of behavior, right? Or things like that to prevent serial killers. So you need to talk to them, right? Just no bells and whistles, basically, right? No glorifying it, but you actually do need to like
Ellen
see
is
what's
angry.
going on.
This reflects in her expression, which is a significant contrast between her flat disposition minutes previously. Her eyebrows are raised unusually high, and she holds them there as she asks the investigator with a childlike voice in an indignant, defiant tone why she is being detained.
Why am I being detained?
Her
Am I being detained, officer? Am I being detained? She's one of those fucking weird people, bro. She's one of the, what they called? Free, what's it called? No, sovereign citizen. There you go.
eye contact
No,
is faltering. Advanced situational awareness training would identify this behavioral cluster.
I'm adding
as
it
indicating
today.
a need
Okay, I'm
for
adding it today. I
dominance.
need to take a piss. Hold on.
So we
I'll be
got a
back.
file concern at your house today.
I'll add it
First,
today,
I'm going
bro.
to tell you all your rights.
Today. No more waiting.
I'm
Today
going
we
to tell
fix
you all your
everything.
rights, okay? And then I'm
Taking
going
a
to
piss.
explain to you what's going on, and if you choose to talk after that, that's completely up to you.
This is a lesser-known rapport-building tactic that functions by reminding suspects they have some level of autonomy. Ellen appears to grow more receptive.
Okay.
Okay. You have the right to remain silent. So you said you want to remain silent.
But I would like to know why I'm detained.
Okay. So we got a call of concern at your house today, and your little sisters are pretty scared about what happened there. And so what we're doing is trying to figure out what happened. And the police went to your house, and we're also a little bit worried about what's going on over there.
Detective Smith is vague that law enforcement is worried about what is going on over there, Ellen's house. At this point, she's trying to build rapport. This is a soft and indirect approach. Detective Smith wants Ellen to fill in the gaps.
I haven't been there all night.
Well, there are things that would indicate otherwise.
I gave you guys what you wanted. Normally, it would take about 24 hours to get missing persons report if there wasn't evidence of blood. Then, if the person's missing for a total of 48 hours, hence 48-hour mystery, dumbass. Then you do your little search posse. By then, Gavin, me, and her would be in California.
And I'd like to talk to you about that.
Yeah, dumbass.
Wishing to remain silent.
48 hours, but you guys broke your laws. So, yeah.
Okay. So, what I want to do is make sure you understand.
Bro, did the retard literally think that you had to wait 48 hours for a missing person? What an imbecile. What an imbecile, bro. He was wrong. He didn't know. He didn't know. I guess he wasn't as smart as he thought. What a fucking retard. You can technically file a report no matter what. Like, no matter how much time has trespassed. You don't need 48 hours, bro. In fact, the sooner you file a report, the easier it is to find people. That 48 hours shit, I don't know where that comes from. But you know what? I'm glad he thought it was 48 hours, the fucking retard.
And what I told you about what your rights are, because that's super important, okay? So can we go through those one more time?
Yes.
Okay. So you have the right to remain silent. What does that mean to you?
Detective Smith reiterates the Miranda rights and asks Ellen to explain what each right means to make
Bro, you have the right to remain silent, so what does that mean to you? Do you understand what the right to remain silent means? And she's like... I think the cop doesn't understand what the right to remain silent is.
States often require this if suspects are 15 years of age or younger.
So this morning, your little sisters ran over to your mom's house and told your mom about something that worried them that they saw in your house, okay? And what that was a large amount of blood. And they described a few things that you had been doing at the house. Kind of the way you said goodbye, and that it worried them because they weren't sure if they were going to see you again, and they love you. And that really worried them a lot.
Why is my fucking shit moving, bro?
Moving so quick.
Who's hacking me?
Because they care about you and they love you.
She frames the story from Ellen's sister's perspective, describing how scared they were to appeal to Ellen's humanity, but Ellen seems relatively unaffected.
Yeah, they are weak. They love me because they're weak.
And you care about kind of how they feel about you?
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't give a fuck about them.
You know that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Kind of, that's what we need to hash out, you know? What did your sister see? Why are they worried?
Yeah, what did they see?
That's
what did they see?
To be honest, I don't have a clue.
Bro, she's
Ellen
such a...
becomes abruptly animated. She raises her eyebrows sharply, and they linger there. Something about the expression seems off.
Bro, why is she waiting her turn? Why is she waiting to her turn, bro? You know? If somebody told me, yo, your brother's fucking... He's scared, a lot of blood. Wait, hold on. What do you mean? What do you mean a lot of blood? What the fuck happened? What do you mean a lot of blood? Whose blood? Whose blood? Because it's just my sisters and my dad. And you said my sister. What about my dad? Where's my dad? Where is he? Where's my dad, bro? What happened to my dad? What happened to my dad? My dad! Yeah? But this girl's like... Oh, really? Yeah, what happened? I wouldn't know.
Off. It doesn't reach the rest of her face, indicating chirality, or match her verbal expression. This abnormal behavior further supports that Ellen struggles with issues of affect or apathy. Ellen's expression, whatever it is, does not appear normal. Ellen's ex-best friend, Jillian McFeeters, commented on Ellen's mental health to investigators, stating that Ellen had displayed signs of bipolar disorder.
The switch would go off sometimes, and I mean, it was not very long. It was just kind of a...
Oh, she did.
Gone, but...
This is a critical piece of information confirmed by someone who knew Ellen best. Ellen's mood fluctuations indicate that she suffers from heightened emotional reactivity and sensitivity in response to triggering stimuli. This contrasts with mood swings typical of bipolar disorder, which are not as transient.
Two bipolar people found each other?
A large amount of blood? Is everybody okay?
That's what we're trying to figure out. Yeah.
Mm.
Do you go to school?
Mm.
No.
Why did she ask about her dad?
You completed
12th.
You completed 12th grade?
Detective Smith begins to ask background questions to establish Ellen's
Why does she
behavioral
ask- why does she
baseline,
ask-
or the behavior she normally
She's so
displays
bad.
when answering fact-based questions. Later in the interrogation, when she poses questions relevant to the crime, she will look for behaviors that diverge from Ellen's behavioral baseline when Ellen responds. We will expand on the formal technique of this concept later in the interrogations.
How old are you?
18.
Okay.
18?
Where did you go to school?
South Medford High School.
Oh, she's just
When did you
lying.
graduate?
Last year. Class of 27. This year, sorry. Class of 2017. I graduated with an honors diploma.
That's exciting.
Diploma.
As we know, Ellen is lying.
She is just as cringe as the guy. It's just the guy is more outward with it, but she's cringy as fuck too.
When she answers most
Now
of
I
these
understand why
questions.
they're together.
Because we know she's lying.
They're the
we
same
can see the
person,
way
different
Ellen
sex.
expresses herself non-verbally when she lies based on facts. 1. Ellen's tone drops and flattens, a notable deviation in her paralanguage.
Do you go to school?
No.
No. What's the last grade you completed?
12.
2. Her eyebrows raise. 3. This is a cluster of non-verbal indicators. Ellen looks up and to the right. She smiles, laughs as she answers, and then moves her hands apart.
That's the left, no?
Last year.
4. We can see another
Last year.
cluster when she corrects her lie with another lie. This time we can tell she's more flustered. She scrunches her face to the point that she closes her eyes. She false starts. We see her eyebrows drop dramatically. She rapidly shakes her head back and forth, and finally, she aggressively flicks her hair out of her face and tilts her head back.
Aggressively?
5.
That's aggressively?
Last, we see another
This is
eyebrow
aggressive.
raise.
What kind of classes did you take?
AP.
AP what?
AP American Studies, AP Human Geography, AP Psychology, AP Biology.
Goodness.
Pretty much everything I could take.
Yeah.
She's lying,
I know
bro.
you live with your sisters, because I know somebody else has talked with them today. I didn't talk to them. And who else do you live with?
Why would she lie about her age when her
Ellen
sisters
responds,
are gonna
"Just
say she's
them,"
15?
And she sounds more emotionally expressive. She may have a soft spot for her sisters. The
Oh, come on.
investigator seems to think so,
Oh,
as she
come
often
on.
includes them in her questioning.
And my mother.
And the bitch.
In the area. I don't know the exact address.
So you live with your sisters and your mom, and you graduated last year.
Bro, but they
And
can
you
ask the
were
mom
walking
and
down
the
the street, it sounds like,
sisters.
today?
Like,
Who were you
what
with?
a terrible
My
lie.
friends.
Okay. And I wasn't there, so I really don't know.
Yeah.
Who are your friends?
The two men have also been detained.
Okay. Who are they to you?
They're friends.
Okay. What are their names?
More than friends.
I'm not going to give their names.
Unless I'm there, she only trusts me as a lawyer.
Okay.
What?
So what have you been up to today?
Did the fucking retard just say she only trusts me as a lawyer? As this girl's literally just spewing lies. Did that actually happen? Hold on. Hold on.
I'm not going to give their names.
Unless I'm there, she only trusts me as a lawyer.
So what have you been up to today?
I haven't been home, and now I'm really concerned about what's been going on.
Oh, you look concerned.
Ellen puts up her defenses. In a setting
She's-
outside of an interrogation, defensiveness naturally elicits a negative response from the listener.
She's extremely
Detective
concerned.
Smith is trained to employ the resistance countering technique, reframing. In this instance, she utilizes reframing to refocus Ellen's attention on something more positive.
All right,
Building
bro.
positivity
You're
assists with
reframing
resetting
my...
the flow of conversation,
Yeah.
prevents defensiveness from building,
The
and
arrows,
increases
bro, the
efficient
arrows.
information gathering. This tactic draws from the field
He's
of positive
reframing my
psychology,
mind
which
by...
arose from the idea that reorienting focus and reframing perspectives away from negativity results in greater life equilibrium.
Where were you?
Fucking your mom.
Like out where?
Your husband, I
Out and
mean.
about.
My bad.
Couldn't sleep.
I forgot I was the wrong sex.
When Ellen lied about graduating from South Medford High School,
I graduated with an honors diploma.
she stated that she had graduated with an honors diploma, an identity lie. This is unnecessary detail. In contrast, her responses here are short and vague.
Like out where?
Just out and about.
I don't know
She's
what
unable
honest
to
diploma
provide
is.
any detail. An investigative team will analyze amounts of detail and specificity in the
Oh,
context of what suspects say. They might note that Ellen was overly specific when she provided detail when Detective Smith didn't prompt her to. Honors diploma. They might also note that Ellen was overly vague when the investigator prompted her to be specific.
Okay, that makes sense.
Her
Okay, that makes
actions.
sense.
Both warrant attention in an interrogative environment.
Where's the last place you slept?
At the house.
At your
mom's house?
On your husband's
Why don't
bed.
you talk to your mom? You know that? She's super
Cause he's a
worried about
pedo.
you.
I'm actually not 18, I'm 15.
Detective Smith shares that she knows Ellen is lying, but follows with an empathy statement. There is no perceptible response from Ellen, but it's clear Detective Smith is still trying to earn Ellen's trust and break the ice. This is an attempt to make an emotional connection, but Ellen holds steadfast, maintaining her resistance.
I would actually like to speak truths today. Okay. I think that your mom is, it's been a long time since I've seen a parent like your mom was today. She was on her knees on the ground, sobbing.
Sucking.
Because that's how worried she is about you. So I do know that that's not where you spent last night. So where'd you spend last night?
I didn't sleep last
She was
night.
on her knees.
So where's the last place you slept?
My mother and my father's house.
Well, I've talked to your mom, and so I know that you hadn't been staying there.
Bro, why is she lying about stupid shit?
I go back and forth though, because my father is a little bit abusive.
Okay.
Ellen mentioned her father's abusive behavior relatively out of context. Her parents shared joint custody, which explains why she went back and forth between their houses. Further, her response bared no relevance to the question. Consider that Ellen conspired to kill her father and very recently encouraged and stood by as her boyfriend murdered him, lifted his body into the trunk of her father's car, and threw it over an embankment. Her statement regarding her father's abusive behavior extends beyond a lack of remorse, resembling something more like revenge. When investigators spoke to Ellen's old friends, they shared that she had been consistently confiding in them about the abuse.
I know that he was kind of rough on her, and she said that he would, emotionally abusive and physically abusive, but I'm not sure how true that is.
What she would bring up is things weren't they were not good at her household. She felt her dad wanted to kill her.
Well, she killed her dad, so...
He started mistreating her sisters and her.
When the Medford PD posted details surrounding the crime and suspects on their Facebook timeline, there was an outpouring of mourning and kind words for Aaron. Many comments portrayed Aaron as the opposite of abusive, stating
Bro, you gotta ask the
Aaron
sisters.
cared more about his girls than anything. Members of the Fryer family and the Medford community were shocked.
So what's
See,
the last?
it's possible because she's kind of dumb that she was brainwashed by the guys, but it's possible that they were brainwashed by her because they're also kind of dumb. So I don't know who did the brainwashing. Maybe it was just a back and forth forever and ever.
House you left from?
My father's house.
Yeah, I don't believe her. You'd have to ask the sisters.
When did you leave there?
The sisters would tell you.
Okay. And then where'd you go?
Just wherever I felt like going. I just went for a walk. And I didn't stop walking.
Oh, come on, you're lying.
Monday.
And you've walked the whole night. You walked the whole night.
11:30.
Okay, so I've been awake for almost 24 hours.
So you left at noon. What day?
Sunday.
Okay.
Yesterday.
Yeah, she did math, bro.
Before you left the house.
Detective
She's
Smith
away
is
for
attempting
24
to
hours, she
establish
did math.
timelines, but this proves difficult due to Ellen's continued lying and evasion.
My father was very upset about something.
What was he upset about?
I can't recall. He has very violent outbursts.
Okay.
My dog was hit by a car because he smashed a glass table onto my dog. And
What?
the gate was open, so my dog ran outside and he got hit by a car.
Sagan, I gotta download Hun.
A couple of weeks ago.
Next week we start playing Hun again.
Just didn't really like the environment.
Actually, I'll try to download it
Didn't like
today.
the vibe.
Okay. So who was home when you left?
You better be there though.
My dad?
Okay.
Where's my dad now?
He's dead,
Ellen
bro.
attempts to act as though she's concerned about her father, but
Where's
she
my dad
fails
now?
badly.
Come on, dog.
Consider which behavioral cues indicate deception and post the timestamps in the comments.
I don't know.
Come on.
So you leave.
Come
What door did you
on,
leave out of?
dog.
The front door.
Okay. And did you tell anybody you were leaving?
No.
The
And then
sisters.
where'd you go?
Turn here, turn there. Just kind of wandering around town.
Turned everywhere.
Ellen describes walking and seeing the nearby market, though she says her memory is fuzzy,
My memory is pretty fuzzy though.
Is it?
and she claims she doesn't remember much else.
And then what else did you see?
Nature.
Preceding interrogation, investigators may engage in an exercise termed perspective taking. They place themselves in the suspect's shoes. Suspects will often prepare themselves to answer questions that are central to the crime.
Actual photo
By viewing
of the fucking
situation
girl's
from suspect
shoes.
perspectives,
When he mentions, bro, come on, this guy. They put themselves in their shoes. The suspect's fucking shoes.
Investigators are more likely to determine what questions suspects might expect.
The fucking
or not
editing.
expect. Investigators will then begin the interrogation by asking
editing.
anticipated questions to establish a behavioral baseline, and follow by asking unanticipated questions. This allows investigators to make a comparison between baseline responses and responses that suspects provide when caught off guard.
Well, at some point you must have met up with some friends.
Yeah, I ran into them.
Where were you when you saw them?
Can't remember.
She's so bad, bro. And
Well, I feel a little bit, tiny bit like we might just be like playing cat and mouse and going back and forth. Okay.
In addition to displaying high levels of resistance, Ellen pushes back at the investigator. She exhibits prolonged eye contact. This is a confrontational behavior indicating aggressiveness.
She's
She will
pressing her.
continue to
She's
do this
pressing her.
periodically throughout the interrogation.
Bruh. Go fuck yourself. Dude, she's pressing the interrogator.
Talked to by somebody, and they're pretty good on their times when they saw you, because they were getting up and alarms were set and looking at tablets and things like that.
Okay.
And so, you know, I just want to have an honest conversation with you. I think that your sisters are beyond scared, beyond worried. Okay? Like, for instance...
She doesn't give a fuck.
The dog. Where's the dog?
Where is my dog?
What's his name?
Where is my dog?
Sparklebeak.
Sparklebeak.
Where is he?
You tell me.
Where's my dog?
I don't know.
Bro, she's more concerned for the dog than the dad.
Where is Sparklebeak?
I don't know.
Okay, well, for me to have an answer about where Sparklebeak is...
What? Actual photo of what? Oh, that's
You're actually the one
Sparklebeak?
that took Sparklebeak.
Oh, he was okay.
I walk around the block and then I dropped him back off.
No, Sparklebeak is not anywhere to be found.
Oh, she's lying. She's
I
lying.
remember you taking... Your sisters actually remember you taking him this morning.
She's lying. So she's lying about the dog the detective is.
I think only you know the answer to that.
No, I don't.
It would be nice to be able to at least let Sierra and Olivia know.
So she's...
No.
Okay.
So yeah, she's trying to see how her real responses are. Right? Because she says, oh yeah, Sparklebeak is missing. And she's like, no, my dog!
Do you have a boyfriend?
My parents made us break up.
Oh, they did? Tell me about that.
They just didn't like him.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't they like him?
Note that Detective Smith
'Cause
is
he was a
skilled at asking
pedo.
very open-ended questions to
'Cause he
entice
was a
Ellen to
pedo.
speak. Open-ended questions encourage narratives that are rich in detail and allow investigators to collect further information and insight related to the case.
How'd you meet him?
School.
At South?
What?
Okay. And so you've been out of school for a bit,
Mhm.
but your parents didn't like him?
Yeah.
How come they didn't like him?
I don't know.
Well, you must have had some kind of conversation about why your parents don't like your boyfriend.
They're just like, we don't like this guy. Get rid of him.
So what did you do?
I ended it.
I got rid of
What
it.
was that boyfriend's name?
Gavin.
Gavin.
What's his last name?
Can't remember. I wasn't dating him for very long. Maybe 2 weeks.
Trudeau!
2 weeks last name.
Her boyfriend was Justin Trudeau. I knew that motherfucker was up to no good.
No. We could find him in a yearbook though.
I knew there was more than the blackface that he was doing.
Okay. You didn't have any other boyfriend?
No.
Every detail holds the potential to be significant.
No.
The nonverbal indicator that follows is very subtle, almost unnoticeable.
I've had a few, like, weak relationships, but I don't really consider those to be real.
Everything is noteworthy when it comes to body language analysis. Note that Ellen displays asymmetrical eye blinking and has done so several times throughout the interrogation up to this point. As part of a standard neurological examination, practitioners document asymmetrical facial movement, including eye blinking, as well as out-of-the-ordinary ocular movement. Blinking is controlled by the nervous system, specifically through voluntary neural control in the autonomic nervous system.
This eye opens a lot faster than this one.
Psychological
This one
or
opens
psychological
first.
issue, as well as medication or drug use. Overtiredness may also cause asymmetrical eye blinking, and Ellen has purportedly been awake for approximately 24 hours or more. Although overtiredness is a likely cause, we must also note that Ellen displays other abnormal eye movements at different points during the interrogation, as well as significantly and consistently odd behavior. We can only speculate what exactly this may be, but we do know there is a strong possibility that each time Ellen does this, she is experiencing some form of abnormal brain activity.
Tell me about the boyfriend you had that your dad thought was too old.
She's on the...
Oh yeah, that's another situation.
She's on the fucking light bulb, bro. That's what she's on.
I don't like this guy. You need to break up with them. And of course, I want my father's wishes for the person I'm seeing.
Oh.
Who was the guy that was too old for you?
I won't give names.
So what was that circumstance, though? Tell me about that.
Well, he was a
Parents are
pedo.
very controlling.
Yeah.
My dad is very abusive.
You already said that.
In what way?
Verbally, emotionally. When I did something that he didn't like, he would grab me right here and he'd pin me against the wall.
And then what would happen?
And then my little sisters would freak out and then he'd stop.
So what was being said or what was being done or what happened to lead up to him putting his hand on you?
I think she lied.
I honestly don't know. I'd like to know that myself.
Well, I don't have that answer because you were
Dude,
the one
she
that
acts
was
so
there.
weird.
Like I said, he was drunk, but he's done it sober as well.
But what words were being said?
Like, you.
Well, is she... Well, was he... See, that's the question. Was he wrong? Oh my god, dude.
It's very emotionally damaging to hear your father tell you that.
And who all was there when that happened?
Just me. After school.
Then how did...
Sisters were there.
Yeah, then didn't you say that your sisters would stop him? But it was just you lying fuck. She lied.
Ellen shared only moments ago that her sisters asked him to stop.
So who was home when you left?
My sisters and my dad.
Okay.
Here she explains that she was alone when it happened.
Yeah.
Investigators may ask the same questions repeatedly to look for the slightest deviation in suspect stories, particularly to those who display high levels of resistance, like Ellen does. Among the handful of Ellen's friends and acquaintances who spoke to the police and or accepted our invitation to interview, 2 mentioned that Ellen was not always honest.
And she came to school one day with a thing on her leg and said it was from her sisters pushing her. But I don't know, because Ellie has kind of lied to me before, which did hurt.
Jillian McFeeder shared the story of an event that occurred closely preceding Aaron's murder with police. McFeeder stated she decided at that point that she could not forgive Ellen for what she'd done.
She was telling her father that she was at my house when she was actually at her boyfriend's house. So I got a call from Allie that was very frantic saying, I need you to cover for me. So of course I'm thinking, okay, maybe something really bad is going on. So her dad calls me, and of course I cover for her, and then he finds out, so he ends up thinking that I was covering for her the entire time when I did not have a clue that she was lying. There's this one time I thought maybe she's in a dangerous situation. Of course I'm
been a good friend.
Help her because she was my best friend and I trusted her, and that was the wrong decision.
Jillian ended her friendship with Ellen after that night and explained to the investigator that she would never trust her ex-best friend again. She knew Ellen was going down a wrong path, and she refused to follow.
Bro, it says wrong path, and they show you the path where they dump the body. Come on, dog. Also, no, that's just it.
Here, sitting opposite a trained investigator, Ellen does exactly what cost her Jillian's friendship. She lies.
Yeah, sometimes we go over there by ourselves, and we just want to get away from the other two. Having two younger sisters is stressful. Everything's an argument.
The following questions are generic about whereabouts, the last time she saw her father, and some of her locations over the past 24 hours. Smith is establishing a timeline and frame of reference to compare it to what she knows about Ellen and the crime and what she will learn from Russell's and Gavin's interrogations.
So you were at the park on
Russell's
the
a
other side
fucking
of the street
weirdo.
from Dairy Queen and Blackbird, and then you saw your friends. And what were your friends doing?
Just hanging out, being goofballs.
Everybody's just hanging out.
We know that Ellen and said friends were certainly not just hanging out, being goofballs. Ellen does not appear to be attached to what she says, seeming guiltless. She also comes off as equally removed from impending consequences. As an honors student with stellar grades, Ellen has demonstrated advanced cognitive ability. She would need to possess assets like strong critical thinking skills, working and long-term memory, and at least an average or above IQ to excel as she has.
Yeah, she seems
If
kind of
Ellen is
stupid.
intellectually gifted, we have less of an explanation for why she consistently tells lies that she cannot keep up with. Her approach to evasion and resistance is persistent but not logical, let alone strong, and it brings up a question as to whether Ellen is in a normal, healthy state of mind at the time of this interrogation. A more sinister explanation,
I think she was
Ellen could be
drugged.
doing this intentionally,
Drugged. I think she was
manipulating the
drugged.
investigator and setting the scene for an insanity defense.
And then what was the conversation?
Hey, what are you doing? Nothing much. What are you doing? Just walking around. You want to hang out? Sure. And we started walking.
And when do you think that was?
I'm not quite sure.
Dude, that is the most NPC fucking conversation between two friends I've ever heard. Look at this. There's a conversation they had. Hey.
You want to hang out? Sure. What are you doing?
Look at
Hey, what are you doing?
Look at the NPC. Look at the NPC
And then what
combo.
was the conversation?
Hey, what are you doing? Nothing much. What are you doing?
Skylu, take the L, bro. That's my L right there. Take the L. Bitch. L.
Just walking around.
But you're not
You
wrong.
wanna hang out? Sure. And we started walking.
And when do you think that was?
I'm not quite sure.
You're not wrong.
What kind of car does your dad drive?
Grand something?
What color is it?
Grand Marquis?
Like
Marquise?
goldish silver.
Okay.
A Grand Marquis?
When's the last time you were in that car?
When he drove me to the store.
Detective Smith continues to ask questions
Drove me to
surrounding
the
details of
store.
the crime. She has reasonable suspicion that Ellen was in that car only hours ago with her dead father in the trunk, and she's probing for behavioral discrepancies between answers Ellen provides here and answers Ellen provided earlier when responding to questions unrelated to the crime.
When's the last time you drove that car?
The last time I drove that car. When I parked the car at Walmart.
Okay. And that was, so today's Monday, and you said that was a couple days ago?
Mhm.
What time of day?
We had to get something for dinner. So I'd say about 6 p.m.
And who all went to Walmart?
Just me and my dad.
Okay. What'd you guys get?
Meat.
Am I a serial killer too? Well, Before you embark on a new profession, you must always study. This is what's known as a research, bro. Now, research with me.
Like, what were you guys making?
Join me in my research.
So I don't really care.
By the way, did you know sausages are actually...
By the way, Scaldu, did you know that if you like to eat sausages, it's because you have a penis fixation? Just saying. And they will call you the glizzy gobbler.
Actually the leftover pig guts and intestines and the heart and the liver, pork chops, they're used.
Okay. When's the last time you saw your dad?
Why did it... Wait, hold on. Why did we visit the other guy? What happened that way? Why did we go to him? What was the segue? There was no segue.
Oh, I'm vegetarian, so I
Oh.
don't really care.
She's
By the way,
vegetarian.
did you
She's
know
vegetarian.
sausages are...
Bro, you are sus as fuck. That's what you are.
actually the leftover pig guts.
We're watching a
and
3-hour video,
intestines and
bro.
the heart and the liver, pork chops, they're used.
Ah, yeah, we're watching this 3-hour video and then I'm going to sleep, bro. That's what we're doing. And tomorrow I'm starting stream early. No more late streams, bro. But you are right. I have no discipline, but now I have become consistent and we got the discipline right after the consistency. You see, we're evolving, bro. Okay, Tyler says, I went to school with these two people that were dating. And the girlfriend manipulated the retarded boyfriend to killing his ex-girlfriend. Sexual blackmail, she would leave him and sleep with other guys if he didn't kill his ex. What the fuck?
Okay.
Bro, did they both go to jail?
When's the last time you saw
Did
your
he
dad?
kill his ex or no?
Yesterday. I'm too tired to keep talking.
Did he kill his ex?
Sorry.
You want to take a little break?
God.
Okay. Do you want some water or anything?
No, thank you.
You just want to sit here for a few minutes?
I'd like a place to lay down and sleep.
Okay. Well, you just sit tight for a few minutes and we'll try to figure that out, okay?
She wants what? To sleep? Bros have a home. Oh my god.
It may be difficult to imagine that this mild-mannered
Oh my
15-year-old
God.
girl conspired to kill her father. She has
She was a
denied
cop's
knowledge
daughter.
and culpability and claimed abuse. She has likewise lied consistently throughout the interrogation.
Oof.
Many involved in this
Oh,
case
oof.
seem to want an answer to a question
Oof.
they are hesitant to ask.
Bro, I'm
Was
so
Ellen truly a
scared
victim
for
of
my
abuse,
future children, man.
or is she lying?
Watching
We
these
spoke to
people, I'm
multiple
so
sources
fucking
who
afraid they're
questioned
gonna be
why Ellen
murdered,
planned
bro.
and encouraged the murder of her father, when other options of escape from the alleged abuse were available to
Oh
her.
my god.
They argued that she could have gone to the police, her doctor, the
Bro,
fire station.
when I was a kid, my mom never let my brother and I go on what's it called? Sleepovers. My mom never let us go on sleepovers. And I was always like, Mom, but everybody goes on sleepovers. And my mom says, yeah, but you're not you're not anyone. That's what my mom would say, you know? And I'd be like, Mom, everyone goes to sleep corner. Yeah, but you're not anyone. You guys are special. You know? And now that I get older, bro, I'm like, damn, bro. W mom for not letting me go on sleepovers to her kids. Nothing good can come of it, legitimately. Like, you can get a weird fucking adult, you can get a weird fucking kid. You can, good shit, bro. My kids won't have sleepovers either. Good shit, mom. Good shit. Cause like, Jesus Christ, man. Jesus
and her other
Christ.
local sources of support. They asked
The
why she
older
thought
I
she was
get, the
going
more I
away.
understand my mom.
They admitted that they simply couldn't understand what had happened.
The
It's
more of a
relevant to note
genius
that
he ends up
cases of
being.
patricide are extremely rare. The circumstances of Aaron's tragic murder were less than 0.002% likely to
I
happen.
never know.
This innocent, sweet-sounding 15-year-old girl is not a typical young
She
teenager.
doesn't sound
Her
sweet.
actions were so unusual.
Sweet sounding, bro. Stop. Her speech pattern's unusual as fuck.
That even the
She's not
FBI
sweet
lacks
sounding.
the words to describe them. Ultimately, though, Ellen didn't swing the baseball bat that killed her father.
Gavin was kind of one of those kids that kind of everybody.
She didn't ask about her dad, did she?
At least because he had kind of a very specific outward kind of image that I think he was trying to display.
Yeah, he was a fucking Grinch lord.
Very dark, very kind of shady, you know.
Overall, I mean, he really.
Bro, look at the fucking profile. Look at the fucking profile, bro. If your profile looks like this, you're a fucking loser and you might be a serial killer. Alright? Leo, 18, taken, Darth Vapor, sexy as fuck. Oh my god, Dunkel, is that you? It reads like Dunkel's titles, bro. Look, even the separations. The separations, bro, look. Content machine, content monster, Giga Chat of Twitch. One of the nicest people. Fucking farming content. Yeah, I don't see the pedo either, bro. I don't see the pedo either, bro. He forgot to mention it, bro.
Yeah.
And then his name is Main of a Leo.
Kind of shady, you know.
Overall,
What a retard.
Relatively nice, but just kind of a weird kid. Gavin was a normal guy. He was really cool.
You know, he's always outgoing. He was an open person. He was like, I don't know, he had friends, but he wasn't like popular, if that makes sense.
It just makes sense that he would do something like that. I mean, he makes threats to kill people. He obviously has the outward image of somebody. It seems like
He's a feminist man. Beware of the feminist men, boys and girls. Look. Bro, look, he's a libtard. I knew he was a libtard.
An imitation game.
I knew he was a libtard.
You know, trench coat mafia at your school. Like, it seemed like he wanted to be one of the Columbine shooters.
Many of those who
Jesus
knew Gavin held
Christ,
mixed perceptions of
Caden.
him. From multiple accounts, he seemed to be as much of a friend as he was an enemy, as normal as he was eccentric, and as outgoing as he was reserved. Some said that they noticed him changing over the couple of years leading up to Aaron's murder. Others said that he had always been the way he was. Regardless of whether pre-murder impressions of Gavin were positive or negative, most who responded to our request to interview didn't believe that he could have done what he did.
He was never like that, man. No one would have ever guessed that he would have been a murderer.
This guy gets high. This guy's a skater who gets high.
Cool. If you're just with him, like he'll start saying that makes you think like, you shouldn't say that. Don't say it to anybody else. You know what I mean? Like, keep that one to yourself.
Gavin's behavior and responses to investigators, framed within the context of what family and old friends and acquaintances have said, serve as an opportunity for a unique insight into a crime that no one anticipated. This interrogation occurred less than a day after Gavin bludgeoned Aaron to death, but shortly after he sits, he lightheartedly, mechanically asks,
Busy. Yeah.
Mark this heavy contrast as our first behavioral observation of Gavin. He displays no visible signs of remorse. Just as we observed in Ellen, Gavin appears unfazed by the seriousness of his past actions and present situation.
He's
Whereas
a Giga
Ellen
Chat, he's a
initially
Giga
presented
Chat,
as
Sigma
emotionally
male.
flat, Gavin teeters on the edge of jovial. This is the start of what is known as the Reed technique. The first step in such technique is isolation, which...
The first step in the Riley Reed technique is to get both hands on the ha, and then it's to go. That's the Reed technique, bro. I've seen many videos. Is that called Mikas? I mean, he is 19 with a 15-year-old.
they've done for an extended period. The
good
second
one.
step deployed here is called maximization.
No, but Call Me Cousin
The
wasn't a
Reed
pedo.
technique
He wasn't a
recommends
pedo.
5 minutes of isolation. But
He
Gavin
wasn't a
has been
pedo.
isolated for hours.
He was
with the
19 with a
exception of an
17-year-old,
officer
right?
Keeping a close watch
That's
on
not.
him.
That's not.
Following
That's not pedo.
isolation
That's
and
not
maximization, The Reed method incorporates 3 primary categories: fact analysis, investigative
Bro, is he on the ground? What the fuck?
interview, and interrogation. As part of the fact analysis step, investigators gather the facts involved in the case and analyze them to search
Maybe they
for
didn't
motives,
actually
potential
sleep
to commit
yesterday.
the crime, and likelihood to
Can't
commit the
remember.
crime. Law enforcement will use both dependent and independent corroborating evidence in this stage. During this stage, investigators develop a full understanding of the crime scene
Boys,
and
hold
other
on, I
relevant
gotta take a
aspects
nap.
of the crime.
All right. So, me and Jim have spent about 4 hours with, you probably know him as Mike.
Yeah, wow.
And Detective Stephanie Smith has spent about the same amount of time with Ellie.
Dude, imagine if they could be each other's attorneys. They're like, no, I have to speak with my attorney. And they're just each other's attorneys. I don't think you can do that though, because you're detained, right?
Throw some things at you.
It's impossible.
So all I want you to do right now is just listen to me.
Ooh, that would be an
and let me know
interesting
what's
loop.
going on, okay?
Step 1. Positive confrontation. At this point, the investigators have acquired enough evidence to reasonably suspect that Gavin committed the crime. As part of positive confrontation, the primary investigator lays it all out
Wait,
on the
who
table.
killed the father,
objectively
Gavin or
stating
the other guy?
facts. He does this in an intentionally soft, soothing voice to appear non-threatening and to give Gavin a false sense of security.
Mike took us out to East Antelope and pointed out the tarp, and we have people out there right now recovering Ellie's dad. He's deceased. Ellie's dad was basically wrapped up in a blanket and a tarp.
They're telling him they already know who killed him.
The investigator opts to use words that are non-accusatory while presenting the evidence. He does not say, "You took his body and dumped it." He says, "His body was taken out and dumped."
Yeah.
The latter is passive voice as opposed to active. Controlling suspects' levels of resistance and defensiveness is critical to the success of an interrogation.
We don't know if this is something that's been planned out a long time ahead, or if this was just like last night, you guys decide to go over there and get Ellie the hell out of a bad situation.
The investigator implements step 2, theme development here.
Yeah,
He
he's giving him a chance. He's giving him a chance to make it look like he was helping a friend. That's what they do.
frames the crime from a perspective that fulfills
To be
Gavin's moral
detective.
justifications. This is the investigator's moral theme. If Gavin murdered Aaron, he did it to protect Ellen.
Yeah, he did it to protect
This
Ellen.
will occur and build as the interrogation progresses. The investigators pre-planned this, likely structuring it around information gleaned from other sources like
Gavin was only protecting Ellie.
We will call the investigators' theme development the hero theme.
This isn't a matter of when it happened, where it happened, who was involved. It's more a matter of
Who's involved? Do you want to know who's involved, officer? Your wife is involved.
all of you guys.
Just like she's involved with him.
In these kind of cases, we're basically truth seekers. We're here to seek the truth as to what happened. And
Oh,
Ellie
no,
has
the
been
truth seekers.
100% cooperative with us.
Are you Ellie? No.
Melinda. Bro, they just said that Ellie cooperated with it. And this bitch is like, yo, is your name Ellie? No, it's Joel.
I would like to remain silent.
And then how long have you known Ellie?
Ellie, it's been almost a year now, I'd say.
Okay.
Oh
Boyfriend,
my
girlfriend?
god.
It's only about 6 months.
There's some information that Ellie might be pregnant. Has she told you that? Okay.
Gavin confirms that he was both dating and sleeping with Ellen. That is, he confirms that he was both dating and sleeping with a minor. It took a handful of seconds for this investigator to prompt Gavin to admit to a statutory offense.
Bro.
He would hang around middle school. When he had turned 18 is when everybody found out that he was with a 15-year-old. People were automatically okay,
pedo.
Cool. And a lot of people stopped talking to him. And he wanted her at any cost. No one else could have her.
Because Gavin shows little resistance and doesn't reject or deny the investigator's accusations, the investigator can bypass steps 3 and 4 of the Reed interrogation technique, handling denials and overcoming objections. Instead, he jumps straight into step 5 of the Reed technique, procurement, and retention of suspects' attention. The investigator must guide Gavin's attention away from the potential repercussions of the crime and back to the main theme. He does this through minimization or through rationalizing that the crime was not that serious of an offense.
You guys are only, what, 3-4 years apart? A little over 3, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Because of the investigator's redirection here, Gavin is back in the hero mindset. From Gavin's perspective, investigators are only concerned about Aaron's abuse of his daughter, not his murder. And Gavin has exactly the information they need.
He's not a weirdo from that perspective.
And he goes and she said that he's beaten her and locked her in the back.
Oh, I was gonna say, bro, you killed a girl's dad after knowing her for a year and banging her for 6 months. Jesus Christ, the amount of commitment this guy had, huh?
Has she ever told you that anything in regards to?
That was just recently. That's what set me off. So.
Okay.
This is a
mutilation.
In just over 10 minutes, Gavin has fully bought into the hero theme. The next steps are crucial to the success of the interrogation. They almost have a full confession, but sticking true to the Reed method, the investigator immediately continues as though Gavin merely commented on the state of the weather. The hero approach to theme development was Gavin's Achilles heel, his greatest weakness. His crime was gruesome and ruthless, but he seemed to desire to be a hero as much as he desired to be a villain. Among the dozens of friends and acquaintances we interviewed, only one confirmed a possible explanation as to why this theme worked so well for investigators.
He was very protective of the people he cared about. Actually, how we met, I was bad-mouthing a couple people, not realizing that he was
his friends.
To those people. They had pissed me off, and for whatever reason, I just wanted to talk and he gave me a black eye.
Although Jacob laughed it off, the example he gave supports the theory that Gavin possesses a low anger threshold, meaning he's anger-prone. Some might argue that Gavin's actions display extreme loyalty, whereas others might protest that they served as outlets for his aggression.
When did she tell you about that, and what did she tell you?
That was yesterday.
What's your understanding of what he did to Ellie?
He basically laid next to her naked and started.
And then so you mentioned that kind of set you off, upset you. Obviously, it would upset me too.
This is an empathy statement, something that encourages reciprocity. Establishing
can we get some cops on that cop, please? What the fuck? He's like, yeah, I understand. I did the same.
In this case, emotional reciprocity in an interrogative setting is a form of persuasion. If the investigator provides a small favor, the suspect may feel a need to return it, thereby
Dude, he's just snitching on himself.
The empathy statement also creates an opportunity for Gavin to elaborate on what he meant when he said he lost it. But the investigator quickly moves on once Gavin responds. Linguistic analysis involves the interpretation of words and phrases in context. So is a transitional expression. The simple linguistic interpretation here is that Gavin wants to move on from this topic of conversation. The investigator intuits this and immediately resumes asking questions along the lines of the hero theme.
And then, so what was the plan going?
Bro, I'm not gonna be in this position because I'm getting tired in this position. Like my eyes, I feel my eyes heavy.
Up some stuff and get her out of there. Yeah.
Okay.
He's held me at gunpoint before. He's threatened my life and held me at gunpoint before.
Aaron has over at his house.
Oh yeah, because you're a pedo, bro.
People were banging on my door because he was all mad. I actually called you guys for that because I was like, I didn't want to go out the door, look out the window, or see anything because I didn't know if he had a gun or not. But
how long ago was that you called us?
I think it was a month ago.
And then when was the situation where he pointed a gun at you? Where was that? Where did that happen and how long ago was that?
Yeah, when did that happen,
Gavin describes his interactions with Aaron as being characterized by fear. He claims that Aaron threatened him more than once. Beyond Gavin's reports of Aaron's threatening behavior, Ellen claimed to him that Aaron abused her. The fear response is an evolutionary physiological survival mechanism that's triggered in reaction to perceived impending harm.
I'm not gonna lie. For a serial killer, he does have a good drip, no? Am I wrong? They're usually very cringe. He has good drip, bro. He's better drip than me. He's got the leather jacket, the hoodie, the hat to the side, and the glasses. He looks good. He looks
Otherwise
good.
termed the fight or flight response, which includes the following reactions: fight, flight, freeze, and fawn. We'll discuss the fight or flight response
What is
concerning
fawn?
Gavin as the interrogations progress.
What is fawn?
So I went over to his house one time. This was where I knew that he didn't like me or whatever, and like.
Bro, he's got a good fit.
He's like, "What the hell are you doing here?" And then I'm like, "I was here to say hi to Ellie."
And what is that button for? The red one?
Like, no. So he grabbed a gun and was like, "Get the fuck out of here! I'm giving you 20 seconds."
Did Ellie witness that?
No. I don't know what caused him to not like me anymore.
Okay.
So he was really chillaxed. I mean, he was, of course, being like the protective dad. He said, "I'll knock out your teeth if you ever hurt my daughter." And I was like, "Yeah, I understand."
Does he drink a lot?
So, yes, he is an alcoholic.
If Aaron suffered from alcoholism, Ellen could have been in a considerably unstable environment. Children of individuals who struggle with alcoholism are more likely to develop mental illness. Moreover, and in reference to Ellen's claims, greater consumption of alcohol relates to greater rates of inappropriate, unwanted advances.
So you get
But come on, it doesn't, bro. Alcohol doesn't turn you into a fucking ancestral pedo.
What time of the morning do you think it is now that you guys arrive?
It was 2:30 in the morning.
2:30 in the morning?
Mm-hmm.
Is when you guys get there? Okay.
Gavin must be in his hero mindset, believing that the investigators view his crime as morally justifiable. Once Gavin is primed to be more receptive, open, and honest, the primary investigator dives into information gathering. Note that the second investigator is present to ensure proper execution of step 9 of the red interrogation technique, converting an oral confession into a written confession. A third party witnesses and writes down suspects' confessions.
Where is she at when you first see her?
She's poking her head out the window, being like, "Hey, come on in."
Out of her bedroom window? Mm-hmm. Okay. And what do you and RJ do at that point?
At that point, RJ was like, "Okay," and then
Rick James.
Gas bubble or something.
Okay.
I go in the window. RJ waits outside.
He waits outside,
Yeah.
and then do the bags start getting passed out the window?
Yeah.
How many bags do you think she has ready to go at that point when you get there?
Gavin appears calm and collected, unaffected by his present circumstances. However, as the investigator probes more deeply into the specifics of that night, Gavin crosses his arms tightly over his chest. This is a self-pacifying behavior, a self-hug meant to reduce stress and regulate emotions.
Oh, come on.
When we got there, she had 4 bags. She had a guitar.
The pellet rifle.
The pellet rifle, yeah. And then she had like a makeup kit and then another thing in it.
So now it's you and Ellie in the bedroom, and you mentioned that Dad heard you. Did Dad hear you guys in there? Or did...
Well, he got up and then Ellie was like, "Oh, I'll just go out and act like I'm going to the bathroom or whatever." Because, I mean, I didn't want this guy to come in and start beating the crap out of me.
He's gonna say it was self-defense
go
or
between
what?
Ellie and her dad at that point when she's saying, "I got up and went to go pee."
And he's like, "All right, well, stop scaring me with all the people trying to break in later."
Oh, there you go.
And I was like, "Wait, what?" Because that was the first night we had gone. I mean, we went over there last night, but, I mean, we didn't go for it because her dad's girlfriend was there.
Okay.
Saturday night.
So you'd went over there Saturday night to try to get her out of there.
Jesus Christ, bro.
I know I'm in serious trouble, aren't I?
Well, we didn't
Real,
figure
tell me
that
the
out.
follower.
And, you know, there's a lot of things in play here, but... So, now you've been there
Am I
about
looking
20
cute
minutes
or is he
before
looking
Ellie
cute? What's up, Real? How's it going, baby?
interacts with her dad.
His tone is even, and his responses are level, but when Gavin removes his jacket, we can reasonably assume that he is more stressed than he's letting on. Actions like tugging at a shirt collar or removing clothing, as Gavin does here, may be referred to as ventilating behaviors. When circumstances are heating up, humans may lean on these behaviors to cool down.
Just chilling.
And I know this is going to be a little bit difficult
Yeah, I'm
to
chilling
talk
too.
about, Gavin,
I'm
but
chilling
you
watching
guys
some
know
serial killer shit.
what
Well,
happened.
no, he's not a serial killer. Just a normal, run-of-the-mill American killer.
They waited in the car, and then
Ellie went to
Well,
the
boys,
car.
I'm gonna get some water.
Did she go out the window or the front door?
she went out the window.
Okay.
Into
As
the
Gavin
fucking
answers, he rubs
streets
his
where she
nose.
belongs.
While nose touching under high-stress circumstances does not necessarily indicate deception, it does indicate heightened stress. It appears that Gavin's feelings of discomfort are building.
And when you said they waited in the car, are you talking about RJ and her? I can tell you that the car is seen on video on a surveillance camera at a neighbor's house, leaving at about 5:50 in the morning. If you're getting into the bedroom at about 2:30, you're talking about 3 hours until you guys leave. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Okay. That entire 3-hour time, what's going on inside the bedroom? I mean, what's the purpose of waiting so long?
We were trying to wait for him to fall asleep again so that we could get out.
Okay.
And then he starts to wake up, and I just acted on instinct, and I don't know what I was doing.
We know that Gavin was aware of what he was doing, but it appears that he displays little to no signs of discomfort or deception in this moment.
He lying.
Until he stopped, and then I heard like gurgling, and I was like, what's going on? I'm really sorry.
Next, Gavin does something unexpected.
I know you are, and I know this is difficult. And that's what we're...
Look at the crocodile tears, boys. Look at the crocodile tears, bro. Remember, they found a fucking journal.
Gavin, were you upset because of...
Right, they found a journal of them planning to kill him.
He had told you?
I didn't want to kill him.
I didn't
want to kill him.
Right, but why not at 4:30 when you know she has the keys, why not just everybody go out the window and leave?
Ellie hates her parents. She doesn't want to go back there again. She wanted him dead, but I didn't want to kill him. And I was like, I'm not going to kill him. She was all like...
Oh, now he's blaming her.
I'm around it. I don't want him around my sisters anymore. So sorry. I'm going to prison for murder, aren't I?
Well, that's what we need to figure out here. We need to figure out what your intent was, and it's important to know.
I was trying to protect Ellie.
Okay.
My possible child.
So do you think that Ellie could have influenced Gavin?
Absolutely. I would never see my nephew acting in that behavior of brutally killing somebody. From my point of view and everybody else, my family, we all agree that Ellie was 100% at fault.
It was not long before Gavin admitted to his role in executing Aaron's murder. As opposed to Ellen, he put up little to no resistance, immediately acknowledging that the events that morning had transgressed and that he had solely swung the bat that killed Aaron. Russell would prove even less resistant, uninhibitedly spilling nearly all details involved in the crime. Just as Gavin stated he was doing, Russell...
Like I said, bro, they're all kind of slow, they're all kind of stupid. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, two people manipulated another or they all manipulated each other. It was just this was a storm of shit, bro. The girl's weird, and this guy's super weird. The other guy's a pedo, you know?
Ellen. What we are
Bruno
about to
the Mill
observe is
pedo.
among the most bizarre behavior we have seen in an interrogation up to this point.
Is that a camera right there? I'd
Yep,
rather
camera.
not have a camera aimed at me.
I don't, we can talk to Detective Ford, but I think they're required to, so it's nothing.
Like,
I've had a body cam all day, I mean.
Well, yeah, but see, I don't...
My friend, we're recorded wherever we go. You know that.
Even the police bathroom?
Seems like it. Probably, yeah. You have a seat, man. That way I can sit down.
Well, you can sit down.
Yeah, well, I'm not allowed to sit unless you're sitting, so that way I can sit. Well.
Russell tries to show dominance and control by stating he doesn't want to be recorded, and then after the officer tells him he can sit down, he replies, "You can sit down." This immediately shows he's trying to display his lack of fear of authority. Of the three who participated in the crime earlier that morning, Russell appears to be the least impacted, while Gavin's behavior evolved from casually polite to distraught, and Ellen's from flat to angry. Ellen's behavior evolved.
Bro, look at the difference in posture. Look at this. There's like a normal guy.
Casually polite to
destroyed human. Holy shit.
And Ellen's from flat to angry. Russell's is steadily lighthearted and upbeat. His conduct is eccentric, driven by a variety of psychological factors that will break down as his interrogation progresses.
My mom kind of took him under her wing, trying to help him. He mentioned
Sister, that's a sister,
that he's autistic, and so he has trouble finding work. And it wasn't too long before that my youngest son was diagnosed with autism. So that was our kind of like our instant connection. He did a lot of family things with us. He spent Easter with us. He's gone to dinners with us. So we're pretty close. I mean, he calls me his sister. He calls my mom.
Really?
Oh.
Sounds good, huh? It's kind of a nice place. Yeah, it's probably soundproof so that people,
Well, people can get loud in holding cells. Because sometimes we bring, like, drunks here from driving.
Drunks are the worst.
Yeah. Not a big fan of them.
Not a big fan of them. Like, I protect people, like I said.
Russell persistently claims that he owns a protection business. He unshakingly asserts this, and the police don't at any point question it. When individuals are convinced of something untrue, despite all evidence indicating otherwise,
protection, bro. Protection business.
They're said to hold a delusion. Oftentimes, delusions are bizarre, meaning they're highly improbable or not set in reality.
And I got a streaming business, and we're about to blow up.
That the neighbor reads minds. Other times, delusions are non-bizarre, involving beliefs that are within the realm of possibility, e.g. consistently believing one is being followed. Russell's protection business could be a delusion. While outside of the norm, it could nonetheless be true, qualifying as non-bizarre. We would require additional information, such as input from friends and those Russell claims to protect, to determine this.
But, I try not to resort to violence.
Good.
I always try and talk to the person.
Yeah.
Her father is a drunk, compared to what she's told me. And I've only talked to him over the phone probably once or twice. He seemed really not that good of a father.
Really?
Yeah. He,
Her father?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is her father's name, you know?
All I know him as
If I know.
is, Aaron. That's all I know. Of course, then again, I know, like, Aaron Martinez, Aaron, her father, but I don't know his last name. And I know Aaron Novi. So.
Okay.
Russell starts rambling, and the investigator allows him to do this. This is a strategy to keep the accused talking so they feel comfortable. And the more comfortable a person feels, the more likely they are to say something incriminating.
They'll speak.
This is also a way for the officer to build trust.
The model shit talk.
I met him when I was living in Medford, working at a place called the Purple Parrot. He was trying to find a job so he could find a place to live because he was homeless. He was very sweet, very clean cut, you know, very nice. He's just a savior. That's all he wanted to do was help.
Whoa. Ever since then, I have lived with her death on my conscience, and so I started researching info, chats, more so nobody else. I help has to die. People say get a job, I have one. People say go to school, I am.
Very nice. He's just a savior. That's all he wanted to do was help people.
He's just a savior.
You know, all his life.
Oh God, bro, it's these fucking people, bro. Bro, when a savior and somebody who's always the victim, they make contact, bro, it's over, man. It's over.
He down. He went from foster home to foster home to foster home. So I would let him come in.
I intend to hire individuals that are changed criminals that want a better life.
And I go, where you?
Damn, bro. Bro, America needs more jobs. To solve this issue, I intend to hand out individuals that are changed criminals. That want a better life to individuals that are laid off / fired. Why would you like to hire criminals? Why change criminals? I'll tell you why. They better change for the better. Wow.
Going, and he says, well, I'm just going to walk around until McDonald's opens. And I'm like, no, you're going to come home with me so you'll be warm. You know, I felt like, you know, enough was enough. You know, this poor kid needs some help, and no one's going to help him.
I think it was like a good 2 years that he was in our lives. Mostly in my mom's life. Like, he really did become like a son to her. Anytime he was looking for help or willing to take help, she would help him.
Was he a good
Russell
guy?
stated previously that he's diagnosed with autism. As a neurodiverse individual, Russell likely struggles with certain aspects of communication. Although he largely displays well-developed social skills, he exhibits circumstantial speech here. The various individuals named Aaron are not directly related to the conversation at hand. We'll continue to observe examples that support this diagnosis, as well as others, throughout the interrogation.
Was he a good guy?
I don't think I've ever met her father before. I don't think I've met her before.
You don't want to.
I've never met you, and I don't think I've met
He had
other guy
a
either.
hunting rifle. Yeah.
It's a nice one, or?
I've never seen it.
Oh, okay.
I've never met
How'd
her.
you know he had one?
She told me.
Oh, okay.
Because she
like
likes
that,
to
so.
drink a lot.
Oh, okay.
So, and the other night, the reason why I was helping her was because he went into her room
And masturbated.
and laid next to her.
Naked.
I don't know where this is going. Really? She tell you that?
Yeah, and that's why I got her out.
Okay.
So, yeah, we went down to the park.
Bro.
We met up there. I told her just like leave everything.
Yeah.
And just like get the hell out of there. Grab like a
What
bag
park?
of clothes. Union, I think.
He says Union is a question, with his voice trailing upward. These are both indications that he may be lying. He hasn't said prior to this, so it's not a normal pattern of his speech, and answering a question with the inflection of a question shows uncertainty in your answer, either because you're lying or aren't confident in the response.
Yeah, because you're not
being correct.
confident. I mean, and also means I'm thinking. Come on, bro.
Always been kind of a protector of people, so. Okay.
Look, that
This
tracks
isn't the first
with
time
what
Russell has
everybody
claimed to
said
be
that
a
about him.
protector of people.
He looks out for people, and I think that he takes it a little too far. One of my family members drank a lot, and he wanted to go over and beat him up because
Bro,
he
it
was
tracks with the
emotionally
kid.
abusive to me. I really
Oh,
disagree
bro, I
with what he
think
did.
these kids got
I think
manipulated.
that he had the right intentions. He would always give you a jacket off his back. I mean, he did it in the worst way, but he just cares.
And he also had this
Oof.
grand idea of creating a community for homeless people or just young people that need help, that don't have
Oof.
help. So it's like he was always trying to go out and resource that, like trying to build that up. He's still
Damn,
still
dude.
talks about that. People look to him like a protector, and he really
Bro,
liked
these interviews. I like that this guy does the interviews now. Because it does give a different perspective. The guy does seem a bit of a fucking schizo, a bit of a bipolar guy or whatever the fuck. But if everybody's saying no, he was a protector, he was a protector, he was a protector, it's possible that the guy was a fucking protector, but he just didn't know that some things are too far. And he got manipulated. Damn, dude. This might actually help drive the sentence that they get down, you know?
made him feel
Other people's statements saying like, no, he wasn't a bad guy, he was just...
problem. He didn't really have a sense of purpose. He was just kind of left in the wind.
Unless people piss me off, then they become the, not really target in a bad way.
Yeah.
Just like target as in like someone that needs a firm talking to.
Okay.
Or a slap across the face, depending on this.
He didn't kill the guy, right?
Have you been paid yet, or?
Not financially.
No.
Because I can't legally work with the SSI.
Yeah.
Because I can only work under the table jobs, and those don't.
How much SSI do you get?
$735 plus a $22 check.
That's a month?
Yeah.
Russell begins giving the officer details of his family and personal life, which is a good indication he's developed trust with him. The investigators enter the room, and the officer asks one of them to step out.
Can I talk to you for just a quick minute? Hey, take care, buddy.
You do.
Likely to brief him on what they discuss that is relevant to the case, to see if he is consistent, and possibly to also let him know a little about his personality. So the investigator knows the best approach and techniques to deploy in getting what he needs from the interrogation.
Before we get too wrapped up in this thing, I just got here to work.
Yeah.
So I kind of want to explain why we're here today for you and just have
I don't even know why I'm here.
Okay. I'm going to have you just sit and listen to what the story is. And
Okay. Yeah, I have nothing to hide, so.
Okay, good. You were very cooperative with us on that last deal.
Except for when the car like drove up onto the sidewalk, I was like a little bit startled.
Yeah, surprised, right?
Not too surprised in my line of work.
And then they told me to get on the ground, and I was trying to go on the ground.
Okay.
And they actually like helped me onto the ground.
Helped me.
Like they told me to get on the ground, so I'm trying to get on the ground. You don't have to push my ass. Seriously. Seriously? I can do it on my own, dumb it.
Take a moment to place yourself in Russell's shoes. This is more than likely not something someone would say to a member of law enforcement in this situation. It's not tactical, let alone remotely helpful. He does this countless times, and it becomes increasingly clear that there are some other disturbing factors at play surrounding his involvement in the crime.
But you seem like a nice guy. The guy that I was talking to seemed like a nice guy. So.
No Sprite?
Perfect.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. Now all I need is a cigarette, and I'll be happy. But I doubt we can, though.
You want to get a smoke?
Sure.
Do you have any smoke? I got some in my desk.
Are we allowed to smoke in here?
Yeah, we can go outside and smoke.
Oh, outside.
You want to go outside and have a cigarette real quick?
Sure.
All right, let's go.
Bro.
Because I smoke.
He's a minor. Isn't that
When
legal?
I have a cigarette.
Oh, he might not be a minor.
Right now I'm like stressed out, and I don't know what's going on.
The investigators give Russell a drink and allow him to go out and have a cigarette. Both things are done to further put him at ease and to gain favor with him. Sometimes it's used as a carrot to get someone to confess, and they will tell the person that they can smoke after they tell them what happened, etc. People being interrogated are sometimes not yet under arrest, so they can leave if they want to, and they certainly cannot be forced to speak. The police try to make them feel less inclined to want to leave by giving them food and drinks and cigarette breaks, and so as not to violate any due process.
Dude, you know what the Sigma male thing would be to do? You get put under investigation, they're investigating you, they say, hey, you want a burger? Yeah, I'll take a McDonald's, I'll take a Five Guys, yeah, I'll take a Burger King, yeah, I'll take this, I'll take that. A Sprite? I'll take a Fanta. Give me a Fanta. They give you all of that shit, right? You eat it, you drink it, and you say, well, guys, am I under arrest? No. Thank you for the meal. Take cab. And you just leave, bro. You just love an extra fucking meal. Easy. You know what I mean? Bro, that's a fucking Giga Chad move right there. Right? You're eating. They're asking questions, you go. And you say, guys, thank you so much for the meal. Am I under arrest? Nope. Take care. And you just walk the fuck out. What's up, Chocolate with Biscuit? We're watching this case. So, basically, the rundown is, all three people are kind of weird. This guy seems to have bipolar, whatever the fuck. He seems to see himself as a protector. Other people see him as a protector. Other interviewees, right? They say he's actually not a bad guy. They say he's a good kid. The other guy's the guy who's dating the girl. The guy's 18, the girl's 15. Yeah, he's got like a hero complex. The girl seems really fucking weird. She seems to be a meth addict. She seems to do drugs. Like, I don't know. Like, for me, she has the face of a meth addict, alright? A young meth addict. But she's, yeah, she does drugs. But apparently, maybe, I don't know, we'll have to see. She might have manipulated both guys into helping her out. And this guy's like autistic and shit. But everybody says he's a good guy. Everybody says he's like a nice guy. And apparently he was cooperative. And so was the other guy. The other guy was cooperative too. And the girl was not cooperative at all. The girl was not cooperative at all. So we have to see if the Snow Bunny demon was the one who planted the idea of killing the dad and if she manipulated them. Because it's possible. It's possible.
Russell proceeds to tell investigators.
It's also possible they're just, you know, killers. We'll have to see.
You can sit in that chair over there. Okay. And we'll bring your food in.
Yeah. Sicko white girl, yes. Ooh.
Right in with it. That's soft.
As has been the case with Russell so far, We have few words to explain what exactly it is that happens next.
I would eat that and just leave. Not under arrest, so you can leave.
Over the next few minutes, Russell continues to narrate his experience eating McDonald's French fries, but he also behaves in ways which we really don't know how to describe.
You know, go agree with these. These are furry.
He's gonna be acting.
No.
Bro. I do the same shit. I do the same shit to not be bored, bro. I go into a room and I'm like, oh yeah. Oh my god, bro. No, I am him. I am the killer.
Part of the read interrogation technique discussed earlier involves
I am the
isolation,
fucking killer.
or letting suspects sit on their own without much stimulation or social interaction. The goal is to increase suspects' feelings.
Right here, he's coming over the tier.
It seems that Russell
Bro,
responds
I'm not gonna lie, he would
differently to
be a
attempts at
great
isolation than most
streamer. This guy
others.
would be a great streamer.
Between his dramatic displays of odd behavior, he begins to leak disturbing information critical to the case. We begin to receive small doses of the terrifying truth.
I don't know. It wasn't really self-defense so much as it was defending her. It was, you're listening in on my conversations, aren't you? Camera off.
Bro, honestly, I'd do the same if I was in a fucking room like
I
that.
don't care if you're fed or not. I can still
Manipulate you.
little mind.
Yeah, I'd do the same, not gonna lie.
Don't piss me off.
Nothing appears to register for Russell in terms of the
Look.
gravity of his situation.
Bro, it makes sense. He's autistic. Okay? It makes sense he's autistic. Bro.
He's unashamedly confrontational with law enforcement when they're out of sight. He holds delusions of grandeur, specifically related to power. These types of delusions often form when individuals have been in abusive situations in which they were powerless.
And I think that's really why
He's a MiniDonbeE sub, of
helped
course he
for
is.
What he thought was helping these people that he got wrapped up in.
I mean, literally, for his 21st birthday, he had never had a party. I made him a cake.
Bro, that's
had a party
me.
At my daughter's house.
Nah, it's a lie. I always
Around
have
with the
parties.
kids, so even though he's 21, he was playing with 10-year-old.
Yeah, he's autistic.
And having a great time. I let him be a little kid because he told me he never got to be a little kid.
Aww.
For kids that are high functioning, they're, very giving, loving. They just want acceptance.
Bro.
Two cops were nice. Very nice guys.
I'm liking him.
Very understanding. Actually bought me food last time. And this time.
Last time.
I should talk to him more often. No.
See, that's what I
Because
thought,
Russell
bro.
continues to talk.
See, that's what I thought, bro. I was like, oh shit, look, free food. I should get taken to the fucking station.
And is making useful and incriminating statements, the investigator will likely
Yeah,
let him
they won't
sit in the room
even
alone,
get in
talking
there.
for as long as he continues to do so.
No, I ain't no rat.
He ain't no rat,
Russell
bro.
had numerous encounters with law enforcement leading up to
He
this
ain't no
moment.
rat.
There are several charges on his record preceding this crime, including sodomy and abuse in the
What?
third degree.
Sodomy?
I can be an undercover agent.
Charged for sodomy? How? How do you get charged for sodomy, bro? Took something on something as well?
I understand, sir.
But if it
There's
wasn't
evidently
rape,
no one in the room with Russell, so he's either vocalizing an imagined dialogue.
how
or
can you
hearing
just be
someone
charged for
who's not
sodomy?
there. If the latter is true, this could be an auditory hallucination, meaning that Russell is hearing something non-existent.
No, he
This,
doesn't give
coupled
a
with his delusions, would strongly indicate that he is in a state of psychosis. Individuals commonly reference the word psychotic when they
bitch.
see others acting in an aggressive, unusual, unstable, or other abnormal manner.
Huh?
But the technical definition involves issues with
Am I telling
reality
this with
testing,
schizo too?
distinguishing between what is objectively real and what is objectively not real.
Bro, I feel like I'm
Behavioral
him.
manifestations may include
No,
delusions
I know
or
what sodomy
hallucinations,
is, bro, but
and we know that at a minimum,
how can you just be
Russell
charged with
experiences
sodomy?
delusions.
Just sodomy.
We'll later see that Russell previously commented that he suffers from bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder creates abnormal swings from neutral mood states to periods of abnormally high energy and/or irritability or mania, to periods of abnormally low
Wouldn't he be
energy
charged with
and/or
bestiality
sadness or
too?
depression.
If it was a dog?
This mental illness, affecting nearly 2.6% of the United
Depends.
States
Who
population,
knows?
is the country's 6th leading cause of disability, and it tracks that Russell is on that list. Up to this point, we've witnessed particularly strange behavior, but none so strange as what follows.
Let's see, what did he do?
You do know I know you're listening, right?
No.
So listen here.
Hmm.
Ellie Fryer is my client.
Client.
Protect E. I would like to see her. Asking. Being
He's
polite.
asking.
I know you're looking directly at me, aren't you?
I am.
The information I gave is not worth $6. It's worth a lot more.
Russell behaves as though he's a supervillain. He's so removed from the reality of the situation that it may prove difficult to imagine the events that occurred earlier that day.
Bro.
When he accidentally turns off the recording device, he seems surprised that he can do so and begins playing with it. The gravity of the situation he's in is clouded, but we don't yet know by what. He's visibly happy with this new sense of control he feels by being able to turn the recording device on and off.
Red means you can't hear me. Green, you can. Gavin and Ellie are to be released to me because the assault her father did the morning of the incident, defending a female. Now here's the thing. I know the cops' twisted little pathetic rule game. And actually, sometimes I like to think...
Yeah, I'm sorry, they fucking jump. I'm making chicken tenders and we speak, watching my show as I'm on W. Jomio. Shout out to my fucking mod, bro. Jomio lit. Yo, Joe W, bro. Jesus Christ, look at this fucking... Look at this man. Multitasking.
I'm not exactly bragging, but...
He's not bragging.
I use reverse psychology, which makes me be able to...
All of the Illuminati.
Russell steeples his hands, which is a gesture to indicate superiority over those you're speaking to.
Make you think it's not Gavin, but in fact...
It is.
Your own kid, by reverse psychology.
What?
Making you look like the lunatic. We can play it the easy way or the hard way.
What?
I'm talking nice. You got two choices. One, put a bullet through my head. Or two, for all the evidence that I gave you guys, right there on a silver platter, right there, down to the last detail.
Give me money.
Not one thing missing. A whole list, step by step. Even a third grader could read how easy that was. For one, Ellie is still technically a minor.
Russell is...
And his friend is still technically a pedophile.
Speaking to the officers in a condescending tone and looking at a non-existent watch. He's under the delusion that because he has confessed every detail of the crime step by step, they owe him something now.
Hey.
You want to play hardball? I played baseball when I was younger. Huh?
Chat, you know what I'm looking at? It's been what, bro? 2 hours and still not a single sub? Hey, the schizo moment, bro. Alright, let's see. You know what I used to play when I was a kid, guys? I used to play football. Alright? And I'm gonna put my foot up your ass so hard if you don't sub right now.
I wouldn't go there.
I don't want to play hardball.
And I know everything that I'm saying is being recorded, and I'm doing it on purpose.
I know everything that I can't speak, bro. I can't even be him. He's way better than me.
And rant, and then you guys will come
He's
in
way
thinking
better than
I'm
me.
a loony because you don't hear me. Here's the thing. I'm not the one with the donut fetish. Give a cop a donut, and he'll want a coffee to go with it.
He's not the one with a donut fetish? Bro, he has a sodomy charge. He literally has a donut fetish. What is he talking about? Oh my god. Fucking roasted, bro. I roasted his ass.
And he'll want a glass of milk. Give a moose a muffin, and he'll want something else. But here's my favorite one. What is it when a cop car is towed by a tow truck? Pulled pork.
What the
When the officers don't respond to his threats, Russell begins making
Pulled
police
pork,
jokes
bro.
and using police stereotypes. He continues on his narcissistic rant and delusions of having control and dominance in the situation.
That's not a narcissistic rant, bro, and it's not delusionality. That's a streamer without the stream, bro. That's what it is right there. It's not a narcissistic mind, it's a streamer's mind, bro. The only thing is he has no audience.
We can either
Legitimately.
tell big jokes all day, or we can have a little chat.
Yeah, chat, we can have a little chat.
Good at convincing people.
See, that's me when I say, I am a master manipulator. And that's me.
Again, Russell speaks to someone who is not there. This is either a hallucination or
Bro,
vocalized
what the
internal
fuck?
dialogue.
What the fuck?
Ellie is to be handed over.
Yeah,
to me.
release Ellie.
As soon as you guys can get her here. Two. Gavin is released so that when
But he's a
Ellie's
pedo.
kid is born, it can have a father.
But he's
Ellen
a
had faked a
pedo.
pregnancy, and there was talk that she used this as a tool to motivate Gavin and Russell to kill Aaron.
When she first got locked up, she was trying to tell everybody she was pregnant. She was not pregnant.
She told you she was pregnant?
I've known for about 2 weeks now.
2 weeks? She told you? Okay. Did you tell Ellie you don't want to
Yeah,
kill
he's
him?
19. The girl's 15.
I told her that like I didn't want to kill him.
So when these kind of things happen, Gavin, there's usually something that clicks and you make a decision on what you're going to do.
Yeah,
The
fucking
investigator starts
disgusting.
establishing premeditation, which is required for a first-degree murder charge.
How long
Did you plan it?
before you get to
Yeah.
that does that conversation come up?
She's been talking about it for a long time. I tried to be civil with Aaron and stuff. I was like, should I offer to go and have a cup of coffee and discuss why he has beef with me?
So going
'Cause you're a
back to
pedo, bro.
You guys getting there around 2:30 in the morning. Is it possible you got there earlier than 2:30?
I mean, we were at Union at like about 1:30.
And did you guys have to wait around for a little while?
We did. Ellie was like, just wait till he falls asleep and come in.
And where did you grab the bat from? Where did you grab the bat from before you walked into the front room?
No, I wanted to keep the bat for myself.
Okay.
Ironically, the bat that Gavin wanted to keep for himself,
He threw
the
it.
bat that Gavin used to beat Aaron to death,
He
was the
threw it
bat
onto
that
a
Aaron
tree.
had on hand for protection. At best, Gavin used the murder weapon that was most convenient. At worst, Gavin took pleasure in this irony, claiming an ultimate power by using Aaron's sense of safety and security as a weapon against him, and walking out the door with it. Perhaps Gavin desired the bat for himself as a trophy.
So now you're walking.
Killed by your own self-defense
weapon.
weapon.
For you is to walk out the front door.
That's what I wasn't, I mean, Ellie wanted me to kill him, but I didn't want to. I was planning on just walking straight
Oh,
out.
you didn't want to, but you did, bro, and you're 19.
You did?
But then he woke up.
Did you tell Ellie how you were going to kill him?
No.
Did she ever mention, hey, use the bat?
Well, she said that if I wanted to, I could, and I was like, it's not that hard to punch someone in the throat.
Oh my
Here, Gavin displayed.
God, he's a retard. Ah, he's a retard, bro. Nah, this kid's innocent. This kid's innocent, bro. He's just retarded. No, he's not innocent, obviously, but he's just a fucking imbecile, dude. He's one of those people who's like, yeah, I'll punch you in the throat. Dude, imagine trying to punch somebody in the fucking throat, dude. You know how hard it is to actually just hit, like, this much? Alright, but have you hit somebody in the throat? Like, it's not as weak as people think. Like, it's not as weak as people think, you know? It moves. Like, there's quite a lot of density in the muscles here. Like, you won't die from it immediately, bro. It's not like a fucking bat.
Sense of pride over holding violence-related knowledge. This is a strong indicator of aggressive tendencies. Family and numerous friends and acquaintances confirmed that Gavin held a violent streak. Another of Gavin's close old friends shared the
following. You might collapse the fucking throat or something. Like, you might break something, but
different things like that with a bunch
killing.
Of and
use the bat.
Punching somebody, or like I think he broke his nose at one point. And then a couple other times, yeah, sort of unprovoked, kind of fight somebody at our youth group. It was more of just a 1 or 2 thing, and then he would walk away. It's not like he was trying to kill somebody at that time, obviously.
An additional past friend described that Gavin displayed unusually aggressive behavior a week preceding the murder.
Yeah. So last time I'd seen him, we were just hanging out, like smoked a little bit, and like wrestling me. Like he's like, I know.
Hold on, bro. So yeah, bro. He's trying to wrestle me, bro. Jesus Christ, this guy's.
We should fight.
Yeah, he's.
Wanted to fight.
He's
So
going.
He was like trying to get prepared for, like this obviously is like afterthoughts. Like, oh, that's weird, Like he wasn't very good at it. I don't think he was really a black belt, and it was just like, what?
Caden, who had attended South Medford High School with Gavin, explained that everyone in the school knew that he was scary and seemed dangerous when he shared his friend's experience.
He threatened one of my best friends, where he had actually sent a picture of a revolver to him, making the threat that he was going to, harm him. And then when they took it to the school didn't do anything about it.
We've watched Gavin cry and state repeatedly that he did not want to kill Aaron. We've also heard friends and family share stories depicting that he was quick to rage, often searching for an outlet for his aggression, whether it existed in tackle football, playful wrestling, or defending his friends. It leads us to a question of whether Aaron was another one of Gavin's outlets.
So she hands you the bat in the bedroom and tells you to go take Dad out. Okay, what were her exact words?
She said go out in the front room.
Wait, sending a picture of a revolver to somebody is very normal in America? And then them not doing anything? Bro, America's gone down the shitter.
Sleeping on the couch with him.
Degenerate society. Degenerate society.
Because I was like, when we were in the house, like I heard, like one of the reasons.
He's used the word like periodically throughout the interrogation, but here, Gavin uses it almost back to back.
Bro, that statement is fucked up in so many ways. One, why the fuck are you sending a revolver to a kid, right? As a threat. And 2, why did nobody do anything about it? The school just went, oh, well, yeah, I mean, guys, this is not a real threat. We see this 100 times in this school, bro. It's not a real threat.
This is a notable deviation from baseline and a strong indicator of general stress. Most likely nervousness in the context of the topic.
Before leaving, because we heard him say, Sadie, move. And I was like, oh.
Bro, when that guy go shut up in America, he said school should buy about a dozen.
Gavin, that you hit him while he was asleep.
Oh my god, nobody said that, bro. Stop.
Is it possible, though?
They didn't say that.
You might still been asleep.
This eliminates any possible self-defense theory his lawyers might have wanted to use at trial.
Yo, I just got better doors. Oh my fucking god.
He woke up.
Jesus Christ. Mass shooting.
Who were you?
Oh.
Is that after you hit him once or before?
That was before.
Earlier in the interrogation, Gavin had clearly described that Aaron woke up and, in turn, Gavin acted on instinct. He is beginning to contradict himself, but it's not long before we hear the full truth.
Is it possible that he might not have said that and you just hit him while he was asleep on the couch?
I don't remember.
Are you 100% sure he said, "Who's that"? Or could you just be telling me that, thinking that,
I mean, that's just kind of
this,
retarded,
making
bro.
it look a little better? Because
I just hit him while he was asleep. And then
okay, so if you're going to tell the truth, let's tell the truth all the way, okay?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Was he awake when you hit him?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I wasn't wanting to kill him.
Yeah, that's just retarded, bro. Getting better doors, locks. Okay. So this is how you defeat the purpose, bro. You get better doors and locks, right? Okay. So now the kid is inside of a classroom. Now what do? You can't escape because you bought a better door and some locks. Now the kid's in the classroom. Now what? Didn't think about that one, did you? Jesus Christ.
Because I didn't want to have to deal with him.
How about
Internationally acclaimed Italian tenor Andrea
how about the what? How about, bro? How about the killer just goes through the outside, shooting in from the windows? What, are they gonna buy plexiglass too? Are they gonna buy plexiglass too? Like, cause honestly, that's what you have to do. Cause you lock the doors, the fucking killer's coming through a window, bro. You think that's gonna stop them? Wait, whoa, yo. Yeah, like.
I didn't want to have to deal with him. It was after like the. But
It's so
the
dumb.
dog started barking, and I knew where I was. I just snapped because I didn't want to have to deal with him. It was after like the second swing. He was like, "What the?" And then.
Was he
That's what the girls heard.
No.
That's what the little girls heard.
Don't
What
try
the
to
fuck?
minimize things. How many times do you think you hit him?
I think I hit him about 6 times.
6 times?
Yeah, 5 or 6 times.
And were all those hits? Where did you swing
Bang.
and hit him at?
Like his chest and his head.
Okay. Ultimately, did he stop talking, stop moving?
Mhm.
Okay.
Oof.
When did you turn the light on?
Like I stood there for a little bit. I don't know. It seemed like hours.
Oof.
I was just like, what did I just do?
Okay.
Like one time, we were at my mom's house. I told him to come inside. He wouldn't listen to me. So he went outside and, because my mom's in a wheelchair, pushed my mom down the driveway and my mom fell back and cracked her head open.
Oh my gosh.
I know this might be tough, Gavin, but it's important to know.
Oh, never mind, bro. Nah, never mind. I was thinking this guy got manipulated by the girl, dude. Nah, this is an evil motherfucker, bro. He an evil motherfucker. Or maybe the woman in the wheelchair said something nasty to him. She might have called him a pedo, you know? She might have said, "Hey, do you have a girlfriend?" "Yeah, my girlfriend's 15. "Oh my god, you're a fucking pedo." And he goes,
Right there. Stand up for me. And tell me that first time you swung the bat. Tell me exactly how you swung the bat the first time.
I swung it like this.
The investigator gets Gavin to reenact the actual murder, which helps
Bro.
both verify the confession
He's
and
swinging
to
like
show his
this.
actions match the evidence. This makes a false confession claim harder to get around.
His couch is like right here.
Okay.
His head's right here. I'm standing right here, a little bit at an angle.
There you go.
I went over the shoulder the first time, and then I started going up above my head.
And the first time you swung it, it was over the shoulder? And all the rest of the times you hit him, did you come up over the top?
Yeah.
You work at Del Taco, right?
Mhm.
Did you take some gloves from work?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was wearing gloves. Yeah.
Are they light blue gloves, latex
Yeah.
gloves? And where did you put those on before you went out in the front room?
Yeah, he did.
I had those on the entire time because I didn't want to. I mean, I was really just planning on going in and out and trying to leave no.
That adds to the premeditation possibility.
These are the clothes that you were wearing.
Because so that question is relevant because he said it was he snapped, right? That's what he said, that he snapped all of a sudden and beat the guy up. But that's like a second-degree murder, I think. The first degree is premeditation. He took some gloves from work because he knew he was gonna kill the guy. You know what I mean? That's very different to what he said, and that's a way bigger charge in jail.
I washed them. Okay.
That's why that's important.
Yeah.
Is that over an almond?
And he said he wore them, right?
And I have a note here, but who's Bobby?
Bobby Jackson's my best friend, and I'm his best friend. Been that way since like 6th grade, and Gavin kind of ended up joining us in that.
Kyle shared that he, Bobby, and Gavin were close, but no one else who he interviewed mentioned that this trio existed. Gavin embodied multiple personas. He didn't belong to any one group, and those he regularly spent time with seemed unaware of others he regularly spent time with. Interestingly, Kyle and Bobby in one location and Jacob in another claimed that Gavin was living with them at the time of the murder.
We were close. He was actually living with me and another guy and his mother when this all happened.
Gavin's friend Christopher Snow had also reported that Gavin was his roommate at the time. Christopher spoke to the press the day after the murder, explaining he was shocked, disbelieving that Gavin and Ellen were at odds with her father.
Wait, he
The
lived
person
at
who
3
disagreed
different
most
houses.
with their relationship, according to Christopher, was Ellen's mother.
Does anybody know that you did this besides you and Ellie and RJ? Did you tell anybody else?
No.
Gavin may not have told anyone that he followed through with Aaron's murder, but he certainly talked about wanting to kill him. No one we or the police spoke with commented that they'd suspected he would go through with it, but many commented that he'd spoken of it. In fact, one individual commented that Gavin
snitched on
regularly
himself.
told others that he could get away with killing someone.
Oh, what a retard, bro.
Say something along the lines of, I'd be able to get away with killing.
That's what they always say, bro.
I watch all these documentaries. Like, it was just something normal to say. Everything in his life seemed like it was a game to him.
Interestingly, Gavin displays nonverbal behaviors which indicate feelings of insecurity and discomfort. For example, he hunches his shoulders and crosses his arms tightly over his chest, making himself smaller and more contained, essentially an upright, adapted version of the fetal position.
Oh, come on, adapted version of fetal position.
So you've been 100% honest with me that Ellie was out in the car.
Because I'm a bit confused, because when did she come back in and get the dog?
She came back in after I hit her dad.
Note that Gavin commented, hit her dad, not killed her dad.
Not killed, yep.
This is distancing language, or language that places psychological space between the topic under discussion and the speaker. Either Gavin doesn't register the murder, or he cannot stand the thought that he killed someone.
Why do you think you hit him?
To me, in my eyes, I felt like he was an enemy. Like he was out to hurt me.
Okay.
So
He was out to protect his daughter from a fucking pedo, bro.
there's a lot of brain
Of
damage.
course he's out to fucking hurt you.
Cause somebody to die?
Yeah.
This is to establish another element of first-degree murder, is that it must be committed with some sort of intent to kill the person. The murderer must therefore have attacked or harmed their victim with the purpose
with
of
intent to
ending
kill
their
him.
life.
Okay. Did you do anything to try to give him any kind of aid?
No.
And how does Ellie get in the house?
She just comes in through the front door.
Hold on. When she comes through the front door, what does she see?
She sees her
Dad.
dad laying on the couch.
What did she say?
Well, she didn't say anything.
Oh my god, bro.
Did it shock her? Was she upset?
Not really, no.
Did you tell her what you did?
No.
Was it obvious?
It was obvious, yeah.
Oof.
This is to show that Ellen knew this was going to happen, and that she was a co-conspirator, so she can't later deny knowing Gavin was planning to kill him.
When Ellie comes in,
And he can't deny it
is
either.
he making gurgling noises, or has he stopped making those noises?
He was still gurgling.
Gavin's body language is an extreme show of emotional distress, more genuine than the adapted version we
Bro,
witnessed
she came in
previously.
and her dad
He is
was
sitting in an
gurgling.
upright fetal position, holding
Are
his
you
knees
fucking
to his chest.
kidding me?
This is blatantly self-pacifying, indicating Gavin is far more affected by this than his vocal tone and straightforwardness suggest.
So she comes in, gets the dog. Does she go outside, or does she stay in the house with the dog?
She just goes outside. RJ and I, we opened the trunk and then we put him in there.
Okay, tell me about, let's back it up and walk through that slowly.
I'm sorry.
Individuals compress their lips under periods of great distress. Gavin's lips have disappeared.
And RJ came in to the front door?
Bro,
disappeared.
And RJ came in to the front door? And RJ saw it.
Come on, dog.
What did RJ say to you?
He was like, "Oh God, that's gross." And then I was like, "Okay, you grab him, his feet, and then we'll get him out to the trunk." And then we kind of drug it through the yard, and then we just like lift him up into the trunk.
So, you're in the house. Do you guys go back into the house after?
This is to establish a
What did
possible
RJ
burglary
do?
charge. It also shows the callousness and lack of remorse after the fact for the crime.
Do you remember getting any money in the house?
Oh yeah.
I failed to see what RJ did.
Oh yeah.
Did he plan the murder?
She said it was like $40.
He hit the shit, right?
His
He
wallet?
hit.
Yeah.
Like he
But
threw
he
the body
obviously
and
didn't have
shit.
his wallet on him.
Yeah.
So he
Ellen
was
can argue
involved,
that she
but-
planned this to protect her sisters, and she can argue that he abused her, but few words, if any, explain why she would possess any moral justification to steal from her recently murdered father.
What was he wearing
What piece of
on
shit?
the couch when you turned the light on?
He was
What a piece of
wearing
shit.
Black Raider shirt and a pair of black shorts.
Tony Hawk shorts.
When did
Bro!
she first bring up that she wanted her dad?
Oh my god, bro, I got the serial killer fit. Yo, I'm wearing the red ones, bro. Look, it's Hanes. But I got a set of blue ones just like that one, bro. Look. Look at it, bro. I got the serial killer fit. Look at this, bro. Oh no.
A pair of black shorts.
Oh no. Yo, I'm gonna tell my roommate to get out of
When
the
did she
house,
first
bro.
bring up that
He's
she
gonna
wanted
leave.
her dad dead?
Like after he slapped her. And
How long
then,
ago? How long ago was that?
Like this.
I got the killer
This shows that this specific incident of abuse was not the motive for the murder, at least not for
I got
Ellen.
the same fucking
A
thing.
prosecutor might submit to a jury that the likely actual motive for
Same
the
exact
killing of her
ones.
father was him
Bro,
not
I
letting
have the
his
same
minor
exact
daughter and
blue
Gavin
ones. The
date.
same exact ones.
And then
Same
once-
exact ones.
As that conversation developed, did you ever come to a
Like,
point of
literally
agreement
the
about
same
it?
ones.
I mean, RJ was like trying to tell me.
I wonder what the fuck this is, bro. Is this like a massive alarm? Is this if he gets crazy, you click this and he...
I have a friend. We can go up, leave the car there. He can
What is that? Lockdown?
That way, there's no car left.
I'm very, good at convincing people.
So when do you go to Bobby's house?
Bobby's. I stopped by. I just like swapped clothes and I left again. No one was awake.
So, and then you end up over on Almond Street. Okay.
Investigators later learned that Gavin had led them astray, hoping they would stop by Bobby's house so his friends would know that something had happened.
And run through us with what you were wearing at the time that you hit him with the bat.
I was wearing my gray hoodie. And
Not that one?
It was a gray pullover hoodie.
Okay.
It wasn't this one, no.
Okay.
Like all my hoodies are
What was
gray.
on under the gray hoodie?
And then I had on it was my Batman T-shirt, I think.
I got a Batman t-shirt
I
too.
actually left at the house, but I don't think there was any.
Am I a fucking murderer?
And what pants were you wearing?
I'm still wearing the same pants. I didn't change.
I got some pants like that too.
So you were wearing those pants?
Yeah.
And what shoes were you wearing?
I was wearing my boots.
I don't have
You
those
on
boots.
now?
Yeah.
Or the ones, I don't think you're wearing them now,
Well,
right?
they took them off, yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
What do you do when you get to the location where you guys dump Aaron?
We kind of sit there and we're like, nature. And it was peaceful, and it was relaxing.
Gavin
You
discusses
just
how it was
killed a
peaceful and relaxing
motherfucker,
looking
bro.
at the woods and lake while sitting in the car with
Bro.
Aaron's dead body in the trunk.
You just killed
This
a
shows a
motherfucker and
serious
it
lack
was
of remorse.
peaceful.
When you get there, though, what do you guys do?
I'm sorry. So we kind of sat and we kind of enjoyed the view because it was nice out.
Gavin goes off on a tangent, displaying a symptom characteristic to his attention deficit hyperactivity disorder diagnosis: lack of focus.
And then what happened?
And then we're like, okay, let's get this done before anyone drives.
Hey, well, he was quite focused when he was hitting the fucking father, wasn't he? Oh, for that you can focus, huh? For that you can definitely focus, bro.
How did you get him out of the trunk? By himself or with the blanket?
I kind of just went up and grabbed him by underneath the shoulders and lifted him. So,
Okay.
and then RJ kind of like picked up his legs. It was the blanket pillow and all, and then we just like let it roll, and it kind of wrapped itself up. So when it was rolling down the hill, the tarp wrapped itself up around him. I kind of tried to wrap him up a little bit, like cover up his feet.
The investigators keep a cool head while Gavin describes throwing Aaron's body off the embankment, along with some trash.
Is there still any blood in the trunk?
I don't know. I think there's still some on the outside because he was kind of leaking everywhere.
Okay. And then where do you guys go from there?
And then we were like, okay, which way to Walmart? And that's when we went to Walmart.
Where does RJ stay?
He just stays outside and smokes.
And where did he get those cigarettes?
Those were her dad's.
Remember what kind of cigarettes they were?
Oh, so they...
99s.
Okay. Ultimately, you and Ellie go in, you buy some junk food. Did she buy a pregnancy test?
Yeah.
Then you guys come out of Walmart.
And we were going to SSI, like, Ellie and I went upstairs because she had to use the restroom.
Oh, this is the beta moment right here.
And she was going to check out the hair dye, so I gave her the hair dye. She went to the bathroom. She came back out, was like, this is the wrong stuff, we need to go return it. We went back to Walmart, and we got the refund of $9.77 was the refund. And then we go back out.
Did I ask you what the refund was?
Hair dye, sneaking out of a bedroom window to see a forbidden older boyfriend, and conspiracy to commit patricide. One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong.
Gotcha. You need something?
Bro, this fucking announcer, bro.
Can I get some water, please?
Yeah. You want a soda or anything?
No, you guys have Mountain Dew?
Yeah. Okay. You want to do?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Mountain Dew, so good, even killers want to drink it.
We'll be right
Yeah, he knows how much the refund was, but he doesn't know how many times he hit
Gavin
the guy.
is offered a drink, and he states how nice the police are being to him, showing that the Reed tactic they have employed has worked well, and they're seen as allies to him.
Oh, now he's crying?
It proves difficult to determine whether Gavin is experiencing true remorse over what he's done, or regret over the repercussions.
Beta moment. Beta moment.
Case, Gavin's emotionality indicates that he didn't go about this entirely in control and intelligently. Up to this point, we can reasonably speculate that Gavin displays aggressive tendencies, violent behavior, and impulsivity. There's more to this story, but we'll cover that later. Gavin had displayed concerning behavior throughout childhood into adulthood, so much so that he was considered a possible threat to others at South Medford High School.
People talk about schools having like a list of kids who are potential threats. I'd say he was like the poster child for that person at our school. It was like an understood thing, you know, about Gavin, that's kind of the person that he was. Kind of a scary person, not someone you would think to mess with.
Yeah, it just kind of gave me like an off vibe sometimes.
You know, he didn't pass the vibe check, guys. He killed his underage girlfriend's father. He did, but you know what? The important part is, guys, he didn't pass the vibe check. The vibe check, he didn't pass. Yo, chat, vibe check. I need to see all the MDBLs, bro. I need to see your vibes right now. Vibe check, please. I'm checking, yo. If not, I'll ban you. I'll report you and I'll ban you. Vibe check, pussies. Okay, none of you passed the vibe checks, bro. You guys are pieces of shit. Fuck you. Fuck all of you. I'm ending stream now. Time to end stream, bro. I feel embarrassed. MDBLs, not a normal L, you fucking cunts. What the fuck, bro? You guys are failing the vibe check, bro. I got a couple of fucking killers, man, in my chat, man. My chat's full of fucking killers, man. Weirdo fucks. You guys are not here for me, you're here for the learning. You're over here learning, bro.
At least once, like that he'd said he was going to kill himself.
At least I'm not wearing the killer drip. True.
Like
True.
she did help kill her dad, but like I swear to God, she was crazy. From what I heard, she did some crazy shit, but I don't think she would have killed her dad.
All right.
Oh, bro, you remember that Ellie girl? Yeah. Oh, I do, bro. Yeah. She killed her father, bro. What?
She implies here that Ellen should be more alert.
Yeah,
despite
bro.
Ellen being sleep deprived because of the circumstances. This seems rather counterintuitive, considering that Ellen is already displaying high levels of resistance, which interrogators typically counter with empathy or kindness.
We talked to everybody.
Also, it should have been like this, right? Because the bung, the tall piece over here, and the see that's how you know I don't do drugs, bro. I'm like doing this shit, and I'm like doing this, bro. That's how you know I don't do drugs. I would have burnt my hair. That's how you don't know I don't do fucking drugs.
Under the weather, Leslie. Oh goodness.
Ellen makes poor attempts.
You only allow that for some people? No. I'm pretty sure you can actually use channel points, bro, for the MDBL. I'm pretty sure you can use that, bro, with channel points.
But the investigator,
John Wick,
often
good to see you.
That Ellen is, for lack of a better word, dramatic. This is markedly histrionic behavior. Histrionic essentially means melodramatic. In the mental health world, histrionic behavior is heavily and unsurprisingly present in histrionic personality disorder.
See, there you
go. It can be a symptom of a variety of other disorders as well. But
see, I give you, bro, that's how good of a... Shut the fuck up, narrator, I'm speaking. Anyways, that's how good, bro. Bro, that's how good of a fucking streamer I am, bro. I let people use my emotes for free. And it's probably not a good business fucking decision. Probably not a good business decision at all.
And exaggerated behavior.
And then we talk and try to like hammer out and figure out who's.
It's because I don't even know how to remove it, bro.
To really get the real story from everybody, okay? Of course. Is it okay if I keep talking to you kind of about what we've learned?
I don't know how to make it so that you motherfuckers can't use it, so fuck it. You can use it. And if you sub, you sub. If you don't, you don't. It is what it is.
It was because your sister.
Bro, I give them all away. I don't. Listen. I've been streaming for 3 years, right, John Mick? But I don't know how to set that up, bro. I don't give a fuck. You know, if you sub, you sub. If you don't, you don't. It is what it is, bro. Alright, but the MDBL is one of the best emotes on Twitch, okay? It is. It just is. It just is, bro. It's such a good emote that it's carried me. It's carried me through so many fucking subscriptions. You have no idea.
And they're leaving. Then they saw a lot of blood in the house, okay? So then what they did was call Michelle.
What happened to my father? She's gonna ask.
I don't know Michelle. I'm pretty sure that's her name.
Bro, I hate this girl.
Over at the house last night.
Oh, Mickey.
Mickey, thank you.
Her name's Mickey.
Okay, thanks for helping me out.
Minaj.
Mickey, and then ran to your mom's house, and so everybody is really concerned and worried about you. And your dad, because we actually don't know where your dad is right now.
That's really frustrating. That's really...
She's trying to...
I agree.
She's consistent with previous displays. This behavior is more than awkward. It's uncomfortable, what some might call cringy to watch. We can tell she's attempting to muster up.
She's such a bad fucking actress.
Shock, panic, or concern, but she falls considerably short of the mark. Nonverbal experts might determine she is being disingenuous from reading her robotic chiral facial expression or incongruent nonverbal communication.
Bro.
Even her word choice comes off as suspicious. Imagine being detained.
Bro, she's as good of an actress as I am whenever, bro. Whenever I go back home for Christmas, okay? And my mom shows me what my Christmas present's gonna be. And she says, hey, but you gotta act when I give it to you with the whole family, right? And she gives it to me and I'm like, wow. That's amazing. It's the same fucking reaction, dude. It's the same quality of acting.
Investigator in an interrogation room.
Oh my
and
fucking
that your
god.
Father is missing, and there is blood everywhere.
Jesus
in your
Christ.
Room. Would your response be a robotic? That is very disturbing to hear.
What?
This is more so an explanation of an emotion, not an expression, which is why we easily sense that something is off. The
I shouldn't lose you for Christmas.
Step 1 of the Reed interrogation technique discussed earlier. Positive confrontation. She lays all the evidence law enforcement has.
She's gonna be passed around by the prisoners. That's what's gonna happen.
Can tell from this moment and
King
from
Black, what's up, baby?
In the interrogation that Detective Smith is attempting to set up a theme that involves Ellen's sisters, similar to Gavin's moral justification for.
That's really disturbing to hear. Anyways, do you guys have McDonald's here? Can I get a Mountain Dew? What the fuck?
described,
Christ.
Ellen's might be that she was trying to
This
protect
fucking
her
girl.
two younger sisters.
I absolutely agree, and your sisters are a little bit disturbed by that as well. You know,
A
because
little bit?
They're scared that they saw you leaving. They're scared there's a blood in your house, and they're scared that nobody knows where your dad is. So they're awfully little to have those kinds of worries.
Maybe he was looking for me.
So where did all the blood come from in your house?
Maybe he cut himself?
Okay. Mickey knows that you were there, Sierra was there, Olivia was there.
Maybe he
your dad
slipped
was
and
there.
fell?
So it would be nice if we could get some of this figured out. And like I said,
Detective Smith makes a skillful confrontation about figuring out what's going on, without making a direct contradiction to Ellen, who begins to gesture and move without purpose. For instance, she momentarily glances at her nails here. These meaningless gestures and movements grow to be progressively more pronounced. Meaningless movement, otherwise known as fidgeting, is a widely known nonverbal indicator of nervousness.
My father?
Pay attention to the topic of conversation during times when Ellen fidgets the most.
Maybe one of my sisters became a woman today.
Else is talking to Gavin.
Maybe.
Somebody else is talking to Mike. Oh, got a little owie there?
Is it?
Okay. So, it would be nice if we could get on the same page now, okay?
Excuse.
Bro. She sits like a 20-something-year-old prostitute. Am I wrong? And she's a 15-year-old drug addict, basically. Am I wrong?
What's your name?
Stephanie.
Stephanie, I'm barely awake right now, and I barely have any recollection of what happened yesterday or within the 24 hours.
Do you need coffee?
Dramatic of a theatrical. I see.
I try to stay away from caffeine and other chemicals.
And you don't eat meat. Is there anything we can
Oh,
get
she's
you
dying.
Like, from
She's
a
dying.
fast food restaurant that would...
No, thank you.
Okay.
In all honesty, I don't feel like I deserve that.
You don't deserve food?
Ah.
Why?
Finally, Ellen expresses something resembling guilt. At least that is what it seemed
Is she
like before
turning?
she said.
I don't feel like I deserve any of my basic human rights.
Oh.
Especially when it comes to my father.
Okay, help me understand that.
Is she breaking, or is she gonna say because my father made me?
The way that I eat for years.
Okay. Like in what way?
Oh, she's saying that her father. She's not breaking. She's not breaking. Yeah, she's not breaking. She's just saying that her father made her feel like a piece of shit and not a real human. What a fucking cunt you are, huh? What a cunt. What a
Well,
piece of shit
meat.
you are.
Do they comment about that?
My dad ridicules me for that.
Look at that.
Well, that doesn't have anything to do with you being hungry and us wanting to go out and grab you something if you want something.
No, thank you.
Okay.
But thank you for the offer.
Well, you bet.
Yes.
Some may feel bad for Ellen, but keep in mind what she was recently part of. It could be that her father ridiculing her over food was only one piece to the puzzle that set her off. But fixating on this detail in this moment, going so far as to share it with Detective Smith, indicates egocentrism, which involves interpreting life as though
She's a victim, bro. She's a victim. Look at that. Look at that.
maladaptive
MDBL. Bro, look how beautiful that looks.
Here.
Yo, Commander Dove, do you see how beautiful that looks next to your fucking comment, bro? Victim card, L. Now, imagine if you could do that in other channels. Yes.
Holds a persecution complex. She possesses a persistent belief that others have malintent toward her. It's hard to determine whether there's mental illness involved at this point. She could be playing the sympathy card.
Tell me about Gavin being at the house this morning.
This fucking cunt. It is interesting, isn't it? And you know what this is?
Okay. And what were you guys
It is an
doing?
L. But you hold it towards your face because you don't have my emote.
I am absolutely not.
So it's like you're calling yourself an L for not having my emote. Interesting, isn't it, Commander?
Are you an AP student? Yes. You take AP classes?
I'm so good, bro.
AP classes.
I'm so good.
Really hard.
I'm so smart, bro. Whenever you're thinking like this, it's you being undecisive. that's what it is. It's you being a beta bitch. Instead of saying, interesting concept, L pussy.
Classes, and I know that.
Do you see that, Commander? Do you see this?
I know there were times you were really super tired. And
I'm a genius, bro.
So
holy shit.
To sit here and tell me how tired you
How do
are
I even come up with this shit?
I feel like maybe that's just an excuse because you don't want to talk about something that's super hard to talk about.
I'm way too creative, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I'm way too creative.
For Ellen to be evasive.
We are all trying to piece together what happened because we're very worried about your dad. And I get that it doesn't sound like to you he was the best dad.
Of course I'm going to be worried about him. He might have abused me for most of my life.
Oh my god.
Ellen uses every opportunity to sneak in a comment about how her father was abusive. Again, we re-arrive at the idea that Ellen is not fully aware or functional during this interrogation, only because she is so poorly lying and concealing her negative feelings toward her father, which would, as Ellen might logically reason, add to motive. She's reportedly intellectually gifted. It raises a question as to whether Ellen is attempting to pull off shock, or whether she's a 15-year-old struggling to comprehend how to get out of a bad situation.
So one of the things that has also happened is...
Yeah, you not having my emote is really disturbing to hear.
And apparently you're still a student there. And you had like a band thing this week.
He lied.
Your dad came and picked you up from the school at like 3 in the morning?
No, that's my twin.
Ellen coughs nearly
my
every
twin
time
is 3
she
years
takes a
younger.
drink and looks up to Detective Smith to see her reaction. This is histrionic, dramatic, and pity-seeking behavior. But it also occurs each time the conversation becomes more heated. Note that Detective Smith is quite direct in her confrontation in this moment.
Are you going to choke on the water? It worries me.
My throat's burning right now.
Okay. Well, you're welcome to drink the water, but if it's going to hurt, maybe give it a little break. Does that sound okay? Anyway, have you met Officer Jackson? He's a school resource officer at South?
No.
Okay.
I haven't.
So Officer
No? Oh, how about I bring him in. Officer Jackson, come in. And Officer Jackson walks in. What's up? And she goes, what's up, officer? How's it going? She has a secret handshake with him. Never met him before, by the way.
Because you are a current student there.
Jesus.
Why would Officer Jackson say that?
Yeah, the water's burning, bro, because it's blessed. Okay, and she's satanic, so it's burning her as it's coming down the throat. That's why the water burns her. She killed her father, bro. She's demonic.
You're kind of pulling my leg a little bit.
She's a demonic being.
And that you're in band.
I do know about a lot of underage people having marijuana, though.
Okay.
Huh?
That's probably a dime a dozen these days.
Ellen makes an additional attempt to divert attention away from her wrongdoing onto someone else's wrongdoing. This is otherwise known as deflection, and it's Ellen's favorite type of defense mechanism.
I've had temporary amnesia.
Oh, she forgot how old she was.
I have passed out and lost my vision.
She...
And my memory.
Yeah,
So... It was when I had a throat stone.
So I forgot how old I was. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I have forgotten how old I was, bro, in the past. People ask me, how old are you? And I'm like, 24. And then I was like, wait a minute, no, I'm 26, bro. What the fuck? What the fuck? And now I'm 28, bro. But when sometimes people ask me, I'm like, yeah, I'm 27, I'm 26. I'm like, oh wait, no, I'm not.
Do you have a throat stone right now?
No.
Oh.
A while ago.
Okay.
Once you hit 32, you think about it sometimes. Oh, don't do that to me, bro. I'm still a young buck. I'm a spring chicken.
I don't really talk to anybody or reach out.
You would certainly tell your mom or your dad if you have temporary amnesia.
No, I wouldn't because I forgot they were my mom and my dad. So, checkmate, idiot. You gotta be smart, bro. You gotta be smart. This girl's not, she's not gifted. I'm gifted.
Where's your dad?
I don't know.
I got temporary amnesia, so I can't know where he is. Even if I knew where he was, I forgot her.
Or what does he know how to do?
Sometimes he does, like,
drugs
or something.
What was the last job he did?
At a roofing job or something.
Oh, the roofing job. You said for a neighbor?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he get paid for that?
No, bro, I'm not gonna be old at
What did he
30.
get for that?
I'm active, bro, I'm active.
Okay.
I'll never be old.
I'm just trying to figure out what happened.
I'm gonna be an 80-year-old dancing.
Well, so far you've told me you're 18 and your name is Rain. I'm here to tell you. You're 15 and your name is Ellie. Okay, maybe you go by Rain. Do you go by Rain?
Yes.
Okay.
Rain and Rose.
So your friend would know you as that. Like Russell goes by Mike?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Note that while Ellen has allowed Detective Smith to state that her name is Ellie and she's 15, Ellen has not accepted blame or outright acknowledged that she was lying. Ellen's lies surrounding her identity could indicate that dissociation is present. Ellen
Her
would be
name
in a
is
state of
Ellen
dissociation
Degenerate.
in this moment if she's protecting herself by psychologically separating herself
See,
from
this is why you do
something.
not name your
In
kids
this case,
Ellen.
her identity. Separating oneself from one's identity is a form of dissociation termed depersonalization. For example, she wants to be someone else who did not conspire to kill her father.
Oh,
and
come on.
potentially
I
go
don't
through
think she gives a
traumatic
fuck.
abuse.
Nah, I don't think she gives a fuck.
Rose. They call me Rose. I'm so out of it right now.
Okay.
I haven't taken any drugs.
You gotta trust me. You gotta trust me, bro. I haven't taken any drugs. Yo, I don't do any drugs. Please, you gotta listen to me. Listen to me. Do you understand? Do you believe me? I don't do any drugs. Do you believe me? You gotta trust me. You gotta trust me, bro. I don't do any drugs, bro. Come on. What the fuck?
You can test me for anything.
This bitch is like, I don't do any drugs, officer. Come on. Yo, officer, you gotta trust me. I don't do any drugs, officer.
Rumor was that Ellen began to dabble with THC and nicotine once she reached high school, following the occurrence of a specific taboo incident.
Literally, her and some kid like did it on the bus, got like in trouble for it. After that, she like started like smoking and like doing bad things.
Based on accounts of others, evidence is mounting that Ellen's problem behavior emerged at around 14 or 15. 50% of all mental illnesses begin by the age of 14.
I've told you, Sierra saw you at the house with Gavin this morning. Olivia saw you at the house this morning with Gavin and a couple other people. Sparklebeak is somewhere, I don't know, that you took Sparklebeak this morning from your sister. So, I mean, that's just like what I'm coming up with off the top of my head as things that I have told you.
Bro, and she goes, ah! And she goes. She opens the eyebrow. See if she's looking.
You up and waking you
Yeah,
up
it was
like,
Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, who poisoned her water, bro, because she's demonic.
I've talked to a lot of people about difficult stuff, and the things you're doing right now are not unusual for people to do when they don't want to talk about something, or it's hard for them.
Bro, next time somebody presses me, I'm gonna go.
I don't want you to.
Phlegm.
Oh, it's phlegm.
It's phlegm.
I don't want to take the water away.
Next time I go on a show and somebody's pressing me, I'm just gonna do her stuff.
Me about every time you drink it.
It's
Bro.
back in my throat now.
Okay, you're good then? Okay. All right.
If she was older, I'd make a joke, but I'm not gonna make it.
Walking around.
Cause I'm not a pedo like a boyfriend.
Doing what though?
I managed to find a way, bro. I found a way to make the joke.
If he was there, then and my dad let him in, I wouldn't have let him in without talking to my dad.
Well, you were there too. Because you were packing up.
I found a way, bro, to ninja the joke in some way, somehow into your subconscious without saying it. That's how much of a genius I am.
This is a passive confrontation made in an effort to appear sympathetic and understanding.
Saying I don't remember, saying I'm tired, saying any of that is a cop-out. So what's the truth?
I'm tired.
I don't remember. I'm so out of it.
What do you think Gavin and Mike are saying?
I don't know.
You want to see a magic trick? Hocus pocus.
Show me your caucus. Hocus pocus, show me your caucus.
This is an obvious ploy to play the prisoner's dilemma. Law enforcement regularly utilizes the prisoner's dilemma to coerce drug dealers into ratting each other out. Technically, it
No, they
occurs
do
when
it
two
to
parties each
everyone,
make self-beneficial decisions,
They do it to everyone.
which result in a less than ideal outcome for both.
Do you think they're being honest?
They do it to everyone, not just drug dealers.
Yeah,
Everyone.
To be honest, people. I know that Gavin knows the police.
Whenever there's more than two people involved, I mean more than one people more than one person involved. I don't know, people,
Detective
person.
Smith has made a sliver of
More than
progress.
one humans.
She's gotten a small foot in the door. The foot in the door technique is used to counter resistance in interrogations. Ellen has acknowledged that.
How about using the foot in the face technique, where you just beat the truth out of them? You go bang, bang, bang. Tell me the truth, bitch. Bang, bang, bang. Listen, trust me, it's gonna work.
Individuals are in fact
Gonna
Gavin
work.
and Russell, and that she does in fact know who they are. This may seem like a small victory, but by way of the foot in the door technique,
Do we
Detective Smith
touch
has
him?
greatly increased the chances of Ellen providing more.
I'm kidding. I'm not saying she should torture a 15-year-old girl.
Boyfriend.
We were friends with benefits, but never really a relationship.
Oh my god, what the fuck, bro? You're
Did you have
15.
your dad
Why do you have friends?
physical
Why is your
relationship?
friends with benefits a fucking 19-year-old kid?
Tell him about it, but he saw us holding hands and he freaked out.
It's just dawning on me, and I'm gonna.
Friends
point it
with
out
benefits
to you,
hold hands?
that
I
you
thought
have
they
a
just
pretty good
fucked.
memory of all of that stuff, but you can't tell me what happened.
Holding hands seems a little too romantic for friends with benefits.
My past is ingrained in me because of how much pain it's brought me.
Oh my god, here we go.
You know what happened 7 hours ago.
Do I?
Yeah.
Do I? No, I don't, because I can't remember. I have amnesia. Remember?
Acting this morning. She was literally.
See, officer, it seems like you are the one who has amnesia now, you dumbo. Remember, I have amnesia. And then the officer says, you have amnesia, but you're very good at remembering you have amnesia. And she goes, what are we talking about, officer? oh my god, where am I? I would be so good, bro, as the detective and the fucking girl. The fucking victim, whatever the
on
fuck.
her knees with her head buried into the ground, sobbing.
I'd be so
She's
good.
worried about you. She's worried about Aaron.
I'm worried about my dad too. From what you've said, there's blood at the house and he's gone.
He's dead? Is he dead?
I feel like that probably doesn't come as a complete shock to you.
I'm very good at hiding my emotions. I have to be strong for my little sisters.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's a lot at this point you owe your little sisters. What if your dad can still be helped?
Then let's find him.
I'll look for him.
Detective Smith is gauging Ellen's response.
What's up with everyone in Peter's? Bro, his girl, his boyfriend is 19.
What instrument do you play?
She was like 14, 15.
Front percussion. I don't even know the name of the instrument I play.
Do you play cymbals? Do you play a triangle?
Detective Smith is warming Ellen up, encouraging her to talk about something.
Bro, she doesn't even know what she plays.
Music. Most of those.
Yeah, he's actually a
pedo
pedo for this time, bro. We usually call people who aren't pedos, but he's actually a pedo.
Band student. I think she played the clarinet and bass clarinet. She did band camp, so she did marching band. I would say that's like where the majority of her friends were.
Bro, it's always band kids. Band kids are always the weirdos.
You know, in the area during lunch and stuff.
Always,
so
they're always the weirdos.
Just a regular band kid.
Oh, she's gonna fall asleep.
Are you gonna take a little sleep?
Yes.
Tired.
Okay. All right.
Ellen puts her head down as if to go to sleep, passively ending the conversation at this point. A very common tactic employed when the suspect is not getting the information they want from the investigators. Since she cannot craft her story to fit the facts, she attempts to stop talking.
Hi, you look very awake.
Excuse me?
Am I being detained?
Nausea medication. I don't. You know, there's a garbage can right there. Okay. I'm gonna see. I know we have like Tylenol, Advil.
Ellen then asks for a place to lay down. Detective Smith leaves. Afterwards, Ellen continues picking at her skin and her nose, and appears to place her fingers.
Oh, she's not gonna eat it. She ate it.
Behind Ellen's non-purposeful gestures.
Bro, see, this is why you should never trust people who eat their boogers, bro. Look, they got their parents killed. You see, people who eat their fucking boogers are disgusting human beings. Not because of the booger eating, but because they are potential killers.
Although
Yeah,
Ellen
shouldn't
appears
puke.
guiltless at times, her physical ailments may be legitimate somatic manifestations of her guilty conscience.
She's just gonna pull his DNA. Bro, they already got all the DNA they need.
Is that fine?
She knocks on the door. An officer comes by and Ellen asks for the restroom.
No.
I'll have to get a few minutes for you. 1 second, okay? All right.
The officer then leaves. She's avoiding her surroundings any way she can. Sleep, leaving the room asking for nausea meds, which will likely make her tired and sleep. This is a
but she
common
might not
avoidance
know.
triad often used by suspects.
Hi. Do you need to use the restroom?
Hi!
Okay, come on.
Hi, friend!
Ellen is getting bored.
Follow me!
This is a common tactic we see, where
She
a
was
suspect is left
T-posing.
alone in an interrogation room and they become bored
T-posing.
and anxious. The goal is to convince them that talking will get them out of there sooner, leading...
Look, if she was worried about her dad, she'd be saying, like, guys, I need to give you all the fucking information we need to find my dad. But instead, she's like, they told her, there's a big pool of blood and your dad's missing. And she's like, I'm tired. And she claims to be a smart person, bro. If you murdered your dad, okay?
into a sort of reprieve.
If you murdered
both
your
physical
dad
and psychological.
and you
Detective
actually
Smith
think that
returns.
they don't
She
know,
brings
you'd be
paper
like,
and
you know what, let me
crayons.
help you.
While this is seemingly infantile,
You'd be like,
for a
I'll get a
15-year-old
fucking
girl,
lawyer
allegedly
and I'll
sound
help you.
mind. It could be her drawings will be examined for indicators of evidence, state of mind, or other information. They may also serve to relax her and ease her anxiety, making her somewhat more likely to talk, though ultimately still be bored.
Bro, and she draws her dad dead on the fucking chair. Jesus Christ.
With such simplistic items when questioning resumes.
Imagine that, and she's like, no, it was just a dream I had. What?
Hi. A mermaid? Well, I know what it is.
Bro, you're 15 and you can't even draw?
Detective
Yeah,
Smith
she got no
reminds
future.
Ellen
She
of her
got no
rights.
future.
This is common whenever there's been a break in questioning.
So I know Gavin was at the place at your house this morning. I know your dad saw him. I know Mike was standing outside of your house. I know you guys went down to Gavin's house on Almond. I know that you moved the car around. Okay? I want you to know that we know what's going on. And the bottom line in all of this is, why did all of this happen today?
Why did
She's
you
searching
guys
for
kill your
corroboration.
father?
Why did all more water?
You can. But you haven't been doing this stuff with your throat since I've left. I mean, playtime's a little bit over.
Oh,
Why
she's
did
getting
this
pressed.
happen today?
She's getting pressed.
In response to Detective Smith's question about why did this happen today,
Why today?
Ellen asks if she
Press her
means her
ass.
plans to run away.
Press her ass, press her ass.
Try to run away?
But
Run
Detective Smith
away?
quickly closes down this
No,
denial
why
by
did you
stating,
kill him?
You know that's not what I'm talking about.
Why did you kill
this is
him
an
today?
indirect confrontation, purposefully left vague to encourage the suspect to speak of the crime in their own words.
What do you mean?
Why was Gavin at your house? Why was Mike standing outside your house? Or Russell?
He's
or
my
whatever you
boyfriend.
call him?
We were
Why
running
did you
away.
guys go down there? Why did you guys end up out on Highway 140? Well, I actually know the answer to that. We're not playing anymore. We have the facts.
Detective Smith insists that they have the facts. They have stories and statements, but they don't have facts. This is common misdirection, and at this point the questioning will get more direct and targeted. Detective Smith is done playing games, and Ellen knows it.
Can we start from the beginning?
Look, she's not
Your
coughing
side
anymore.
We have other sides.
Cough again, Ellen.
What I don't have is your side, because you've been messing with me all morning. Can we have your side?
Yes.
Tell me your side.
Where should I start?
Have you been taking clothes out of your house?
Yes.
Okay. Start there.
Well, my situation is my father abusing me.
Jesus
It got
Christ.
worse. So I was looking for a way out. So I started a plan to run away. So I started transporting all of my clothes to Gavin's house.
Note as Ellen talks, she also keeps scribbling with the crayons. She's splitting her attention to avoid the interrogation as much as possible.
All of that blood that your sisters walked in on is your dad's blood.
Oh.
What is
Russell
going on?
attacked my father.
Ellen states, Russell attacked my father, and his bloody machete is over by the northern Walmart. This signifies a major shift in her psychological stance towards both Detective Smith and the interrogation.
So tell me everything you saw that happened to your dad.
I didn't see anything. Like I said, I was in the back room, and when I heard the whole thing
So how do you know your father attacked
I jumped out the window
Russell?
and I ran.
Okay.
There's something different about the way Ellen speaks here versus the way she's spoken previously. The cadence is off.
Yeah.
She cuts herself short. She's lied consistently up to this point, but this moment seems significant. Perhaps the outcome of the conversation is more salient to her at this point. Whatever the case, her speech deviates significantly from baseline, an indication of heightened physiological arousal.
Okay, I'm going to take notes so I can keep track of this, okay? How do you know Russell was with your father?
Because Gavin was with me, with my stuff. He was with my stuff.
How do you know Gavin was with your stuff?
Yep.
Because I could see him through the back window.
How do you even know that a machete was involved prior to going out to that North Walmart area?
Because he had it on him. And then he pulled it out, and I saw the blood on it, and I realized what had happened.
And how were you guys getting around, like to the Walmart or that kind of thing?
Russell got the keys, and we took my dad's car.
This is another inconsistency. In terms of the last time Ellen claimed to have been in the car, several days prior to the murder, Ellen continues to scribble.
Bro, but that partner is barely an adult every time.
Where did you
The
meet
partner's
up
a
with
fucking crack
whoever was
addicted
in-
19-year-old every time.
The alley.
Heroin addicted
That was
19-year-old.
2000.
Oh my god.
I pulled it into the alley.
Every
What's the
fucking
very next thing
time.
that happened?
Then Gavin and I go in to get the rest of my stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And Gavin has the car started, and Russell has a tarp hanging out of the back seat, or the back trunk.
Yeah.
And then,
Did you stop at Gavin's house first?
yes, we did.
Okay.
I dropped all of my stuff off. I was hungry,
What
so-
about your dog?
I don't think he's talking about this chat, he's talking about Malik's chat, I think.
Okay, okay.
Remember, Jong is my resident schizo mod.
And then you said you go to the SSI
He's watching
building?
Malik, I think.
Yeah,
And
that's
me.
what Mike wanted to do.
W Jong, bro.
I guess he wanted to make
Mod in both channels, by the way.
Did you go back to Walmart?
Yes, I went back into Walmart to return something.
Oh, what did you return?
Hair oil.
Okay. Where was Mike during that?
Well, since he killed my dad, and
Yeah,
I had
yeah.
suspicions that he was in the trunk, maybe he went to do something with the body.
Detective
Oh,
Smith pauses.
come on.
I mean, I've been a little bit, like, blunt with you during this
That's
process.
what I appreciate, blunt. I don't like people that beat around the bush.
This is a dissonant contrast to her previous
Bro,
behavior.
she was
playing an
beating around
extensive
the
game
bush.
of cat and mouse.
Yeah, she was
Then I'm gonna
beating
be blunt
around
with
the
you.
bush.
The information I have is you knew your dad was in the trunk.
Yep, and
I
you
guess it probably
planned.
wasn't a great feeling to know that your dad was in the trunk.
Mhm.
Am I right?
Mhm.
Yeah. What were you saying to Mike and Gavin about your dad being in the trunk?
I was asking them about it, like, what's in the trunk with the tarp, and they're like, a body. And I'm like, whose body? Why? Is my
Nah,
dad
that's a
in
lie.
there?
Mm-hmm.
And Russell says yes.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that Russell's the one that killed my father.
Okay. Was anybody wearing gloves today?
Hmm?
Russell!
Okay. Were you?
Wait, wasn't Russell the bipolar guy, not Gavin, her boyfriend? Did she just pin it on the other guy? Did she just do that? Did she just pin it on the bipolar guy, the weird kid, the protector? She did that, right? She did that, right? What a cunt!
At one point, yes. I think, because Russell was the one that insisted that I put the gloves on.
Mm-hmm.
Russell, who's Russell?
What happened? You put the
We'll
gloves
find
on.
out who's Russell.
Put the
We'll find out
gloves
who's
on,
Russell in a
go to
second.
Walmart.
So when we get the video footage from you in Walmart, we're going to see you in latex gloves walking around?
If I didn't put them in my pocket, then yes.
Okay. Did you help with your dad out on
No.
140? Because that would have been hard too.
140?
Yeah, we have found your dad, and we know he is dead. And we know that you and Gavin were there when he was taken out of the trunk. That's just things we know, okay?
They did pull over.
Yeah, she did, bro.
Yeah.
And then Russell threw the body over.
How did that make you feel?
Whether a suspect expresses remorse or is perceived to express
Bro, she's spinning it on the guy who was waiting outside, bro. She's spinning it on him so she can stay with her boyfriend. What the fuck? Bro, she's demonic to the fucking end. She's demonic to the end, bro. Because remember, she went in when her boyfriend Gavin had beaten the fucking the father, right?
Influence, severity of sentencing. A defendant who confessed and appears remorseful is more likely to avoid the
What a
death penalty.
cunt!
I felt really bad.
Uh-huh. What did you say about it?
I think Gavin's the schizo.
I know.
Oh.
I blew my top off.
I don't know, she's a cunt anyways.
A lot of things.
No matter what, she's
that I
a cunt,
regret.
bro.
Tell me an example.
Knowledge
Yeah,
of the
who's the
crime now
schizo,
has been
bro?
clearly
Russell or
established,
Gavin?
And Detective Smith is working towards establishing elements of both the crime of murder
She's still
and
a
additional
cunt.
crimes like conspiracy.
I hate using swear words, but I was so mad that I used just a bunch of swear words.
Oh, she used a bunch of swear. You think I give a fuck about a bunch of swear words? You got your father killed. And she's like, oh my god, So I'm sorry, God, for using swear words. Was the fucking body of her dad is like next to her. And she's like, my bad for swearing. My bad. I won't do it again. What about the killing? You fucking dumb cunt. I'm telling you, bro, she's a cunt. She's a
More
cunt.
than not feeling, Ellen struggles to identify emotions that would fit this moment, stating that she was using a bunch of swear words when Gavin and Russell, or as Ellen tells it, just Russell, were throwing her father's body off the side of the embankment.
One of the things also out there by your dad is the baseball bat.
A baseball bat? Is that what he used?
Well, bro, imagine if she says, is that what Russell used? When it was Gavin. What the fuck? She's demonic. She's demonic.
My dad kept a baseball bat by the front door for protection.
Okay.
As a reminder, compare Ellen's behavior throughout the interrogation to the behavior Detective Smith established at the beginning of the interrogation. This behavior is similar to what Ellen was expressing when Detective Smith collected Ellen's baseline. Her paralanguage and micro-expressions are similar.
Where is that baseball bat now?
Well, you said it was found, so
Yeah.
he must have saw it and used it along with the machete, because the machete did have blood on it, and it was dried.
How do you know it was blood?
It was red,
Okay.
like dark red, dried blood. I know what dried blood looks like. I'm a woman.
Okay. And tell me about
True.
what the baseball bat looked like.
It was dark. It was a black metal baseball bat.
The information we have is that you actually threw that baseball bat up into the tree.
What?
Who
But I was
said
in
that?
the car.
Well, I'm a little bit thinking maybe you weren't in the car.
She is digging deeper into the extent of Ellen's
Yeah.
participation in the crime.
She does
The
this, she
whole
does this,
time,
she does
she
this, she
remained-
does this, she does this, she does this. She goes. It's weird.
Sympathetic and calm with Ellen.
It's weird,
Can you
bro.
put it up in the tree?
I kicked it. I don't know if I kicked it. That's why my
She kicked the bat?
Oh, wait, let me see. You have a line on your foot from kicking the baseball bat? Okay.
I don't know if you can tell.
Was he making any noise or anything?
No.
Could you tell if he was alive or if he was dead?
No. He was wrapped up. I saw his head covered in towels, and he was in a blanket.
Okay. And how did his head get covered in towels?
I guess Mike or Gavin must have wrapped him. But Gavin seemed just as shocked that that happened as I did. I think Mike took it too far and did that.
Okay. And where was he when you saw that?
They were pulling him out of the trunk.
Bro, I hate this Mike and Russell and Gavin and
Yeah,
RJ
Mike
and
didn't
like.
Okay. But, I mean...
Just tell me the fucking name. Use one name, you fucking dumb fuck.
Ellen states they were
She's
dumping
not
the
even
body,
good,
but
bro. She's
stated
not even good
previously
at
that
telling
Russell did
stories.
this
She
on his
changes the
own.
names
She
constantly.
continues to struggle to keep track of
What
her
a
lies.
fucker, bro. She's
Do
sabotaging
you
me.
know the names of roads?
Yeah.
You do? What roads were you on that you know the names of?
I know that we went on Hillcrest.
You know you went on Hillcrest.
The back
That's all I
roads.
can remember. I was just kind of sitting there freaking out, staring at the road.
Bro, look at the fucking animation.
So, however way you're on Hillcrest, and then you get out to the road where your dad is.
She's nervous? Nah, she's
Kidnapped
already
car.
caught. She's already caught.
Detective Smith employs a variety of active listening skills. Active listening encourages individuals to discuss difficult topics. Detective Smith additionally attempts to recreate the route taken to dump the body. This is another part of the narrative that will be important to the DA's case against the suspects. It will also help corroborate times and locations.
So Mike and Gavin were out. They tell you to get out.
Mhm.
They tell you to do something?
Mhm.
What?
Throw things over. Gavin handed me the baseball bat.
Somebody handed you a shirt?
A pink shirt.
Was it pink because that was its normal color?
Yeah.
Oh, they found it.
Did it have blood on it?
Yeah.
If they must have thrown it out, then I guess so. It was all bunched up.
They
She
felt
didn't
like
do
it was
anything.
so they wanted to get rid of it?
Good one.
Mhm.
Okay. And then what do you see next?
I see them, Mike particularly, push it down. Like, it goes, I saw it go over.
Did you see your dad's face?
No.
While this seems an odd question, it goes to knowledge of the circumstances and would confirm whether any or all suspects disposed of the body, or if they only disposed of other items at that time.
Okay.
But then they drive away, and then Mike gave Gavin directions as to where to leave the car. I don't remember where. Somewhere hilly.
Ellen fiddles with a wristband, another meaningless action and indication of physiological arousal of some sort.
Bro, I don't know.
And so then what happens?
Well, I got my speaker back from a friend.
Who was that person?
Jeff.
Did you guys tell Jeff anything about what had been happening?
No.
Law enforcement stopped by Jeff's house and discussed exactly what had happened.
I asked how they were doing. They said they were doing fine, and they were smiling. Gave them the speaker, and I said, alright, well, I gotta get back inside. Gavin gave me a hug, and then they left.
And then we got detained.
So tell me about your relationship with your dad.
Well, he used to be a good father, but he started getting abusive about 3 years ago.
And you had told me about a time he called you mean names. Has that happened more than once?
It happens all
I
the
don't
time.
believe her.
Or did happen all the time.
I don't believe
I
her.
don't know what brings it on. He just does it. I take
Bro,
all
the sisters could confirm or
whatever
deny
happens.
very easily. Any of
How does
this.
he treat your sisters?
Like gold. He would get drunk, and wherever I was sleeping.
Yeah, I'm gonna
he
choose
would
not to
come and
believe
lay
her either.
naked with me.
Because she's been lying a lot.
Okay.
I'm
So I
gonna
would
choose not to
leave and
believe
try
her.
to sleep somewhere else in the house.
Yeah, she lied about
When's the
everything,
last
bro.
time that
Sorry, I don't
Couple
believe all
weekends
women.
ago, Saturday.
I don't believe.
Dad came back from
I don't believe lying cunts who manipulated people to get their fucking father killed. Sorry, don't believe you, bitch. Sorry, you're barely human. Sorry, dude. Sorry.
my band trip.
Okay.
And then Mickey came in and pulled him back into the room.
When she came out, would she have seen
Nah,
him
you're
laying
good.
on the couch?
She saw his head, but I think that's about it, because she just kind of poked her head around the corner and said, Aaron, come back.
Poor
into the
girl.
room." He's like, oh.
Yeah, poor girl. She's retarded.
Has he ever?
Yes.
Okay.
It got on my hand, but then I went and I just started scrubbing and scrubbing and scrubbing because I felt so dirty
When was that?
and so ashamed of myself. Like, right after I turned 15, like in the new year.
Okay.
I felt
Lying
so
cunt.
ashamed.
Lying, liar, pants on fire.
Why would he do that to his daughter? Father shouldn't do that to his daughter.
She can't even cry properly, bro. Look at the acting.
And I really
Look at the
felt
acting. Look at the acting, bro. Look at the acting, bro. John, have a good night. Take care. Hopefully you're back tomorrow. I'll stream earlier, bro. I'll stream earlier. Take care, take care, take care. Thank you for coming in. Hope you have a lovely day at work. Look at that, bro. Lovely.
I never told my mom about it. And she's going to be angry when she finds out that I had it.
Well, what does Gavin
I don't
think
believe
that
her.
your dad's doing?
He just thinks, he knows that he's been abusive towards me.
As far as the name calling and the
And
grabbing
physical
you?
and the emotional.
Don't believe her right now.
Would you call this abuse? I'm not sure.
Well, I think different.
Oh yeah,
people have
that's
different
sexual
definitions,
abuse.
So that would certainly.
If
be up
it
to
would
you
be,
if you
it would.
think that.
I'm not sure what to call it at this point.
Do you want me to find tissues?
If
for you?
it was real, that's sexual abuse for sure.
It is waterproof.
Okay. Okay. I think we'll have somebody bring us in some tissues, okay?
Oh my god, look at the fucking.
I have no idea what he's done to my sisters.
It's simple, you can
Because
just
Ellen
ask the
has been
sisters.
consistently dishonest,
Yeah.
many of us may question whether her behavior is an outlandish form of deflection
Yeah.
and diversion at this point.
I don't
As this
believe
line of
her.
questioning progresses, Detective Smith hears about possible motives, but again, it's unclear that any of Ellen's claims are
Yeah.
true.
Don't believe
He
her.
had said this girl was being abused, possibly by her dad. The other thing that he had said is that she had a boyfriend that the dad did not approve of.
Yeah.
So that's also why we're kind of like, is she
Yeah.
really being abused?
Yeah.
now, or does she just really
Based.
wants to date? Just wants to date.
Based Cami. Based Cami. Based Cami. Based. Don't believe all women. Based.
When we thought it was okay. Because there was a few times when he was sober and he...
I don't believe her at all.
No.
She keeps looking at the fucking camera, bro. She keeps looking at the camera like this. I just don't know. You see this?
I'm having a breakdown and I'm really sorry.
You what?
I'm really sorry.
It's okay. I mean, are you sorry you're crying?
My dad would hit me when I cried.
She
Oh
is clearly
my
distraught here.
God.
Recall Gavin's less blatant self-hugging nonverbal in his interrogation.
Plan is to get her bags and get her the hell out of there.
I don't believe her
Believe
at all.
it. This seemingly insignificant posture is a prominent tell that individuals are emotionally distressed in some way. A new nonverbal indicator, even more telling if interpreted with Ellen's pacifying self-hug, is that Ellen is raising both shoulders high up to either side of her ears. This is also known as the turtle effect. Turtles recede into their shell.
Oh, really? Really, narrator? Okay, am I emotionally distraught right now? I'm sorry for streaming this, but... Am I emotionally distraught, narrator? W acting, by the way.
Themselves
W
against
acting.
threat. And we can imagine that if Ellen had
Turtle
shot,
effect.
she would be tucking her head.
Bro, he's trolling right now. The turtle shell tactic, bro. She's hiding underneath the shell. What's he gonna say next? That evolution is real and we used to be turtles? Like, what is this shit, bro? Bro, what's up? No, bro, I swear to God, the narrator's trolling. He's inventing new fucking things, you know? Oh, look, it's the turtle effect, bro.
Now.
He trolling. So much tears. You didn't cry a single time.
I'll only be gone for a second. I'll be gone long enough for me to find you a tissue. Okay?
Ellen appears to be
Well, we didn't
experiencing
evolve.
genuine
Well, we didn't evolve from turtles like this motherfucker suggests. The turtle effect, bro.
surges of emotion well after Detective Smith has exited the room. She alternates rapidly
Also,
between highly
remember,
distraught to neutral
it's
expressions.
evolution,
Recall Jane's
bro.
statement about Ellen's rapidly shifting
Evil.
moods, which we discussed more accurately resembled rapidly shifting emotions.
Bro, she keeps looking at the camera.
We could infer from Ellen's expressions in this moment that she's struggling to regulate her emotions. This isn't to say that it's not reasonable for Ellen to be distraught over the alleged abuse, but rather that her specific way of responding hints at potential abnormal emotion regulation and possible psychopathology.
She's just kind of filling us in, and she's going to come back in and chat with you. Okay?
Bro. That's how she pretends to cry. Her father died, right? Because those fucking simps believed her. And she's that bad at acting. Right? Like, if she was a good actress, I'd be like, you know what? I can understand how the guys got fucking swindled. But she's a terrible actress. And they got swindled. Man.
It's going to be really important that you're truthful about everything at this point. And we're going to help get through this, okay? All right. So she'll be back in just a minute.
Okay.
All right.
The officer encourages Ellen to be truthful about everything. Common thing to say, to play as if the truth is liberating and will help the suspect. It rarely helps them, though.
You are an artist. It sounds like there's been some talk about your dad and the way he treats you and like what to do about that and how to fix that. Do you know anything about those conversations?
This is the overture to establishing premeditation. Discussing conversations also sets up the stage for charges of conspiracy to commit murder.
There's not any that I was involved in that I know about.
It sounds like at least something had been planned.
She's
They
pressing
might
her.
have planned something, I don't know.
Yeah.
She's
I heard a
pressing
knock on
her.
the door. And Mike was the only one in the yard at that point. And then I heard the door open.
Mm.
And
I don't believe
I
her.
don't know. Maybe he tackled my dad since all of the blood was on the couch. The majority of it. At least from what I saw. I don't know.
I feel like
you're lying
you're
to me.
putting a lot on Mike.
Yeah.
Ellen spends a large portion of her interrogation blaming Russell, and Russell spends a large portion of his interrogation demanding her
Defending
release.
her.
It's a tragic contrast.
Bro, W. Russell, he's like a good person, but he's kind of retarded. Okay. Who the fucks who? So, okay. He is a sexless virgin. He is autistic. He is a protector. Everybody around him said that he protects people. He wants to protect people. He's the one who's cringe, the guy who's bipolar. He's the one who has a protection business. He's the one who demanded they release her. He's the one who's protecting her at all cost, right? The other guy is the pedo, the boyfriend. The other guy is the one that hit her dad with the bat, right? She is the cunt who lied to both of them. And she is the cunt who is blaming this guy for killing the father and for like making the plan and everything alone. Like she's blaming him. She said he threw the fucking body. He killed the dad. She's blaming him. Why? Because she wants to go out with the boyfriend. She's throwing him under the bus. And all he's doing is trying to bring her out of the darkness. But he got swindled. This guy got fucking swindled, bro. This guy got manipulated. This guy is the guy who wasn't aggressive, wasn't anything like that. This guy wasn't the aggressive one. The boyfriend was the aggressive one. The boyfriend was the one that got in a couple of fights and shit like that. The boyfriend was the one that hit him over the head. This guy was just a retard who got manipulated, who wanted to protect people, wanted to be a good guy, and he fell into the trap because he believes all women. You know, he fell into the believe all women shit. That's him.
Pressed.
3. All charges are to be dropped, and every recording
But he's cringe.
due to that is to be destroyed.
Russell seems completely detached from reality, relishing in his perceived position of power by the demands he
He's
makes.
not a murderer. This guy's
I
not
know
a
cops are
murderer.
really good at that. Oh, I misplaced that file.
Based.
I know your sick, twisted games, boy. 2 hours.
Yeah, he's a loyal
Because I
retard.
know Gavin has been put in a different holding cell in a different building. Release him.
He's just a
Bring
cringe lord,
him
bro.
here without handcuffs. You guys can hold on to the goods. I really don't give a so.
Bro, he actually does seem like an autistic guy who wanted to help people and he fell into the wrong people, man. Like, I'm pretty sure that they will release this guy. Like, look, if he is bipolar, you can control that. I'm pretty sure this guy will get a lenient sentence. I'm pretty sure also because this guy came in and immediately told them what happened. Like, he immediately told them what the truth was, you know? No way, this is all part of his plan, bro? No, I don't think so. Not his. Not
We
his.
can do this the nice way and we negotiate, or we can do it the hard way and I can release my bipolar.
Oh.
How to beat the legal system with its own laws, too. Never trick me, buddy.
Yeah, you see. Also, just so you guys know, the insanity plea, it's not a get out of jail free card. Like, they send you to a mental hospital, bro. They send you to a mental institute instead of jail. Like, it's not a beautiful place, you know? You don't get released. People think that with an insanity plea, you just get released. No, no, no. You go into a mental institution, which can often be worse because you get medicated every day. You know?
What are you diagnosed with?
Autism, bipolar, definitely don't get me mad. 90% of the time I'm cool.
Okay.
Unless you give me reason to hit you, then I hit
Yeah.
Which actually, you don't really want that.
The only problem is if he...
He seems to grow increasingly frustrated when none of these tactics gain traction. So he next tries setting a time limit to which they must comply, and arrogantly turns off the recording, gesturing to it as if it's some sort of standoff.
If he was the one who wrote... If he was the one who wrote the plan, that's an issue. Because then it could be pinned on him that he was like the fucking, you know, the one who made the plan and everything. And I'm pretty sure it was him. But
Ellie, there.
But from what I'm seeing, bro, this guy seems to be like the least monstrous, but the most exploitable. The girl is the most fucking monstrous, and well, and the guy too, right? Because
These
he
are
fucking beat the
nonverbal
dad.
signs of aggression and dominance.
Everyone, thanks, journals and 14 the thanks, Ritual blow them all up.
Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O.
Bro, if this guy started streaming, he'd be so good. Are you kidding me?
And on
Yeah,
that
he was.
farm
Yeah, he was the one who made the
had
plan. He was the one who
some
wrote the
bacon.
plan.
Russell begins to more directly mock law enforcement, showing clear signs of lack of respect for authority. He's joking, but there are highly negative undertones to what he relates.
Oh, bro, come on.
With a grease there and a grease there. Everywhere grease all over the
He's just
road.
insane.
Whee! All the way home. 5 little piggies eating at the trough. Wait, no. Wrong one. 3 little monkeys.
Yeah, this guy would be a great streamer.
Hey, you guys want to hear another cop joke?
Like, I don't think this guy would have killed anybody, dude. If he didn't meet that girl or somebody like that, he wouldn't have killed anybody. The other guy's the one who had, like, the anger issues and shit. The other guy's got the more potential. This guy didn't even fucking beat him. This guy wasn't even in the house. This guy just drove them. Like, bro, he was the one who got used the most. And honestly, from that bitch, from the cunt bitch-ass motherfucker, piece of shit, 15-year-old girl, right? From what she was saying, where she was pinning it all on Russell, it's possible that they chose to get Russell involved as the fall guy. If anything goes wrong, we blame it on Russell. Like, that's possible, dude. Because she's just blaming him for everything. You know? And it's possible that she made him... It's possible. I don't think she was that smart, but it is possible.
3 little pigs fell in the mud. That's a dirty joke. You want to hear a clean joke?
Yeah,
you
go
didn't
ahead.
scrub hard enough.
His behavior grows progressively confrontational, and his demeanor is far less lighthearted.
Oh boy, that's not good.
Yeah, but
I
he's
should really have a talk with my bipolar side.
No, you shouldn't.
Yes, I should.
No, you shouldn't. Yes, I should.
Some may argue that Russell is unknowingly working against the potentially damaging effects of the isolation aspect of the Reed interrogation technique. Russell takes control of his situation, regardless of whether it's founded in reality, likely reducing his feelings of boredom, thereby contributing to reduced emotional or psychological distress.
Click it again.
Please send Gavin and Ellie Fryer into this room, please. Thank you. Asking nicely.
He might be under a delusion, but Russell's behavior is still notably histrionic, similar to what we see throughout Ellen's
But he's not a killer. He's not a
He puts on a
killer.
variety of melodramatic displays.
Scissors.
This kid's not a killer and he's not a mastermind. He's just an autistic
nowhere
kid
on me.
who got into
But
the
my
wrong
teeth
friends.
Are very sharp as well. I just found the wire that goes into the wall. And I'd really hate to get hurt by a cop. Or is it the other way around? I forget.
The police continue to let him speak, giving him all the rope he needs to hang himself further.
Who cares anyway? I just saw Gavin go by. Here's the thing. You passed the door. Bring him back. Please.
Please.
Thank you.
Individuals
Bro,
exposed
he's
to violence
acting.
often display violent tendencies that develop as defense mechanisms. Here, it's almost as if Russell is putting up fists preparing to fight with his
stop.
past, the one which reportedly included
Stop,
a significant
bro.
amount.
No, stop. Stop, bro. You're reading too much into it. He's just having fun, bro. He's a superhero. In his mind, he's a superhero, bro. In his mind, that's what he is. That's why he's like, wow. But as soon as somebody walks in, he's like, oh.
Violence.
Yeah, it's a me 24-hour stream, bro.
Just to kind of run you through it, and then I'll let Jim take over. Is you wanted to have a cigarette, we went outside.
This kid, like, legitimately, bro, this kid's not a menace to society like the girl and the other guy is. This guy needs to understand, though, that he cannot do this type of shit. So he does need to do some time. Right? He does need to do some time. But he's not a menace to society. He's not gonna kill all the fucking people. I mean, well, if he gets with weird fucking people like the girl, yeah, he will kill more people, right? Well, he didn't even kill them, bro. What am I talking about, kill more people? He didn't even kill anybody, man.
You got it. Gave you a cigarette. Yep. I advised you of your Miranda rights. You remember that?
Yeah.
Said you understood your rights.
The investigator wants it on record that he allowed Russell to smoke a cigarette, and that he advised Russell of his Miranda rights
twice.
The investigator begins to quickly recap his previous testimony and what they did on the crime scene visit.
Look
so
at
he
him.
doesn't have an opportunity to retract his
Bro,
prior
I
statements.
like him. I like him, bro. This isn't...
It's got a mind.
He's not a monster. This kid's not a monster, man.
You turned it off earlier.
Well, I turned it off and on several
Look,
times.
look.
You really told us that last night is when you and
This kid's
Gavin
not a monster.
walked over to Ellie's house.
The other two
And you
are.
met her at
He's not.
Union Park?
It's like the one we watched yesterday, right? Or the other day. That one girl that I was constantly saying, like, bro, she didn't do anything. Like, legitimately didn't do anything. The only thing she did was stay in the house and didn't call the cops. That's the only thing she did. The 18-year-old, remember? The one who's gonna, the Joey, Anna, something like that. When it was 4 people and the kid shot the other guy, the kid shot the other kid. Right? And the one girl set him up. The other girl didn't do anything. She didn't do jack shit. She didn't do jack shit, dude. She didn't hide the body. She didn't do anything. The only thing she didn't do is she didn't call the cops. And she still got sent to prison. Because she, like, talked.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, bro, a good attorney would have gotten that girl out.
We could easily interpret Russell's behavior as psychopathic, and that he doesn't display signs of remorse, even occasionally laughing. Based on information from sources and from what Russell has stated about himself, he more likely does not comprehend the true meaning and impact of what he's done.
So why don't we start from the beginning?
Okay.
And just give us the. I mean,
he's not a
you've
monster.
been very cooperative and truthful. So
You're very intelligent.
Yeah.
Russell is more likely to respond by continuing to be truthful because he may wish to be perceived as intelligent.
That was part of his problem, is because he can hold an adult conversation, and you think, wow, this kid's pretty smart. Right. But it's not because he knew what he was talking about, it's because he memorized what he had read.
So we headed over, we waited across the street, down the alley. We were waiting there till she texted, saying that he's asleep. So I started wanting to head over, and right when I wanted to head over, she texts. So it's almost like she read my mind. So we headed over.
This motherfucker, bro. Bro, he's funny. Yo, this kid's funny. Look at him. He read my mind. Good night, Mom. Love you.
Headed over. He went through the gate.
I like the kid.
Because we were going to go through.
When you talk about he again.
Gavin.
Okay.
Went through her window. I followed.
He's charismatic.
After. Kind of nervous about it, but hey, it's what I do for a living. We got all the bags loaded out.
Yeah, he's protection, bro.
That she's going to grab the keys and pull the car around. While Gavin, I say,
he got played, bro.
Talks to the guy, but that's far from.
There is widespread belief that individuals on the spectrum cannot distinguish between moral right and wrongness. Contrarily, individuals diagnosed with autism often possess an even greater conceptualization of right and wrong. In Russell's case, he seems to have an extreme idea of what is right in this situation, believing that what happened to Aaron was fully justifiable.
Did you ever climb through the window?
No.
Okay.
No, I only went through the front door.
That's not a monster, man.
Yeah, after the beating.
Okay.
Just as
The
Gavin told
beating.
investigators that he
The
hit
killing.
Aaron instead of killed.
After I hit her dad.
Russell tells investigators that he only entered the location after the beating versus after the killing.
Yeah,
or
after
murder.
the beating.
This again
different
is
thing.
distancing language, essentially psychological avoidance.
So earlier, at this point, what you told us was her dad came in with a gun and threatened him?
That part was not true.
Okay.
I just wanted to make it look like he's a good guy. And he is a good guy, trust me.
Who is?
Gavin.
So when you went in, what did you see?
Very scary face.
Get the fuck on my screen.
I think what you originally told us, that his body was still twitching when you got there?
Yeah, he was dead. Gavin checked his pulse and everything. It was still moving due to the gases and stuff and the chemical mixture within the body.
Okay.
I went through the front door, went straight to the bathroom.
Okay.
Because I was like,
Okay.
dead body.
What we're learning is something that Ellie has been wanting to happen for a while. And that the three of you guys have been having those conversations.
I was not in the planning of killing him.
What he says here contradicts his prior testimony, the evidence, and Gavin's testimony.
Yeah,
We've been talking about.
he wrote it down.
Out several weeks, and then
He wrote it down.
Finale was make it look like he kidnapped him.
He calls the plan to make it look like a kidnapping, the grand finale, once again showing no remorse,
bro.
almost as if this is a movie or novel plot.
And
Yeah, he's just
put
a
him
fucking imbecile.
In a car, Gavin would drive over state line to California. I was gonna do.
You guys are going to tie him in the front seat of a passenger car with him alive and drive him across California?
Yeah, that was my idea.
Okay.
Killing was not my idea at all.
Did you know going over last night
That Gavin was gonna kill him? No.
or assault him?
Well,
Yeah,
probably
assault him,
assault,
yeah.
but I didn't expect him to actually kill him. Just like probably a few broken ribs or something.
I mean, is that something he talked about?
Bro,
He talked about killing.
Russell was aware that murder was a possibility. Under the law, he would have already been guilty of felony murder,
Yeah, he
which is
fucked
when, in the commission of a felony,
He
like
fucked up by saying
aggravated
that.
assault, i.e. assault with a weapon here, or
He fucked up by
burglary,
saying that.
if one defendant kills the victim during the commission of another felony, Even if it wasn't planned, all defendants can be charged with the murder.
I tried to talk him out of killing him.
But when they talked about it, what did they propose to do?
Take him over state line, cut the brakes or whatever, make him go into a gas station. Man,
All kinds of things got talked about.
Okay, yeah, he's insane. Okay, he was thinking of it like a movie, bro. You beat the guy up, you take him over. Like, he's thinking he lives in GTA RP, bro. Like, but he's not a monster. He's not a monster, man.
But I always popped holes in every system.
Did Ellie ever come out and say he's going to take a bat and do this tonight?
No, she just said that she...
Gavin says that she handed him the bat to
Yeah.
go do it.
Did you see that?
No, I did not.
What'd she tell you when she came out?
She said that she's going to go around the block, grab the car, give the signal, and Gavin would go take care of business.
So you knew when she had the car that Gavin's going to take care of business?
Well, I didn't know that he was going to kill him, but...
Oh, come on.
Just, I thought take care of business as in
Meant.
hurt the guy.
Okay.
Russell contradicts himself by saying he thought take care of business meant just hurt the father. After he just finished telling the investigator all the ways he shot down the other various methods, Gavin and Ellie suggested killing him.
So you have the Samsung phone?
Yes. The red and black.
The red and black one? And did we find that on you when we stopped
yes.
You? And is that passcoded?
What does it say?
Yes.
What's the passcode on that?
It's a pattern.
Can you draw the pattern for me?
Don't give it to them, bro. You don't have to give it to them. Bro, he's giving them everything.
Because my new name is Mike Smith.
Oh, I can already see what it is. Do you recall how they
MS.
talked about that they were going to kill him, when they wanted to kill him? Besides the big... Of all these pages that I wrote down, the majority of this sounds...
Bro, he's
very
funny.
accurate. It's just the gun stuff wasn't accurate?
No.
Okay.
I just wanted to make it look more helpful on his end.
Consistent with the interrogation up to this point, Russell seems to be prouder that he could help than worried that he did.
You've told us several times throughout our conversation that you didn't cause the...
Aston, what's up, baby?
Do you think he was awake when he got hit?
Probably
What's up, man? What's up?
falling asleep. All I heard was...
Why the fuck is your shirt on?
...thuds and the moaning in pain.
One of Ellen's neighbors had also heard Aaron...
Wait a minute. Is this streamer Aston? It is, isn't it? Let me see. Is it the Aston? What's up, man? Yeah, I'm wearing the shirt. I have to. Actually, I don't have to. I don't know why, to be honest. I don't know why I put on a shirt. Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know why. I can't actually explain it.
Dying.
I want to coach it to yeah, let's do it. Yeah, actually, let's do it, dude. Let's do it. Let's do it. For a small fee, you motherfucker.
Hello, Abby. Thank you for asking so kindly, but I don't think I'd like to discuss
What's up,
it for
dude?
your platform. It was a pretty traumatic experience for me personally, so I think I'll have to pass.
I watched some of your
Have a great
streams,
day.
dude. I watched your Hunt gameplay. You're very good. I'm serious though. Do you want to? Listen, buddy, I don't have any fucking money right now. But we could collab. We could play some games. But coaching, no, I can't really afford it right now, buddy.
Audience drunk right behind me.
Russell does not
Sell
necessarily
shirtless
deserve
pictures on
credit,
OnlyFans.
but take note that this is the first
Aren't
time
you like
one
under
of the
18, bro?
individuals involved in this crime expressed discomfort with the fact that Aaron's body was in the trunk of the car while they ran errands.
I could.
Ellie is telling another detective.
Not that many people would buy it,
that
dude. Now.
actively got talked about. As far
Feet,
as
though, they'd buy.
Different things got talked about.
Yeah, we talked
What's up, man?
about
Good to see you here.
it, but never really...
We're watching fucking murderers, man.
Kind of like I could say I'm going to punch a cop, but that doesn't mean I'm going to actually do it.
Russell
Oh,
displays
no,
his disdain for
he's-
authority when he makes an analogy involving punching a cop,
He's
which may be
dumb,
a subtle
bro.
way to threaten the investigator. It also shows his lack of intimidation
Yeah,
for the authority.
this kid's
and
just
or lack of
autistic,
social
man.
or
He's
situational
autistic.
comprehension.
He's autistic and he got used, bro. He got used.
To a degree.
Okay.
But not.
The chonage instead of based.
Do you think Ellie knew?
Yeah, go coach the pro players, man. They need some coaching from you.
If men knew, we'd be able to understand women and not have arguments.
But I'll come back to Han soon.
She didn't say anything about him killing her. She just said, take care of business.
How do you know about me, man?
Probably. It was a lot of
YouTube or Twitch? Somebody told you?
I'm still terrified that there was a dead body.
Again, Russell is the only member of the trio who expresses shock at the sight and or presence of a dead body.
This guy's completely...
What he says next is particularly unsettling.
Did you send anybody text messages? Did you believe what we just did?
No.
Do you believe I'm riding in the car with a dead body?
No, I'm not. I might be blonde, but I'm not stupid. I'm only part blonde.
Ever thinking about trying to see if...
What?
I mean...
If I could be Mr. Popular because I have a dead body behind me, no.
No, or if Aaron needed help. I mean, were you pretty convinced he was dead?
Yeah.
You told us that you were a high-functioning autistic.
Damn, dude.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you know the difference between right and wrong?
Oh. No, he doesn't.
Sometimes.
Would it be wrong to kill someone?
The investigator
Bro, he's gonna say, depends why you killed them. Which is actually kind of true.
up Russell's autism and directly asks him questions that a defendant would be asked.
Because he was doing it to defend...
is mentally fit to stand trial. Doing this helps
he was doing it to defend the girl.
Insanity defense or mental incapacity defense he may try to use later because of his autism diagnosis. Consider that mental illness and its role in influencing criminality is highly complex. A mental health professional would spend several hours over multiple sessions determining this. This is only a starting place.
Well, see, here's another trick with that. What's
the trick?
That it's wrong to kill someone in self-defense?
Okay,
but it wasn't self-defense.
So,
but what if this isn't self-defense?
Self-defense would be if her dad came at him.
Right, and there's no evidence
versus
of that.
Him getting mad that her father, Aaron, tried to sleep with his daughter.
Okay. Do you think it would be wrong to kill somebody that's sleeping with their daughter?
It's not lawful for fathers to do that with their kids.
Lawful understanding differs from moral understanding.
Yeah.
Russell is either aware of what the investigator is attempting to do or exhibiting signs of genuine confusion.
I hope he doesn't get as much time as the rest.
Do you consider yourself an intelligent person?
Yes, he's going to say yes.
To some degree.
What is your diagnosis?
Bipolar, which I keep down with cigarettes.
Okay.
Cigarettes.
You can't keep down bipolar with cigarettes.
If anything, nicotine ingestion increases the onset of depressive and manic episodes.
No, bipolar is lithium. Lithium. They give you lithium. Bipolar disorder.
Any schizophrenia?
No.
The investigator may ask this
he's not a
he also
schizo.
believes that Russell exhibits delusions and, potentially, hallucinations.
He just got spot.
Hallucinations and delusions, as stated previously, are symptoms of psychosis not typically associated with bipolar disorder. And
bro, you give me PTSD by using a cast fucking emote.
Fewer people know that bipolar disorder can occur with psychotic features.
It's
this
PTSD,
is more likely
bro.
What Russell is experiencing.
You talked about punching a cop in the face. Do you know it's wrong to punch a cop in the face?
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus, I know if
you know it's wrong to kill somebody.
Yes, depending on the situation.
So was it talked about prior to going over there, or while you were over there, that Gavin was going to assault?
I mean, they wrote it down, bro. They have it written down.
That he didn't like it.
Plan A, Plan B, kill the father, whatever the fuck.
Were you upset about that?
Being a protector of females, yes.
Okay.
Bro.
And if anyone tried to do that to my daughter, I'd probably grab a shotgun too. Because no one harms my family like that.
Why are you saying this, bro?
We were supposed to try and find chloroform and knock him out.
Yeah, he was a white knight, man. But I understand it because he's autistic.
Told me that he knew some karate. I said, well, is there any...
He knew some karate.
Not
Pressure points, no.
He said there were, and that they would try to, but I guess they didn't want to.
Is the reason he...
Okay. I did karate for fucking 14 years. This pressure point bullshit doesn't exist. Okay? It doesn't exist. Now, can you choke a motherfucker out? Yeah, for maybe 30 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes. Can you knock somebody out for more minutes? Yeah, but then you run the risk of brain damage and shit like that. There's no way to knock out somebody that isn't with drugs. That is like risk-free. And even when you do it with drugs, like that's why you need an anesthesiologist or whatever the fuck. Like somebody who studies anesthesia and uses the right amount and whatever, and they still kill people by accident. Like it's not easy to just knock somebody out.
Kind of a backup.
It's not an easy thing to do.
Backup if he was to try and come at one of us. But I wasn't gonna go like, I'm gonna kill you. No. It's more like, stay back or I will. But it was
Oh,
never...
bro, he's just...
If Gavin would have
He's a mall warrior, bro. He's a mall ninja. Is what they call them.
Gavin's got a bat, and Gavin says to you, I'm going to take this bat and bash it over his head.
Hypothetically?
What would you have done?
I would have tried to convince him only to break Aaron's rib cage, but not kill him.
Okay.
But how do you...
For like one hit, knock him out.
Would you then...
One hit, knock him out.
On with trying to convince
This
him
kid
to
watches too many
knock him
movies,
out,
man.
Put him in the car and take him to California?
Yeah.
Russell doesn't skip a beat before answering that he would have taken Aaron to California after knocking him out. He is oblivious that guilt would be an appropriate emotional response.
Because that's the other part of the plan, right?
That was one of the plans, yes.
What's the other plan?
My plan was to tie him in the woods, have a stern talking to him, like you do not do that to your family. And hopefully that would scare him, and me and Gavin and Ellie.
Why didn't you call the cops?
Drive off and leave him there, and he can walk
go to
back.
California or somewhere else?
Probably just back to the house and wait till my grandma gave me the RV, and then we were going to take my RV. That was the ultimate plan.
Gavin would later claim that Russell's firm talking to Aaron plan was, in reality, a tie him to a tree and murder him plan. Note Gavin's nonverbal indicators throughout this portion of the interrogation. He appears the most distressed in relation to the crime. This is logical, both in that the repercussions are the most severe, and what he did was the most severe.
Whose idea was it to cause harm to her dad? Who first brought it up?
She did.
Ellie brought it up?
She was the one who first wanted to.
You'll have to speak up a little bit, I can't hear.
Of course she did.
She was the one who first was like, I want my dad dead.
Yeah, and you fell
RJ was
into
going
it.
to knock him out and then go take him out somewhere and then kill him.
RJ was?
That was what he was.
Did RJ ever talk about tying him up to a tree and having a stern talk with him?
He didn't tell me about that, no.
How would your plan be to take him out and kill him?
So what my plan would have been was, like, if we gotten, like, chloroform, whatever, I would have gone in, I would have...
Chloroform.
Like, out with it or whatever.
Yeah, these kids, they got no idea what the fuck they're doing, dude. They just watch movies and they think they know, but they don't know. So you see people get knocked out with chloroform in the movies. Look, I studied chemistry, bro. I've used chloroform. Getting a fucking thing over your thing like that, I'm pretty sure it's more likely to give you fucking cancer than to knock you the fuck out. Okay? Because, like, you don't get knocked out by just breathing chloroform like this. But you will get cancer, for sure, in a couple of years. Yeah, for sure. Chloroform doesn't work like it does in the movies, man. It's not a real thing. You don't have to believe me, you can Google it.
Knocked everybody out, who?
Well, she has sisters or his girlfriend.
It doesn't work like that.
Your plan was to use chloroform on all the kids and the girlfriend and him?
Yeah.
Even the investigator cannot hold back a shocked and disgusted facial expression. Investigators are human, and they have limits.
So is Ellie kind of responsible for facilitating this bat thing?
Yes.
Is there any talk about getting a gun and just shooting him?
That's what RJ was wanting to do the entire time, but I was like, you're going to have to walk past him to get to the guns, and he's probably going to wake up before then.
Do you know the difference between right and wrong?
Yeah.
You do? Have you ever been diagnosed with any kind of mental disorders?
ADHD.
According to family, Gavin was also diagnosed with autism.
Yeah, it's pretty clear he was.
Everything we've mentioned about Russell also holds the potential to apply in some capacity to Gavin. He could struggle to realize the true impact of what he's done, although it seems clear to him that the outcome is not good at this point in the interrogation.
The other guy's more extreme.
The family member we interviewed further mentioned that not everything registers for him.
When did you get diagnosed with ADHD?
When I was like 7 and a half.
Yeah, when he was a kid.
I mean, I've been off medication for it since I was 17.
What?
You were using medication until you were 17?
Oh, okay.
His struggle with these reported disorders could have largely influenced the execution of this crime. An anonymous acquaintance who spoke with us shared that he had noticed Gavin changing roughly around the time Gavin states he stopped taking his ADHD medication.
Oh, he changed. You can just tell by looking at him. He didn't have the same confidence he used to have. He just looked like he didn't sleep well. His hair became greasy. He just wasn't himself.
Bottom line, getting off medication and or stopping therapy when those interventions are needed has dire consequences for those and others who know those who struggle with mental illness.
Dude, it legitimately seems like the 15-year-old girl manipulated both of them.
I didn't feel like I needed it, no, and I've been I messed up big time, and I know it.
You guys going over there and getting her bags, when did it start passing through your mind that you're going to take them out? Well, let me ask you this.
I was just so angry. I didn't want to kill him.
Right, I understand that.
Note how he bends his head down submissively, hunches his shoulders, and raises his vocal pitch. Gavin seems, or is attempting to seem, honest and simultaneously respectful of law enforcement in the room.
But when she handed you back,
yeah.
did you feel like, oh, this is going to go down, I'm going to go assault him?
I was thinking, is this really happening? I'm about to go kill someone. And I stopped and I kind of sat there frozen. I didn't know what to do.
Even though this was calculated, Gavin could have been genuinely afraid in this moment. Fear of what Aaron might do to him should Aaron have woken up may have pushed Gavin to do something that he ultimately would not have followed through with. We mentioned the fight or flight response previously.
Only friend, a girl rejected me and my friends are body shaming me because I'm fat. I say I don't look good, what do I do?
Fight or flight response.
Improve, bro, improve as a human. Make her jelly. Make your friends say, bro, what the fuck? How the fuck did you get jacked? You used to be the fatty bum bum. That's what you do, bro. That's what you do. You start eating a little bit cleaner every day, just a little bit cleaner every day. Start moving a little bit more every day. And in a year time, 2 years time, bro, I was in the gym and they tried to body shaming me. Bro, they body shamed you at the gym. A bunch of cunts. I don't believe that. I don't believe that, dude. I don't believe that. But if it's true, they're a bunch of loser fucks. Don't listen to them. Keep going to the gym. Don't listen to them.
May have turned to fight once he was closer.
Everybody who went to the gym, dude, went to improve their body in some way, shape, or form. There's probably gonna be a super jacked guy that used to be fat as fuck.
So what's your mom's name?
You could be that jacked guy.
Third quarter of your 12th grade year. What happened?
I just want to get done with school because a lot of people were giving me all sorts.
Nah, keep going, man. Don't let what other people. Hey, look, you're improving. Don't let them stop your improvement.
So I just wanted to get out of there. I knew killing myself wasn't the answer because that would just be pure stupidity. So, and I'm guessing I'm not going.
Nah, keep going, man. Keep going to the fucking gym. If it's that bad, go at another time. Go at a different time than they go. Change gyms.
When people ask me questions like that, it's
keep going to the gym.
An easy answer to say yes.
And keep eating better, man. Keep eating better. Keep eating clean. And if you slip and you don't go to the gym or you eat a little bit worse, keep going, man. Just keep going. Everybody slips. Everybody makes mistakes.
Gavin appears to genuinely care for Ellen. Interestingly, in speaking to sources, we found that Gavin had cheated on Ellen.
What?
I mean, I know this might be TMI, but I actually, hooked up with him. Everything was seemingly normal. We flirted a lot back then and talked about the possibility of a relationship. I did find out after hooking up with him that he was dating that other girl, so we pretty much just stopped talking due to that.
Bro.
He was really nice at the time. It could likewise have something to do with his ADHD diagnosis. Untreated, ADHD can increase the risk of promiscuity and infidelity. This is, again, largely due to issues of impulse control, excess energy, poor coping mechanisms, and poor emotion regulation.
Have you used any drugs today or drank at all today?
Other than my vape, no.
Do you use any drugs?
I do smoke weed.
Did you have a clear mind when this happened? Had you been drinking or using drugs when this happened?
No.
Okay.
Many of Gavin's old friends mentioned that he always had weed.
He always had a weed. Yeah, one of the last things he...
He always had weed? I wonder why, Austin. It looks like you're looking over a fucking roach over there, bro.
His message to me was, supposed to get an ounce.
Load him.
Come over and smoke.
He further elaborated that Gavin may not have responded the best to the drug and made some accurate and relevant points at potential negative outcomes of using it.
He got angry.
He was so high. He couldn't walk. We found a shopping cart on the side of the road. He hopped in it and forgot all of his stuff on the side of the road, right? So I picked it up for him. I was like carrying his
That's a
board
good story though.
back, and he was just sitting in this shopping cart like you know, and thinking it made him think weird. So some people just can't handle this, you know? I've heard that.
No, but he
Some
can.
disorders can be amplified.
Yeah, schizophrenia and shit.
I just know I just seriously put myself over with this. From the beginning, I had a bad feeling about all this, and I was like, I knew I shouldn't have gone.
No, but you did, bro. But you did.
Waiting for a long time. We've known each other for a while. It's just
Bro,
hard.
she was
Gavin is
14 when he
regretful,
met
but
her,
not for
right?
taking Aaron's life. He implies here that he was doing this all because Ellen wanted him to. Although his family reported that Ellen was the prime culprit in manipulating Gavin.
I mean, his family,
There were
your
others
family's
who
always
disagree.
gonna, yeah.
I can't help but blame Gavin for a lot of it.
So you think that he was the mastermind if he had put his foot down?
I guarantee Ellie would have been like, okay, maybe we shouldn't kill my dad.
Oh boy, why do I have a bad feeling about all this?
Jim's gonna explain some things to you.
Bags, evidence.
Bro, this is
handcuffs are going to be coming next for all three of us because what we did, well, I didn't beat the crap out of them.
You told me that you spent a lot of time in the watching and doing
Bro.
stuff. So
Yeah.
this is a search warrant, okay?
Gavin's property?
No, this is for your body. I'm just going to explain that to you because part of what we're going to
I have nothing on me except for my clothes.
Okay. Mike, part of what we're going to collect is
DNA
samples, and that's
I'm bullshit.
Here we see a more blatant display of Russell's anti-authoritarian attitude.
A search warrant can be ate just like my homework by my dog, which I never had.
So Mike,
I ate my
let me
own
explain
homework.
something, Mike. The judge signed the search warrant saying that we're
No, but the
gonna
search
go-
warrant can be
so it's
eaten, bro.
Judge signed it, yeah. Yeah.
What stupid judge said that?
So let me read this to you, okay? It's long. In the Circuit Court of the State of Oregon,
Yeah, they're gonna.
Jackson.
So it matters. It matters because they're gonna find out if he also got a couple of licks in on the body or not. Like that matters, you know. Because if they find DNA of his like near the body or like blood of his near the body, it also means he was in the fight and it wasn't just one guy. But
Search warrant.
I don't think it was
You are
him.
hereby commanded to search a certain
Commanded.
and Russell
Commanded.
Jones, date of birth 7/11/95, who are currently in police custody.
7-Eleven was a part-time job.
7/1/95. Okay. Okay.
You're going to have to tie me down in a straitjacket to get my evidence.
Okay, and that may happen. Okay.
First they attempted to talk out my head.
I won't
bite it.
I'll not stick my finger in your mouth, I promise you that.
I was protecting a kid once, and she had 4 guys hold my arms and legs down.
And he
So
fought.
She thought I was safe enough to put her hand close to my mouth. Let's just say she needed rabies shots after I bit her.
Don't bite me, please.
When's the last time you slept?
Bro, wait, you were protecting her?
3 days ago.
Wow.
What?
Individuals who have bipolar disorder struggle to sleep during periods of mania. This is highly suggestive that Russell is experiencing a manic episode, which tracks with the fact that he is also experiencing delusions.
Maybe stand right there with your back against that wall so I can take some pictures of you.
Please. Try not to get my face.
I'll get your good side, Kay. Promise.
Come on.
I'll get your good side. Stand back against the wall and face me. Back against the wall and face me.
Giga Chad.
Arms
Do I
down
have
your
to hold
side.
the sign?
No.
Arms down to your side.
Don't do that, please. Yep. Okay. Turn face out for me.
Bro, I feel bad for him.
You don't have to hold your mouth open like that.
I just feel like I'm like at school with the photos.
Mike, how tall are you?
Bro, he doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know where he is.
Face me and hold your hands out in front of you.
How tall?
I always say 6, but I'm actually 5'9" probably.
Can you hold them up and out a little bit?
Like Hitler or a zombie or something like that.
Like Hitler.
Come over for me.
Good one, bro.
Bring him down a little bit. Perfect right there.
Dude, this kid's funny. I feel bad for him.
Face me. Turn around for me. Face
Just
me.
don't ask me to take off my pants.
We're not
because
gonna
I have no underwear on.
Okay, turn around.
What'd you do with your underwear?
I ate it.
And tossed it. I covered it with a lot of paper towels though, so.
He did not have the skills really to be on his own, and this was kind of just the final situation for him. I mean, we don't know honestly that he'll even make it out of prison. I don't know. I mean, prison sounds like a pretty rough place, so.
So he doesn't get the severity of what Gavin did. He still wants to help her. I go,
Yeah, he doesn't know the
about all
severity,
this abuse
bro.
and all that. It was all lies. Well, you know what? I still would like to help her if I could. Oh my goodness. That's how he is. I kid you not.
Bro, he doesn't deserve jail, man. This kid doesn't deserve jail.
Will she be going home or?
Dude, he still cares about her. And he's not even the boyfriend, bro. Oh my god, he does not deserve jail, man. I know he's soy, and I know he's a beta male, and I know he's a white knight, but he does not deserve it, bro. He should be sent to a mental institution.
Because I wasn't with them all of
Not jail.
Yeah. They had plenty of an opportunity to do that.
Ellen has transitioned to using they. It appears now that Ellen is moving her focus to protecting herself over Gavin.
I'm gonna figure out if there's any new stuff and see if we could talk about it. Is that fine? Okay.
Bro, she was protecting her boyfriend, and now she's protecting herself. And then there's the other guy who's only protecting her. Man, oh man. Man,
Fear
oh
of being
man.
alone occurs alongside feelings of abandonment. In intimate relationships, individuals prone to feelings of abandonment may rely too heavily on their partners. Should their partners seek to end the relationship or
She
spend more
cares
time with
about
others, for
herself.
example, these individuals may respond in extreme
And the other guy
ways,
only cares about the other
threatening
people, not
suicide or
himself.
providing their partners with ultimatums, such as "stay with me or else."
Nah, bro.
Another common extreme attempt to avoid abandonment present among women who suffer from this fear is lying about being pregnant. This maladaptive attachment may develop in those suffering from various mental illness. Maladaptive attachment in adulthood also often develops when individuals
she
possess an
could be
anxious
kinda
attachment
crazy
style,
too.
which is
Oh,
characterized
bro.
by a longing for closeness. And as Ellen mentions, she has fear of being alone.
Can I hug you? No. What's wrong, kiddo? I need a hug. Why? Because I told mom and dad about, told somebody about the abuse that I was going through. Okay. We're gonna hold off just a little bit, okay? I can sit here with you though.
How long have your parents been having problems?
They've been divorced since I started middle school, which was 3 or 4 years ago now.
Okay.
Divorces that are not amicable cause great distress among children and may lead to negative externalizing
I can't believe
behavior,
her, bro.
otherwise referred to as acting out. In women and girls, it may more commonly lead to internalizing issues, such as increased anxiety and shame. Turbulent divorces may also
I
lead to
can't believe
issues
her.
of attachment.
I like to draw.
Well,
I'm a musician.
you're gonna do a lot of drawing in the jail cell.
I'll ever be able to play guitar again.
I agree.
My dad was the one that taught me how.
Oh my god, bro. She
What changed?
always finds a way to fucking take a dig at her fucking dead father. Aye.
This is what seems to be Ellen's first display of genuine remorse and sadness over the loss of her father.
I feel like I should say something, but I don't want to draw away from what's going on right now.
Say it,
I
say
know
it.
minors that have marijuana in their possession and they regularly smoke.
Ooh, that's not good.
So I thought since I'm here, I'd make a report about it.
Okay.
It's interesting that Ellen calls out minors for smoking when she was known to have smoked herself.
Bro, she a fed, bro. She a fed, bro. Damn, she evil, bro. Damn, she's evil. She's evil. Evil incarnate. Evil incarnate. Unless my dad did something to me. Shut the fuck up.
Do what he wanted.
Nah, shut the fuck up.
He's done that to me in the past.
Talk to me about how Gavin...
She's a fed. Listen, it's very simple, bro. It's very easy to see if what she's saying about her dad is true. You ask her sisters. You ask her sisters, and that's it. Bro, she a full fed. She's a manipulator to the nth degree, man. Honestly.
He just tried to make me feel better.
Everything she does is manipulate, 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 manipulate.
And he said that he wanted to punch him in the face.
Bro, now I understand why the autistic kids fell into this shit.
But
She's
this
a
didn't allegedly
vile
involve murder or
human.
great bodily harm.
Vile
From this
human.
point forward, Ellen mostly draws with little interaction between her and the second investigator. A few minutes later, she restarts the conversation with small talk. Ellen seems comfortable with the silence, but the second investigator is giving Ellen a break for a few minutes. This type of mental reset can let new thoughts surface. Then, when questioning restarts, new information may be shared.
How long have you been a vegetarian?
Since I was about 5.
Oh, okay. Is anyone else in your family vegetarian?
No. They all make fun of me for the way I eat.
Oh, that's not very nice.
Very hurtful.
That's based.
Because your family is supposed to be the one that loves and accepts you. I've always been the black sheep.
Oh my god.
The therapist at South Medford High School said that Ellen only mentioned that she was depressed, that there were more rules in her household than she would have liked, and that she was in a relationship with Gavin. Ellen seems to have a lot more to say right now than the therapist showed she did at the time they spoke.
Yeah.
And this was within an approximate 2-month time frame. It's worth noting that this is a
Liar,
dramatic
liar,
shift,
pants on
and we can only
fire.
speculate what it might mean.
Liar,
So she
liar,
came
pants
in
on
her
fire.
own, and I asked her how her summer went, and she said things had been going really well. You know, since like August, she'd been feeling some more depression coming on, and so we talked about that. As a therapist, I kind of usually jump into problem solving. She seemed to me to be a little bit resistant and said she just needed to vent. And so I said, of course, you know, you need to vent.
When therapists jump into solving problems, it can make clients feel as though they are not being heard. Mental health professionals are typically trained not to do this until they are well into the therapeutic relationship, after rapport has been established. So there's a question as to why this therapist jumped into problem solving, as she states here.
And I really like to help people to solve their problems. You know, that's kind of how we ended our conversation, which was like, you know, I'll check in with you in a few weeks and see how things are going.
This applies to interrogation techniques as well.
Yeah.
Suspects
Yeah, you gotta
respond more
build
positively
rapport.
when they feel the investigator is listening, understanding, and empathizing with them. That is why they learn how to effectively employ active listening skills as part of their training.
Oh, kiss mom. Oh, I think she wanted... Oh, kiss mom.
I think that's
The
mine.
second
Oh.
investigator immediately starts reviewing her text messages. This is probably message passing to help her direct further questioning while Ellen eats her food.
Are you doing okay?
I don't really know how I feel right now.
Okay.
I just kind of feel empty. My whole life is...
Well, you'll be in an empty cell soon. Idiot.
Feelings of emptiness. This is an additional symptom of mental illness common to disorders we have mentioned previously. We can by no means
depression.
unequivocally assert that Ellen suffers from mental illness, but from what we've observed and from accounts of old friends, we can reasonably question whether some level of psychopathology is present. Alternatively, it's possible remorse is catching up to her.
Wanna talk?
Yeah.
Gavin is being 100% honest right now, and you are not.
Ooh.
I told you everything.
So
Pressing her.
we need to
Press her
talk
ass.
about the conversation that you and Gavin have had regarding your
Press her
dad.
ass.
And
Press
I
her
have
ass.
weird feelings towards him.
Mm-hmm.
Press her ass right now.
And
you said you
Classic
wanted
Reed
him
technique
dead.
starts here with maximization. She told Ellen she would no longer put up with her lies earlier in the interrogation, but she's more blatantly authoritative and stern with Ellen here. Attempts at building rapport have failed.
Yep.
So it seems as though the investigative team has decided that Detective Smith should take a different approach.
And what?
Press her ass.
they came over this morning, about 2:30. Gavin was in your room.
And what did you tell
and
them
your
to
dad
do?
woke up. Is that right or wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Did you tell me that?
Mm-hmm.
You told me your dad woke up.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Well, I missed that part.
Even when backed into a corner
No,
without a
she
way out,
didn't.
Ellen clings to her lies.
I told you that my dad woke up.
Detective Smith is attempting to break through Ellen's resistance. She needs Ellen to admit to lying.
She
So you
lying.
have told me this whole time Gavin never came in your house.
No, I said I'd never
Oh. Oh, bro, did you see what she just did there? You motherfucker see what she just did there? She said, Gavin came into your house and then your dad woke up. And she's like, you didn't tell me your dad woke up. No, I did tell you my dad woke up. Ah, but you missed the first part when he came into your house, motherfucker. I made you focus on the dad waking up, but I sneaked in your boyfriend coming into the house and you lied to me about that one. And she's like, ah, shit. She got caught. What a strategy.
So Gavin was in the house.
What a
And
strategy.
tell me about the conversation that you and Gavin had when your dad went back to sleep.
Ooh.
Were you saying things like,
Kill
I
him?
want him dead? I don't want him around anymore?
I don't want to be around my dad anymore.
Mm-hmm. I want him out?
Of my life.
Okay. Well, when you tell Gavin, I want him dead, those are pretty specific words.
I said he's dead to me.
Although it takes a second for her to recast her statement in more
Yo,
innocent
she's
tones,
not
she
bad.
demonstrates a high degree of mental acuity and agility.
Yeah,
with the
she's not
ongoing word games.
bad, bro.
You kind of have been playing games with me.
Damn, she's
You know
good.
darn good and well what was going to happen today.
Damn, she's good, dude. You see how fast? Bro, she's being pressed by detectives, okay? They're trying to press her. And she's like, no. I said, he's dead to me. She's not falling into it. She's just not falling into it. She's impressive, man.
I want you to start with the truth.
She's impressive.
Excuse me.
Oh,
What kind of
again.
conversations have you and Gavin had about this? What words were you using?
The
Dad.
nature of the conversation will
Kill.
determine and help prove the existence of a conspiracy.
Nada.
For conspiracy, there must be an agreement among participants, and this will be crucial to proving this charge.
I was using emotional words.
Such as?
Avoiding.
I hate the way I am being treated. Very anger-ridden words.
Aside from you
Like
telling
what?
Gavin you want your dad dead,
Ooh.
he said you're actually the
She
one
just
that got
dropped the
keys
cock
out.
on the table.
Is there a reason you're lying about so much?
No.
Ellen does not deny any of Detective Smith's accusations. This is the beginning of the truth.
Where did the keys come from?
The living room.
Who got the keys?
I did.
Mm-hmm. Why did you get the keys?
To pull the car around.
Why are you lying to me? Why are you putting all this on Mike?
Because it was his original plan to take out my father.
Gavin is not saying that. In fact, he used, I believe, those exact same words. Taken out. From you.
My original plan was to run away, and then Mike got involved. About the possibility of doing that.
Of doing what?
Taking out my dad.
And what does that mean to you?
Killing him.
Then what?
And then we started talking more about it.
What were you texting Mike?
Essentially what you just said.
No, I want to hear
What
from
did you just say?
It's
Bro,
self-incrimination
she's
time.
good.
And this is why the Miranda rights state
She's
anything you say
good.
can and will be used against you.
No, I'm over here.
To have him
Rasa.
drunk, and then he would come in and take him out.
And at what point did Gavin get involved?
There you go,
I
she
kinda
said it.
forced Gavin into this.
Mm-hmm.
We all agree that Ellie was 100% at fault.
Maybe Ellie had him.
I
wrapped
kind
around
of
his
forced.
finger and kind of manipulated him in a way to do it.
Any man, I think, is capable of extreme violence if it's for the sake of someone they love.
Tell me how you forced Gavin into this.
Bro.
He said,
She
"Can you
said
help us out?" He said, "I don't know, I really don't want to get involved with that," but I kept. Mike started being more adamant about it too.
I want to hear your part. Because I feel like you're really minimizing your part in this, Ellie.
What a
He was
fucking
originally
cunt.
going to help us run away, but only Gavin was talking to him about it.
And
And
so
then
you-
I texted him about it, and he brought up this whole thing about taking out my dad.
And you thought that was a good idea.
She's an actual cunt.
I kind of denied it at first, but he kept saying, "Let's do it," so I agreed, and we started planning.
Wait, why did you think I was top right, bro? Top right is a fucking murderous child.
We did it.
So do you check to see if your dad's asleep?
Mhm.
And was he?
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
What's the very next thing that happens?
Then
Killed him.
Gavin comes in.
And what do you say to Gavin?
I said, "I'm ready when you are.
Okay, what did you mean?
Oh
by
my
that?
god.
When you do this, we're in it together."
What did you mean when you said when you do this?
Kill him.
So what conversations were you guys having leading up until that point?
About how we were in love, we would get married.
You
we
fucking
would plan
cunt.
the wedding, fantasizing about it.
You
Kinda
fucking
like
cunt.
Mhm.
Okay. What conversation do you and Gavin have about looking for the bat?
Well, I was angry because I had seen it there earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, "I know it's there, and if it's there, I'm going to be really upset."
Bro.
And so then you go look for the bat and you find it by the door. And what's your dad doing at that point?
He's asleep.
Can you actually see him?
Mhm.
How did you feel about that?
I thought I needed to get the bat and I needed to get out.
Okay. So then what's the very next thing that happens?
Then he tries, but he hit something in the hallway, so he ran back in the room, and that's when I pretended to be in the bathroom.
Okay.
There
So
you
then
go.
you guys kind of regroup and have a conversation about what
Yep.
to do next?
Yeah, we were going to wait for him to fall asleep, and I would be out getting the car while he did it, and he would unlock the front door and have RJ help him drag the body out into the trunk.
Did you help at all?
No. I did help try to clean up a little bit in the inside, though.
What did you do?
I got a towel and I kind of soaked up the big puddle of blood by the door.
Mm-hmm. And tell me, what is the first thing somebody says when you get in the car?
Can't believe we actually did that.
Who said that?
Mike.
Mike, yeah.
And then I said the same thing.
How'd you guys feel?
We were all kind of on an adrenaline rush.
Mm-hmm.
Ellen's word choice of adrenaline rush, usually used when describing positive experiences, as opposed to something more like shocked or horrified.
She wanted
is
him
telling.
dead.
You had adrenaline rush?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She
How were you
wanted
feeling
him
then?
fucking dead.
I was actually pretty calm, but I felt
Happy.
pretty, kind of explosive inside.
Mm-hmm.
Ellen has been guarded,
my
lying
God.
throughout the interrogation. We might expect that she would, in the very least, attempt to feign sadness or distress. The way she describes how she feels here, explosive inside,
Yeah, she felt
comes
fantastic.
off as though this was a thrilling experience for her.
And again, I mean, it's kind of not the biggest deal in the
Fucking cunt.
world, but Gavin is saying that you really threw that bat. Like, you threw
I
that
did.
bat hard. Okay. Thank you for being honest. What did you kick with your leg?
I didn't kick anything with my leg.
Okay. You were
It's just weird tan lines.
You. Okay. Thank you for being honest with me.
What the
Detective Smith continues thanking Ellen for being honest. This is reinforcing the bond between them in order to keep the truth coming.
What did you talk to your sisters about?
About how I said I'd be leaving and I would come back to see them.
Okay.
I mean, how does that make you feel having that conversation with your two little sisters?
Because you're not gonna see them
I
anymore.
told them that I felt like I was going to a better place.
Did they hear anything?
Probably.
What did you guys think was going to happen?
We thought that if we laid low and we just kept ourselves locked in the house, we wouldn't be found out, since nobody knew where we lived.
Since no one knew where
Gavin lived.
Gavin lived?
Bro.
Hi. Hi. Oh, I'm here to relieve you? Perfect.
Yeah, that's...
Detective Reynolds. She'll take care of you for just a little bit.
Okay.
Okay? Okay. You sure you're okay? You have enough to eat?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, she's had enough to eat, but she hasn't. She looks like she could eat some... she likes the donuts.
What'd you have?
Some fries, but then I got nauseous. I will only eat about 20 types of food.
Okay. So, 20 things. That's not a ton. Name some of them. French fries?
Yeah, French fries, top ramen, quesadillas, pancakes,
Bro, she eats nothing.
waffles.
Pancakes and waffles, same thing.
Hi. Hi.
Basically the
You're
same
out.
thing.
Okay. And Detective Smith will be right back in. So, let's see.
Bro, why are all the fucking detectives out of shape? They're all fat. What in the actual fuck, bro? What's going wrong with your country? Every single fucking detective is out of shape.
When are you in school?
Sophomore.
Sophomore.
Detective
Jesus
Smith begins to ask the
Christ.
same questions that she did at the
You
beginning
guys are
of the
supposed to be
interrogation.
strong.
Ellen answers truthfully this time.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, she don't eat food, bro. She don't eat food.
Microscopic splinter here, and it's been bugging me.
Oh,
But I
okay.
can't get it out.
Where do you think that came from?
From the fucking tree
Somewhere.
Yeah.
that you threw the button to?
So, if and when this goes to court, will it be tried as an adult or a minor?
You know, that is actually not a decision I make.
I would like to be tried as an adult.
You would.
What?
Tell me about why you'd like to be tried as an adult.
Because this is what I've done, and I need to step up and take responsibility for what I've done.
Okay.
It's unclear
What?
where this self-deprecation comes from. If it's genuine or concocted
Or
for
if
purposes
it's...
of seeming
Yeah.
useful.
Yeah. Is it a manipulation tactic still?
Or do you guys, like, have, like, a relationship, too?
No, he's a legal adult, and I'm a minor.
Oh, okay.
He would get into trouble.
Okay.
Even aware of the consequences and aware that Gavin has told everything to investigators, Ellen attempts
She
to protect him.
deserves... Yeah, she...
Are you having sex with anybody?
No,
Okay.
but like I said, I don't really know what my dad's done to me.
Well, you would know.
No, come on.
One of the things I heard was that when you guys went to Walmart, you actually bought a pregnancy
Yeah,
test.
pregnancy test. Oh, she liked that.
I had concerns.
But you said you didn't have a sexual relationship.
Gavin thinks it's his baby.
Hmm.
When did that happen?
When did that
happen? Gavin again? If I do have a kid,
Woman moment.
I want him to be involved. I feel like they should have the right to that.
I feel like I probably don't have the answer to that right now.
That's okay. It doesn't hurt to try.
Yeah. What do your sisters like to do?
Play with dolls.
Yeah. Are their mom and dad the same as yours?
Yeah, but I have some suspicions that the youngest child isn't really my dad's. You know this whole thing about blood types and how they work, how for an O to be born, both parents have to be O's because they're recessive.
Okay.
My dad is a B.
So what's that mean? It's not your dad?
That's what I thought.
No, that's
What happened to all
possible.
the food that we bought?
Nah, bro. Blood types and shit like that, it's weird. Sometimes you can have a child that is just different. Like, for example, you can have a child who has blue eyes when you don't have blue eyes yourself. Both parents can have brown eyes and the child is born with blue eyes if they have, like, the recessive gene. It's not like that.
This is an odd question.
Well,
While Ellen seems to understand the gravity of her situation, it's as if she's trying to distract herself from thinking about her predicament.
How do you feel about what happened to your dad today?
Remember, really hard green lights. Yeah, it's possible.
Do you
Yeah.
like perform for choir? And
A,
go
B,
places?
and A can be O. Yeah.
I got a solo last year. The scariest experience of my life.
I bet it was.
No one came to my concert. Nobody comes to my concerts from my family.
Okay, that kind of hurt.
Did your dad work?
No,
See, now I understand why she killed him.
he just chooses not to come because he doesn't really care.
Mm-hmm.
And so you
I
killed
wonder
him.
what would have been different if you would have told somebody.
Me too.
You need anything?
Water.
Bro, she looking at her ass? Why are you looking at her ass? She nasty.
Ellen is taken from the interrogation room in handcuffs. We might be left with questions as to whether she suffered from something that could have influenced the behavior that led to her father's murder, or whether the abuse she described truly occurred. Ellen stood up in front of a courtroom at her sentencing hearing and claimed that she copes with post-traumatic stress disorder resulting from the abuse she experienced, suffering from horrendous flashbacks. She had no words of remorse for conspiring to murder Aaron. Rather, she shared that she had accepted Jesus Christ as her Savior. In addition to thanking her legal team and youth ministry, she looked across the courtroom at her mother and grandmother and thanked them for their support through tears before reading the quote, "Even when the world throws its worst and turns its back, there is still always hope." In 2019, Ellen Fryer was found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder and conspiracy to commit a Class A felony and sentenced to 25 years in prison, spending 10 of those years in a juvenile correctional facility. Russell was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder and attempt to commit a Class A felony. He was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison.
Yes!
Gavin was convicted of murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and tampering with physical evidence, and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years.
Oof. Okay, bro. Okay, you know what? In a couple of years, we'll get a great streamer, alright? We'll try to talk to him. We'll see what happens, bro. That guy's entertaining as fuck, okay? And you know what? I don't think he's a bad guy. Did he conspire to kill a motherfucker? Yeah, but it's because he's autistic and he got manipulated, bro. He's not evil. That kid's not evil. From what we heard from everybody that knew him and everything like that, and like the accounts, that guy's not evil. He's a white knight, you know. I wonder if we talk to him, if he turned into like the red pill, you know, if he stopped being a white knight and now he's like a giga chat or something. We shall see. We shall see. But boys, listen, it was a short stream, okay? I'm sorry, but it's a short stream. I gotta go to sleep now. It's 4 a.m. Right? I'll stream early tomorrow, but I have to go to sleep now. I have to. Okay? Because my thing, it's degenerate, bro. I wake up at like 6 p.m. It's degenerate. This is not good. You know? Good night, boys. Good night. Good night. And hopefully, like I'll download a Hon. We'll play some Hon soon. We'll play some fucking Hon soon so we can play with Eston, right? The guy who showed up and said he was gonna coach me. Well, and then he was like, yeah, small fee. Bruh, I got no money, so I can't really pay you. But I'll play with him. He's a great fucking, that guy's a great fucking Hon player. I think it'd be fun to make some content with him, you know. But yeah, I'll play Hon soon. We'll play some Overwatch. We'll do some shit. We'll do some React ending. And I know, today I didn't have that much energy. I don't know, I felt kind of weird, bro. Kind of weird vibes today. I didn't feel the funniest, but it is what it is. It is what it is, bro. You know, you have some great streams and then you have some today streams. No, but thank you for being here, boys. It was a good stream. It just wasn't one of my greatest, okay? Oh my god, is this motherfucker still streaming? Yeah, it was a good stream, but it wasn't one of my greatest ones, you know what I mean? Oh, wait. Okay, I rated Resi. Is this motherfucker AC Gaming, bro? Let's raid fucking Rebel, bro. Look, this is the game I'm gonna play. Why is his fucking name so stupid, bro? Let's rate this motherfucker. He's playing the game I'm gonna play, and I'm gonna play with him soon. He's my good friend, Rebel. Say hi to him. Spam L's. He's terrible at the game. He might be the worst Hon player ever. Ever. But it's fun to watch him, because he's so bad. Alright, have a good night, boys. Love you. Thank you for coming in, everybody.